You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
Of the SAL, the final day of the group stage here in stage 2. In true last day of the group stage fashion, not only do we have a playoff spot to determine, but a final regional finals spot as well. Welcome back to the South American League, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger, filling in for Ann today, and of course, joined by these two lovely faces, FaZe and Laxing. Lax, I mean, this is classic stuff. We're here the final day of the group stage, and there is one playoff spot on the line. But because this is stage 2, because now we have regional finals on the horizon, there's a little else to play for as well.
No, there's definitely a lot to be playing for here, especially with those regional finals that we talked about. And I've missed a lot of SAL, so one, I'm just happy to be back here with everyone, with you, Fox, obviously. Jonah, it's good to be seeing you. But, I mean, yeah, one spot left. So, you know, there's going to be some chaos to be had going throughout this day.
Yeah, especially since we have three teams essentially playing for that final spot. Everything is just going to be on the line when it comes down to it. And of course, you know, that's what everybody plays for, is to make it to the playoffs. So losing out after some of these teams had some upset wins, it would be really heartbreaking for those teams not to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, like we were saying, though, the chaos already starting here on this final day. The overall standings, as we pointed out, are something these teams are thinking about. It's not just going into the playoffs, trying to make the Munich major, right? It's about the regional finals, something we have not had in years past. The way things stand here, Lax, the top 5 are locked in. The bottom 3 are locked in. It just comes down to Loud and Black Dragons, how they're positioning. It could flip-flop at the end of the day.
It definitely could flip-flop, but again, that's why it's very chaotic for the day. One, there's qualifier spots to be able to make it into playoffs, and then like you were just talking about, those regional finals, and then to look at Black Dragons and Loud, there's definitely going to be some hate watching, I'm sure, as we get through this day and see how these matches unfold.
The only team I'm hate watching is Liquid. Obviously, you know, proud Liquid non-believer currently, and I think it's really impressive looking at the statistics and looking at these matches that 9Z over the course of the year only won one match. That's pretty impressive. I don't know if that's a record for a year-long, you know, struggle session, but obviously, you know, they didn't have a good year. So 5 points, I don't know. That's quite impressive for me to be that at the bottom. It really stands out.
All right, so we are hate watching big time here on this final day, but the overall standings are one thing. The regional standings for stage 2 are another. As we mentioned, it's 2 teams in the hunt for the final regional finals spot, but there are 3 teams in the hunt for the final playoff spot. Those 3 teams, Loud and Black Dragons, are 2 of them. Los, Lax, is the 3rd one.
Yeah, again, these points are so close. I mean, you know, when I think back at NAL, that stage was this past stage has been by far the most competitive. Then you look at the points here, it seems like SAL sort of has tapered off a little bit. The fact that there's 3 here still able to qualify, again, I mean, I'm excited to see these matches underway and want to see who's going to be the last one to end up qualifying. And then getting into those playoffs should be a very fun thing to see.
Yeah, especially since you look at which team needs to be able to win. Essentially, if Loud is able to just win out, they would just be able to have so many points that nobody would be able to pass. Los would obviously need Loud to lose and potentially get enough points just to win under their belt, or tie them in points, because they could also beat them in the round count. Los does have the best round count amongst the 3 teams that are able to compete. And then Black Dragons needs to be able to win in regulation to get a full 3 points to tie Loud in points. But also that would mean that they would need Loud to lose as well, and Los to lose as well, so that Black Dragons can tie Loud for points and beat them in the round count. And it's not going to be an easy task for any one of these teams, because all 3 of these teams are playing arguably very difficult opponents. So that being said, it's an uphill battle, and I just want to see one of these teams win, rightfully so, and claim that spot. I would hate to see one of the 3 teams, or all of the 3 teams, lose and Loud just get the spot just because they're currently in the best position points-wise. I want to see the 6th place seed going into playoffs get a win under their belt to deserve that final spot.
Yeah, it'd be nice to end on a high note rather than, as you said, 3 losses, because that is a very real possibility here. You have 3 losses. It would be fine. Loud would maintain that final playoff position. But the good thing about the order of our matches today is that we're going to get to see Black Dragons first in order of these three teams, so they'll know right away if the fate is still in their control, at least if they can get a win and hope that Loud and Los don't have their performances, or if Black Dragons are out of the running from the jump. Laxing, as we said though, there is a lot on the line today, right? Black Dragons, they're thinking about this playoff spot. They're also thinking about that regional final spot, and so they will be going head to head against FaZe in that very third match. Los and Loud coming up after, but first it's ENX and 9Z, followed by Furia and Team Liquid.
You know, I think we need to change this production. I think the last 3 games need to all be match of the day, and then we leave the first 2 as kind of whatever. Because that the Furia Liquid game, that doesn't really change too much. Sure, Liquid can jump up in standings. Furia is locked in top 2 no matter what. Fact of the matter is, both these teams are just happy that they are in playoffs. And then the ENX 9Z, this is an important one for me, just for the simple fact, yes, sure, standings aren't going to change. Yes, sure, you're still going to be in relegations. The important factor is that you are still trying, to be the best team that you possibly can showcase. When you look at the NAL, teams like Standby, teams, you know, that team in particular really showed a good fourth effort in terms of their last play day. So this is exactly what I want to see here. I don't want to see anyone just give up. I still want to see representation of our pro league and see how well these players can still put out a performance.
Yeah, ENX9Z, definitely game of the day for me. That's the one to watch out for. I love seeing the less fortunate teams go up against each other, because that's when you honestly see shining lights, glimmers of hopes, players that deserve more opportunity because they're playing against an equal matched field. I know you guys thought I was joking about that. I actually am excited to watch ENX9Z, just like I was excited to watch, you know, Standby versus Cruelty in the NAL. That being said, I'm really looking forward to Loud and IP. I'd say out of all the 3 teams that have to go up against one of the Titans right now, NIP has looked really dominant. But that being said, out of the bottom 3 teams that are still competing for top 6, Loud has looked the most consistent year round. They did have some ups and downs when it came towards stage 2. If they can lock things out, I mean, I wasn't too disappointed with their recent performance, so especially against Furia. So hopefully we can see them do that again against NIP.
Well, thankfully, Fox, the match that you are excited for the most happens right at the start of the day. Very much the warm-up before we get into some more significant playoff implications. It's ENX and 9Z, 2 teams who have been eliminated from playoff contention. They've been eliminated from regional finals contention and are already locked in to those relegation spots. So it really is, Lax, a match where these teams are just trying to prove themselves. For 9Z, they're coming off a win recently. ENX, they, of course, I said coming off a win, coming off the closest to a win they've come, 5 rounds against Team Liquid, a very important difference though. And ENX, they're 2-6, hoping to find some of that week 3 magic again.
Yeah, again, this really is a matchup just for these guys to get more game day reps in, because as me and Fox know, those are the most important. Doesn't matter what you're doing in scrims. You already know you can't make it. We've already talked about that. It's just about having fun here and still being competitive. So no matter what map we end up on, no matter what these guys are doing, making a strat, having fun, like they're laughing in this, that's what we need to be seeing when we switch to those player cams in between rounds, because there's nothing on the line here outside of just pure dignity and just showcasing that you're still a competitive player and that you aren't giving up.
Yeah, I think ENX has good groundwork for a fundamental team. I mean, when you look at the player statistics, it's not like anything really stands out too much. It's not that they're not losing opening kills that consistently or that drastically for a team at the bottom. They're not getting the gunfights in their good position. I really think it comes down to a lack of strategy issues when it comes to ENX. It just doesn't seem like they're playing on par when it comes to the meta. They're not really running the demos. Their utility is very lackluster. They're only really bringing Grim. So essentially, when it comes to finding information, finding those opening kills, we've seen them fall off. And since Sexy Cake has taken that back seat on the shields and let Mitrix play it, Sexy Cake has also been suffering as well. And I just don't think he is necessarily in a comfortable role for himself, being that flex player. Not something you'd say about Sexy Cake. I just, you know, his historied career, I've always seen him play a, you know, bunch of plethora of operators. But that being said, he's really been struggling. And also, Mozzie in 2025, I've not really seen that be an operator that's played very rarely. So for that to be ENX's bread and butter when it comes to their defenses, clearly they're just not on par when it comes to the meta.
Well, Boxzera is somebody we've talked a little bit about, especially after his standout performance in that third week of action. The most recent win that ENX had over Black Dragons, he dropped 17 kills on the way to doing that. It seems, though, that hasn't been enough. He hasn't been able to find that kind of highlight play since then.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a struggle when obviously your team isn't performing well. Yes, you can have those pop-off games, but that's the caveat of it, is even if you're in a terrible situation, you can still make yourself look good. You can still be a notable player where then if teams are making roster changes, you can be at the forefront of that just off of your performance. Because realistically, even if you aren't performing that great, if the rest of your team isn't even doing close of what you're doing, you naturally are going to stand out, and it does kind of sometimes give you that opportunity to shine. So this could be a moment for any one of these players to have a really pop-off performance that gives everyone a different perspective of how they look at that player, what they might want to take from them, what they can extrapolate from that. So again, given the dire situation that they're in, or the poor situation they're in, there is still light at the end of the tunnel that they can make out of this situation. And like I said, still coming here and putting in that performance and that effort, especially coming from a player like Boxzera, where we've seen that performance.
We're really looking to see 9Z step it up as a whole. As we mentioned earlier, they have only found one win all year long, Fox. No wins on the stage. They're 0-8, as I mentioned. The closest they've come to a win is 5 rounds that happened against Team Liquid just last week. This team needs a lot of help, and fast.
Yeah, I mean, we had high hopes for 9Z when it came into stage 1 after their first win. You know, we had hopes that they would be playing good individually, but I think they're a completely different conversation than ENX. When you look at this team, they just don't have the players to compete. I mean, they haven't had a single positive player throughout the whole year. Fundamentally, as a team, they just don't work well together. I think that's their biggest issue, is constantly losing opening picks, constantly giving up that first man advantage, and they don't have the players, even if they can get that advantage on the round, to be able to close it out. It just seems like they're in a different skill level as opposed to the rest of the team in the SAL right now. And it goes without saying, they have 5 players within the bottom 10 of the league this stage, 5 players within the bottom 10 of the year cumulative stats. So that being said, I mean, they just are not in a good position when it comes to teamwork, when it comes to strategy, and gunplay wise. They need to hit the aim labs a little bit, hit the training ground a little bit.
I think that's something for me, Fox, that when I look at these, these teams from the sub regions, looking at a team like Cruelty, looking at a team like 9Z, is, people can make the excuse for them and say, hey, they aren't as competitive regions or sub regions compared to, the SAL, NAL, EML, whatever that is. But when I look at it deeper than that, sure, you could put 50% of that as a reason. But when you look at these matches and these players in these situations that they're in, they lack basic fundamentals of the game that even a rank stack knows. Even on certain maps, just being able to attack a certain site, I see in so many different instances, whether it's 9Z or Cruelty, that they repeat the exact same mistakes or just don't understand the basic fundamentals of the map or the sites that they're approaching. So there is really a lot of fundamental issues when you're looking at this team in particular, that sure, maybe the players in their own right, if they were given another chance on another roster to really expand and develop as players, we could really see something. But clearly as a 5, they don't understand that core fundamental of what Siege is about and the team play, and just understanding the structure that needs to be there. And yeah, it's unfortunate that you can't find a win throughout the entire stage, but you really, I don't know how we're at this point in Siege at this day and age to not understand even some of these basics. So again, just like what I was saying about ENX, coming in here today and leaving it all on the battlefield to just show your worth, to put in that effort, to really display something that we really haven't had anything tangible to hold on to. I think that's what I'm really looking at here and really hoping for, so that I can leave watching this game being like, yes, I am behind 9Z. I believe in these players, regardless of them going to relegations, that they can maybe come back on another team or with a different team, whatever that looks like, they leave it here today.
Well, hoping to leave it in, as you said earlier, leave with a little bit of on a high note. Hoping they can do that today. Question is, where is that going to happen? It's not going to be on Cafe or Border. That much is clear, as we are already down to our final map of Bank, Fox. This is a map that, as far as I know, 9Z have played quite a few times.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to go to a map that you're slowly trying to fix things on. It makes sense. 9Z's obviously had their fair shares of issues throughout the year, so them trying to go back and at least see if something sticks when it comes to a team that's maybe on a more equal playing field to them is obviously an element to be able to learn from it. There's no pressure on your shoulders. I think a big question for 9Z is also when it comes to confidence. When you're getting beat down throughout the year, only one win, you find yourself in a mental battle of not feeling confident in any single game you go up in because you feel like you're going to lose it. So this is a situation where they can maybe shake it off going into relegations with a win under their belt would set them off on the right foot in that contention. Obviously, I'm hoping to see a lot of innovation from the side of ENX. I'd like to see more utility, more strategy behind it, because I feel like they do have good fundamentals, good ground workings of what needs to be done, how the team operates. I just believe that they have a little bit of an issue when it comes to the meta, getting out of their comfort zone of playing things that work maybe stage one a little bit more, but aren't working now.
Last order of business before we get into our warm-up game of the day is to bring in our casters. We'll welcome in Fluke and Demo as we get this palate cleanser underway before we dive into more consequential action. Fluke, how you feeling about this one? Like Foxe, are you thinking this one's going to be the highlight match of the day?
No. I mean, it can't be, right? Like, I get that it's a nice warm-up. There's zero stakes. The prize pool's the same. Nothing changes for relegation. Nothing changes for the smaller season. It's going to be hopefully a good game. But, like, in a way, this is your sort of advert. Because they're both being relegated as well, as far as I know, over the entire course of the year. So this is their chance to be like, this is what I can do. I want to see some out-of-pocket stuff. I want to see some wild stuff going on.
Demo is Bank the map for that?
I just want to see an absolute troll fest. Like, well, you're playing for nothing. You may as well just go in there and just go a bit crazy. I think if this was, you know, if you're looking at this compared to NAL, EML, I think if you had teams in there who knew they had nothing to play for, you would see a mass amount of trolls. I don't know if that will correlate over to SAL, because I've always said this region, I think, has a higher sense of discipline compared to maybe the regions that we're all used to, because we know some of the teams and the players that we experience on a daily basis. But certainly over in SAL, the standard is higher, so it'll be interesting to see what the approach is going to be.
9Z still looking for that win. Laxing, will they find it today?
We'll see. You know, I think there's a chance. I think you know, if what Demo said, you know, might be a troll fest, they pull things out. To Emmy's point, you know, they get a little crazy. Anything can happen in a best of one, especially on a big map like Bank. There is a lot of endless possibilities to take advantage of that entire map, especially starting on defense and not letting ENX feel comfortable. So I think there is a world where they could win here. Is that world really big? Not really.
We'll go down the line, get everyone's predictions before we dive in. Fox?
I mean, I think Lax hit the nail on the head when he was talking about 9Z of a weaker team doing things the same time over and over and not changing anything because they believe that they need to go through the repetition of it to get it perfect. But going to a map like Bank, obviously ENX is a lot more experienced players. It's something that can be taken advantage of. So if we don't see innovation and something crazy out of 9Z, we're going to see the same outcome that 9Z has been producing all year, which is another loss. So hopefully we're seeing a lot of new operators, dropping the Mozzie on defense, hopefully bringing a little bit more utility when it comes to the way that 9Z wants to play. And that would be the best opportunity for them to win. And again, anything could happen in a best of one, and it is Bank. So that it really comes down to how 9Z is going to approach it.
Play like a gold star.
All right, Fluke and Demo, I'll hear your predictions as we dive in. Looks like our players are ready to go, so we'll get this one started, guys.
Thank you very much. We'll throw ourselves in, and we'll start with your prediction. Where do you think this is going to sit?
Oh, both teams to win, each way.
What? I don't think.
Sorry.
Throw it to me right there.
Sorry,
prediction,
wrong place and time.
Wrong place and time.
Like, I was like,
yeah,
so
that's
confused.
not
I wasn't sure.
I have one worrying statistic I think I'm going to bring into about Bank. It's actually a two-sided worrying prediction for both these teams. One, ENX haven't played it in a long time, at least on the sort of top end of stuff. I'm not sure if they've played it on more personal things, but 4 months ago they took a loss to FaZe Clan 1-7. That tracks. That makes sense. 9Z 0-5 over the past 180 days on this map, including losses to Furia, Twice, Loud, NIP. They're getting in some ways worse and worse. They went from 6-8 OT losses to Furia and Loud to 1-7 and 3-7 by Black Dragons and Furia respectively over the past 30 days. Have ENX learnt from that, do you think?
Well, the thing, see, whenever you're obviously a weaker side, first thing we always look at is how good's your map pool. And I think for weaker sides, you can kind of look at that across all of the regions. Teams who are down at the bottom will just have maps that they cannot play. And maybe this is a situation, maybe we're kind of in the kind of realm of possibilities where it's just one of the few maps that they can play. That doesn't mean they can play it well, though. There's a difference between playing a map well and just playing a map.
Yeah, I think that there's the elements of it to it as well, obviously, where you get that opportunity to, as I said, stretch your wings a bit. I think that a map like this is a confidence map. I think the way you can sort of approach this map is a confidence map. You'll set yourself in on decent sort of possibility of having that level of exploration, and from then and there, where does it sort of go? Well, that can come down to the wider map pool, as you sort of say. That can come down to how you feel on certain maps, but ultimately, as I said in the pregame, because there's no risk in that weird way, there's only real reward, but the reward is the chance to sort of show what you can do, and that comes for just sending it. Top floor. We start on here. Classic sort of setup and hold. You'll obviously get your Valkyrie play in the stretch. Time to waste on these windows with those gates. Both range hard breach gone to make attacking this site more than anything a bit more tricky and intricate. But then obviously when you look towards hatches, there'll be a little bit of a change, but it is mainly just for this site. Then the castle in the mirror gone as well. None of that sort of stretched extensions here. It feels like it's going to turn into a very quick hop in and brawl demo.
Yeah, I find it interesting that they've went top floor. Obviously, I understand with the hard breacher bans, the range ones. I mean, can't get opened up that you mentioned, but then also to see the the defense bans, Castle and Mira are great for this bomb site. It makes this bomb site playable. You don't have to worry about the windows as much if you have those two operators. So without the defense having that, then it kind of balances out. Almost do not think Yami, but I would probably still give the slight tip over the attackers just because this window gameplay, I mean, this for me is what makes this top floor so difficult, and that's why you have to rely on operators like your Castle, like your Mira, to give yourself a bit of protection.
Well, the first is picked away, and it's the Azami gone. They've also now suddenly got another two, almost immediately. Sexy Cake with the glass, just pushing in. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And it's made diamonds. There is only Vicente left. Oh, but he's not even able to get one. Too many options. And ENX just sort of wrapped it, put a bow on it, and said, round's done. Let's move on to the next.
I don't know. Feels like you've went into a restaurant, you've ordered the chicken, and a live chicken has just came up to your plate and just died in front of you. It's sacrificed itself. That's what it feels like. They just no fight back. Just all of them dead within 2 minutes.
I'm kind of curious what they did. So obviously we had the smokes pop, right? We had the glass pushing up. We knew where they wanted to go with the pressure. And then I think the defenders just went, oh, we could send this. We could lean back into this. We could... oh, no, they've killed us all. They've beaten us.
Weird round. But, anywho, basement time. Tachanka, smoke. This is our combo, Amy.
I mean, we've had it so many times at this point, but I think it's just going to be proven right. The balance of what they've got here, especially with the Denari as well, assuming that's going to set itself up inside blue stairs, is slow them down. Servers, they're going to push servers. We've got servers locked down. So what do you do here, Demo? Well, you look at all the pocket hard breach, you look potentially with the Blackbeard on towards the back of the site, and then you just circumvent the chance at a lot of that being caught out. They've got the Twitch, but there's no Goyo, so at best it might cause some problems for the Fenrir, and obviously the Denari, which could lead them in to get their slip through, but otherwise, again, it just feels like it's going to turn into a brawl, and with that, I favor ENX.
And don't forget about as well, but Twitch, big old DMR, and we know how popular they are in the current meta, so another reason why you would bring the Twitch is just for the comfort factor of having a great weapon on your side. Now, for Turtle, we typically don't see Roman Wamais in towards that top floor, and that is a very risky strategy. But we'll see if they can try and find some picks, but... Oh, there we go, he's gone. That's that. And goes the Roman Wamai! Down it goes!
Yeah, you think about that gadget,
Okay,
how
and a
it
Roman
gets better.
smoke,
There
yeah.
goes another,
Get me out.
one!
Get me out. Get me out.
Man! No, it's gonna be one of... You said it! You wanted this game!
This isn't, no, but this is like, they're trying to be seriously, and it's just really bad siege. If you're gonna do something funny, like open up every wall that you can see with the Chanka, just run around with like Boss G's and the DMRs on D, like that's the kind of stuff you want to see, but this is just, you know, bleach my eyes.
So, we might be in for partial silly hours.
We've already been casting for 5 minutes.
Yeah. This is potentially, this is Davide's game of the day.
For what reason?
You have to ask Davide. I can't tell you. Only Davide can tell you. Anyway,
Oh,
how are you doing? Good?
I was doing fine until this.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, but it's only just started. I'm just lightening the mood a little for the eventual downslide of
10 seconds left before
emotional stability I feel like we're going to go through.
5 seconds left.
What do you think the next band's going to be? I'm just trying to find options for you here, buddy.
I can't believe we're already talking about bans. That's how quick this game is going, because it's just...
Trying to give you lifelines.
You know, it's nuts. 50-50, please.
Unfortunately,
Just ask for a lifeline, there you go.
they're going to ban a Blackbeard. I mean, alright, let's see what can happen. They've been able to get sort of a bit of momentum going. There's been... I've only just noticed there's 1 kill over 2 rounds for 9Z. This could be a little bit more of an awkward of sight. They're keeping themselves moving on towards open. They've obviously got the things to delay out. We're back towards the Glaz play. You've got the chance at them just self-smoking and sending themselves in, which does feel like what Sexy Cake might want to do. They're in underneath. I love the double push control here. So they've got Angels obviously taking control as the Dockerbee of the garage side at the same time of going in on towards Archives. Or Servers even. Here's the throw. The Glaz is in. The Blackbeard's in. They're also just pushing up the stairs. Where are the defenders? Where is anybody?
Everywhere but the site. They're top floor, they're inside of admin office still. Like, I mean, this Echo is just fighting at just a horde.
Are you...
Like, oh, there's nobody helping this guy.
I am a little bit speechless. This could be the worst defense I think I've ever seen. I don't, like...
Where is the Aruni? Why are you in square?
I really don't understand. Because usually you can see something go wrong. Usually you can get the pieces together. I can't even really piece together what they were trying with that defense. And I don't even think ENX could. I think ENX just sent it inside the building. I don't know if Fresh is watching, but it watches all the siege as much as he can. But I would love...
Is he not currently lying on a sun lounger in Spain right now?
Potentially, but I think even just that round being played out hurt him.
That would actually ruin his time if he watched this. I think that would actually ruin his getaway.
Where it just like, and it holds his brain. That just happened. A timeout. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be the negative one of our duo. It means you've got to be the positive one. What are the positives you can take away from that defense?
Not even going there. We're not. Whenever you're dealing with a game like this, where one, you've got a team who just doesn't know what they're doing. That's the only way that we can phrase this, Emmy. Yeah? That's as simple as that. And everyone they'll be thinking the same thing. Nine said, if they watch this back, they'll be laughing at themselves, thinking, what are we doing?
All right. New day, new this. They banned the glass, a sexy cake. Let's take the consideration of what the glass was doing there. They were just self-smoking and looking for picks. Yeah, okay, you're looking at the sort of hop-in window on the open site. You're looking at the pressure that was applied across the breach up top. Fine. But how many years has it been since glass was an entry? How often do we see people try it and it gets shut down immediately? Echo was the other ban, plays against the shields. They're going to keep on with the shield. We have a Monty this time. ENX might slow down just a little. Let's take note at this point. 1 kill over 3 rounds for 9Z.
Monty's actually, I think, even what you don't want to see right now if you're 9Z, because I've talked in depth about how Monty, this is his map. This is by far and away the best place you can use this operator. So I feel as though things might just even get worse, but this is a basement. Emmy, last time they were here, I seen a 4-man roam.
Yeah, I'm hoping they don't play into the roam game. You know, I think it's the thing of it's sort of like, I get that there's no stakes. And this is the main thing I have to sort of say. I get that there's no stakes. But play it. I asked to see some crazy stuff, right? I asked to see pocket plays. Not throwing themselves on towards the mantle. Anyway, timeout. They've had their conversation. Can they net on the 3rd round their 2nd kill of this game? You sort of, you know, look through the history of how the team has played. Obviously, they, in stage 1, for the bottom team, they're able to pull a win. This split, it's gone worse. They've been unable to reach overtime. They haven't got a single point. And
Nah, get me out.
What was the...
No.
Are you kidding me?
No.
They got a kill!
No.
They got a 2nd kill, baby! Oh, then he's instantly traded.
The fact that you're celebrating that shows us where we are in the game.
2 kills. If it's 2 kills on 4 rounds...
Oh my.
So
I mean, like I said, I didn't want to see roamers, and
okay,
they're going for it. They're
Monty
roaming.
might be surprised here. Now they're not going to be.
I think the news up here anyway. I think the other idea is taking some damage.
Furia
so, yeah.
gets the end of 2Q. Vicente's hurt. Oh, does get a 3rd kill. Double kill for the round. Vicente activated. Goes for the rotate round. The roaming shanker. The site is empty, but the kit is with Monty on the top. The pre-fire does not work, even on the back of a ping. Vicente, in an ace do-or-die situation, the Monty's off. Ooh, almost catches the tail end of Florio. Drops into the site and needs to reload! And then gets locked out.
Yeah, just... I mean, come on. This is not how this map is supposed to be played. It's not. I'm speechless. Just, I don't know what to say.
It's kind of tough, right? But it's also, I get, you know, look at the positives here. ENX, they're playing a solid game ahead of them. I'm not going to say that they're doing their sort of strict to stay game because you physically can't. In a game like this, you could see, as I said, on round 2 or round 3, whenever it was an open, they were surprised that the site was entirely empty. They were surprised that they were able to, like, swan in, put the pressure in, and take it away. But they're communicating. They're being responsive towards where 9Z are. It's a great sort of close down obviously attempted on towards Vicente, but he gets the kill. But you could see that they were baiting him out to swing on towards the Monty. As you said, they know he's there. He had an idea as well, and he gets his second kill of the game and of that round. Are they going to get a little bit too lost in the sauce? I guess time will tell as we go back to the basement again.
Yep. Roman again.
Oh, I think that's going to be the consistent.
Well, this is... it's really weird because we've got the smoke to Chanka again, and then also the tub. But then we're just seeing the tub with then open hatches, I'm pretty sure. So what's he actually going to be able to use the gadget for? I don't know. Is it just a case of bringing it for the DMR? You got Jaeger and ATMs? Like... This is yeah. Wow. I love this game. I love this game. Yeah, I don't blame you, Boxer. Who would be thinking there's gonna be a guy taking out a deposit? Who would have thought that the Jaeger's in there catching checks?
They can't get the trade. They do get Vicente. That is your Tubarão gone on the top floor on a basement site hold. Obviously, none of the canisters utilized. Remember when I talked about, when we were here on like the first round, I was talking about like the operator selection, how that can play in towards how you can delay approaches and be a bit mobile and yada yada and expectations. Remember that? That was nice.
It was.
All right, they forced the players back down to the site. Now they're going to start trying to get things cracked open. This is maybe the most standard of a defense we've had so far, in that they're all back towards the site. We might get the operation of a round here, Demo.
If only they had somebody alive to maybe delay those hatches for a couple of seconds, eh?
Would have been nice.
It would have been great.
But
it's actually a back take.
Yeah, they're going to try and drop in on the back take, as I said. I think it's almost similar to the points I made not too long ago. When you know you're up against the sort of Shanker and the smoke, and you have a shield and you're confident with it, you can try and put the pressure here on towards a back take. They're still opening up the other side. I think they're just flirting with danger. There's no Goyo canisters to slow it down, but there is a lot of otherwise time to be wasted. There's the reveal of obviously a Jaeger. It's an awkward fight to want to take, so he's just going to sort of read that out. He is the one with the kit, though.
Tracked, yeah.
30 seconds. The pressure's coming in on the back. There's the force, and there's one kill out, but it's traded out with Florio. Great double kill. Snappy either side. The pre-fire for the third. And Sexy Cake gets the end of that one. The hardest they've had to work, but it's still ENX's at the end of it.
Yeah, it's the most structure I think we've had in this game so far, but just a moment of brilliance really there from Florio. I mean, that's just going for it. Drops the hatch. Great double kill. And then to get the third as well is almost like the cherry on top. I think they've done a good job as well, just of kind of identifying, okay, what do we need to target? Obviously, that Jaeger was, causing some issues for the fuse. He couldn't drop in the elevator safely. Just wait until the demos get some track, make him force back out of that position, and then you go for your execute. So just little things like that has been good for me and X. But still the same old woes again for 9Z. Just, what's that? Is that 5 kills in 5 rounds?
Yes, that is, Demo. Yes.
Oh dear.
They almost all have a kill now, though. They're almost all engaged with the kill game.
Yeah.
There was almost the possibility we could have had multiple 007s from this game.
Like, this feels as though that we've went out for a picnic and the weather is horrific. We're caught in a gale-force wind with heavy rain, and you're sat there, Emmy, on the bench, thinking, oh, it'll dry up soon, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I put on this lovely little summer dress. I made some lovely sandwiches, and I'm going to enjoy this. There's the other side of this, which is maybe these two teams just really want to watch the other banger games we've got on. Immediately after this, we flick towards the top of the table, and then we have 3 potential do-or-die games. It's a very exciting...
Maybe an extra try-harding. Maybe did we ever consider that? Maybe these guys are just being losers and just trying too hard.
9Z getting all chat like, who drones?
It's crazy. For a game that means nothing, these guys are sitting here droning? No.
Disgusting.
Bringing shields?
Bringing shields? Pathetic. You really gonna play the Lion Shield the Dokkaebi combo? Like, what are you, just to try hard? Doesn't feel like they're going for the immediate routes around the rest of the map. Obviously, the limitations on the glass will limit some of the approaches here that we saw last time, where they just tried to, well, I say try to, they successfully pushed across top square and banked some pressure in. Here, they're being held at bay a bit. And it sort of felt right, then suddenly went wrong. But the positions have changed here. So now, instead of going for top square, ENX have gone for a lobby approach. They're inside the big lobby. They're moving their way around. They're trying to catch the player. Great combo of utility there. ENX, as I said, what they're putting into the game is great demonstration.
Yeah. And just playing it really simple now. You know, just sitting on windows, doing what you need to do. And this is just where it comes back to, obviously, the castle and the mirror ban. It just makes this top floor so incredibly difficult to defend. And I think it really limits as well the trade factor, because obviously if there's kills happening from the window, how do you really trade that? Realistically, you can't. So yeah, I mean, ENX is just doing the basics. I'm just waiting for that Monty to walk his way up in through Spiral. You can see that he's in lobby right now. So again, his approach will be here. In the meantime, we're still seeing some more action over towards Janner, but you see a kill come back. Make that 2 kills finally. 9Z for the first time actually have a kill advantage.
Well, can they try and push this one towards the end? There's a swing out. It's just a shield left, massively hurt. Great pressure they get around. It's not a flawless half. It's not a flawless game. They have a breath. But now they have to do the flawless in response on attack on Bank. Maybe this is the sign of a bit of energy. Maybe this is the sign of a bit of game coming together here, Demo.
Well, it's something. Not going to get completely clean swept, but I mean, it's close enough. 5-1. Don't think ENX will be complaining. They also now get the defense. I mean, if you look at how those defenses were structured, yeah, and they didn't really have an understanding of how you do some of those defenses. How on earth are they going to be able to structure attacks? Defending is supposed to be the easy side of the two. But no, I worry.
I think that's the sort of drive of it here, right? The limitations, the Scent Capital, that's a very interesting pair of bands there. Against the Kaid and the Shankar is a very particular set of bands. You're obviously looking at the ground floor. Basement is going to be quite awkward for the defenders. That's why they've gone to limit it first. But I really like a Capital ban.
It's certainly, I think, an operator that maybe sometimes kind of goes under the radar. Because Capital, I think, fills a lot of different roles that you would like to have in the team. One, obviously, has his almost, I don't want to say denial, but just area kind of clear out, you know, crowd control with the fire arrows. You also bring in smokes, which is always going to be helpful whenever you're going for executes. And also works really well if you want to smoke vert holes as well, which normally you can't do unless you have the Capital. And then he also has breaching charge, or not breaching charges, hard breach charges, which again, for a map like Bank, whenever you're dealing with, again, primarily hatches, whenever you look over towards the basement, you know, he's killing a lot of stuff just with the one pick. So yeah, I like it as well. Obviously that sense ban, you know, that has been a massive thing in the meta, especially in Bank, where we see that sense be used on the hatch just to cover massive line of sights to go in for those plants with your team. So yeah, I think overall really good bans for NX if you just want to try and stop that basement. They may still struggle whenever it comes to that top floor, you know, with hard breachers open. Once that cannon wall gets opened up, whenever we go to that top floor defense, then yeah, it's going to have some issues.
Well, they've got themselves the op that, I'm not going to say something smash and grabby, playing the Blitz alongside the Ying, alongside the Deimos. Always gives you the idea if they want to try and find somebody to hunt and then root them out. And, well, there's the first option. Now they're safe with a chance to drop down. If they want to get out of there, they're going to hold. They can see the track coming as close to them as they can see to the other person. There's some support so nobody just swings round. They're so well aware of each other. And, oh, that was pretty dang good. Sexy cake. What an expectation there from Vicente. The pressure's coming round. Angels gets Tuku. And then does get the second.
Ow.
Nitro. Heads up, lad. Round still on. Even though he's left, it doesn't mean he can't do that.
Well, that may be the round done. And the reason why I say that, Emmy, is one, you're dealing now at a man deficit on a basement, which doesn't help. You usually need either equal man count or that extra man if you really want to put pressure on this basement. And also, Emmy, how on earth are they going to get rid of this this clash? You know, they can't overwhelm with manpower because they're down a man. I mean, the blitz is going to be absolutely nullified if he tries to drop in here. He's got a smoke, he's got a warden watching for him. Yeah, just not going to happen.
Well, there's the catch out, there's the lockout, and there is 6-1. One round separates us now from that. I'm not going to say inevitable end, but well advertised, I think is fair to call it.
Oh dear. Again, just a situation where the structure I just don't think was ever in place. You know, going for that backdrop whenever you've really no map control, no map pressure at all. Not as though you're taking in towards garage or got a really good foothold of main stairs. Just tried to full send it down a hatch. That's it. That was the game plan. But Enex just playing what's in front. I mean, Enex, if you've looked at the webcams as well, so unbothered. Like, they really have been just so unfazed every round.
Oh, yeah. It's easy, right? There's not been any heat. There's not been any hate. There's not been anything. It's not even that they're sort of being tested or stressed, right? It is just, this is the game ahead of us. They're playing it, locked out, and
Attackers have located a bomb. 5 seconds
from this point onwards, you know, we'll see the sort of setup. We'll see how it cooks itself together. But at this point, as I said, they had to be flawless on the other half. You've had a couple of moments. I thought that was a great kill from the Deimos of Vicente, but outside of that, what has there really been? They killed Florio. He got himself up to 7-0, and then he found a limit.
He thought, I'll clock out.
He's done his shift.
So, I did mention that the top four may have some issues because you do have the ranged hard breach open. Whenever it comes to opening count the wall, you can do that. Nice little pick though, there from the glass. I don't think that probably expecting, you know, a glass smoke to be used that early on, but it has been able to net them. It's good for a kill, but of course that glass now has exposed himself to know what they're up against. So, minute left, and it just seems to be just a full square take right now from 9Z. Oh, what a shot! Flicks onto the head of Sexy Cake. Wow, 3-5 in the numbers, which I think really probably Enex or 9Z were expecting to get 2 early kills and also 2 early deaths, just from one guy on a glass.
Well, as the plant's being potentially secured, they move away. The C4 was read well, and there's some damage immediately done to Boxera. Couldn't get anything on towards Tuku. Oh, now they got almost everything on Sprayed Flu, and Florio adds another to his tally. Angels gets one more, and we're suddenly tied back up. The health is low on the 2 remaining players. It won't take a lot to force them out, but as a fight on stock plays together, it's maybe the only 1 versus 1 with the clash. Doing their best to try and operate their way around at this point. The full pick up and move around. They're trying to encircle this pressure point and force the players further and back. And you can see Florio wants to go and help that clash as the air jabs are coming in to try and just put pressure on the shield. It's Nitro. It's a great cross on towards the player buried in the middle of the site. Now with the swing round, either side of the hard bit of janitors, they're just trying to get them, but they're pushed up deep. They might not know they're about to be encircled from either side. They seem to be blinded and aware at least of the pressure. The clash needs to offer some support, but they can't quite get there in time. Angels does get one. Waiting for the stock player to swing 30 seconds. They win that out as well. Vicente is going for the plant confirmed. A clash against a Nomad. How are they going to try and opt to take this? The clash obviously can set up that shield, potentially be problematic, but instead leans in with the SMG, gets some damage done back to them. 30 seconds. And Vicente's playing this brilliantly, going for the rotate round on towards janitors.
make it so they're unable to set up the shield and utilize it. They have to push for the fight and the kill. They're noisy, they're slow, and you have time to play with. There is a second round.
Yeah, really well played from Vicinity there. I'm pretty sure there was an air jab on that double door, so it meant that the Clash just couldn't walk into sight and try and use that shield as a bit of cover. So, yeah, good job clutching up when you needed to. It does feel like kind of you're just delaying the inevitable, isn't it? Again, we've got, what, 4 match points still remaining for ENX? Yeah, it's massive amount of time for them just to get the 1 round. So they're going to need more of that. Again, very close round. Especially considering that they had, 2 kills just right from the rip. A 5v3, almost losing that as well. Bit of a worry.
It's almost like you can put it as a bit of a worry, right? That's fine. You're allowed to do that. I'm not going to stop you doing that. We've both watched the same game up to this point. It would be a surprise if they weren't in that situation with how the game has gone, with how they've played themselves. It fit.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, you don't want to be too negative, but it feels like they've had moments where they've started to dig in and then suddenly everything goes wrong and they just stop. They just sort of fall apart a bit. And it's almost like you're waiting for the wind to come in from the open window and blow the house of cards down and for them to then flip the table and be done with it. I like that they didn't. I like that they had a bit more fight in them. They have to be flawless all the way to the end from this point onwards, and ENX have a pretty decent choice of what rooms and rotations they can make, and if this one goes away from them, they can go back to the one that they've already won once. Yeah, they're a full sort of stretch. They've got themselves quite mobile with how they want to be and what they want to have set up, and then you look at the chance at where the pressure can come from. No shield to try and drive them in. They've got to see if they can just try and make it happen in the gunfight as they bait for them on the top floor here. Could be Sexy Cake making sort of damage done with the chance at a C4 up from here in Archives. And that's kind of what they're trying to force out. The Boogie Drone's done some work at removing them, but with the support structure coming through and with the breach happening now on towards Kanto, ENX, they actually look like they're wanting to challenge it.
I don't think that was the cannon wall opened up. I think it was the and drop into. Do that also for 9Z. It is just a case of trying just to slowly work your way into a position where you can maybe just execute. If you know that there are a lot of defenders off site and you have like a Ying on board, you could just full send and just try and take, your 2v1s in the bomb site and try and get that plant down. So it is a risky strategy for ENX, so they're putting a lot of pressure on these site players that they need to try and hold on and make sure nobody comes in through that hatch.
Well, they've got one, but they have to try and pressure this, and as you sort of said before, there was a bit of hope in how they pulled it back and things started to go away from them. I want to see them make sure they can keep a lockdown here. ENX on the run, on the retreat, falling their way back, and as they go for those sort of clears and steady approaches, it's preparation, but preparation with the amount of time left is going to turn into a bit of a dicey moment. There's only one smoke canister still in the pocket and a C4. And Angels and Sexy Cake are actually trying to play up main stairs here. They're not giving the territory away. So this back end, I think they're just sort of watching and waiting, and 9Z are going to try and put the pressure on towards quad wall. I hope they don't just go for the drop hatch. There's the blind rolling its way around. It doesn't quite bounce down the way they expected it to. That one does, but I mean, a bit late to be checking the drones to make sure the landing spot is entirely safe. 15 seconds, they're just going to send it. I feel we're about to see the end of it. They pull themselves back in. There's a trade out, an easy couple of pickups. 6 seconds, no kit, 3 versus 3. They're in, they're off the kit, and they're going to hold F, but can there be a moment? It's a vertical potential retake. There's the swing round. There's the pre-fire. And that is all she wrote, Demo.
Guys still outside copy window. Well, that's all happening. Get yourself in there. Cover the plant. Oh, dear. I mean, look, we knew it was only going to go one way, Emmy, with how it started. Like, ENX were by far and away the better side. There's no denying that. And, yeah. What more can you say? Just probably a game that I think some of us may want to forget.
Yeah, I mean, it was a forgettable experience, I think. It got us through it. It went to the sort of pace of it. It went how it went. And I think it went how we expected it to go. Maybe not as fast. I would have liked for a bit more fight in the first 3 rounds. They weren't even in the lobby. But hey, that's the end of a season that I think they'll also want to forget as well. Sadly for both of them, ENX put a bit of a showing in at the end. But that is all for our first game. So let's go to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down.
Wow, 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 wow.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Well, that one was as open and shut as it gets. A dominant performance from ENX. 9Z unfortunately unable to come away with a single win on stage 2. What a game. What a map. It really did bring the chaos that some of us were hoping for. So we've got a chance to talk to Sexy Cake a little bit more about what it was like inside of that chaos. Sexy Cake, congratulations on closing out the stage with a win. Tell me what it was like playing this game. I mean, obviously it was a wild one to watch. What did it feel like in the game?
I don't know how, what I even say about this game, because we just came to win and they came not to lose, so it was not a good game.
Well, Sexy Cake. Oh, never mind. That's all you thought.
That's okay. I'll just say, obviously, you know, you guys didn't have the best stage so far. Unfortunately, you guys can't make it to playoffs. That being said, what is the process like when you guys lose a game or lose a couple of games? How do you guys try to improve from that point on so that it doesn't happen going forward? What are you guys trying to work towards for next year?
I think every split is a different thing. So this one, it was like we thought we had like good communication, and we were going to the matches like really focused. And when we start playing the matches, we always almost every match that we played, we lose like the first 3 rounds. And it's just because we're not awake and we're not like ready to play. And this, I think, is it was our most problem in this split. So it was what we were trying to focus, but we couldn't get it. And yeah, I think that's it. We're just trying to like make this right, just entering the game like more focused, more ready to play, and not like have some miscommunication, some bad decisions. And I think that's it.
Well, Sexy Cake, I kind of want to ask you on a more personal level. You've obviously been in Siege for quite some time. You've won things. I'm just curious kind of where your mental is at. Obviously, you know, when you look back at your glory days, when you were finding that success, you were on one of the top teams. I'm just kind of curious, like, how you're doing knowing everything has gone the way that it's gone. And how are you yourself going to kind of bounce back and try to get back to that reign back, you know, when you were on that Liquid roster?
Yeah, like I know it's been in rough times since that time. So I think like my mental is great because I even if I lost, I like start to study what I can do better and what's the problems. And I'm a very persistent guy, so. Like even in these dark times, I'm really hopeful that I can be on the top again. So yeah, I think it's just a rough way to go, and I'm ready to continue, and I'm ready to be better, and I'm ready to like doesn't matter what's the difficulty. I just want to try to do it because I love Siege, and I think that's it.
I love that drive.
All right, Sexy Cake, thank you so much. We don't know where we're going to see you next. This is the last play day. We don't know what relegation is going to look like, where you are going to end up, but we wish you the best, and we hope to see you competing in more SAL down the line.
It's okay, guys. I'll be back.
Heck yeah. All right, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you, guys.
Well, what a finish from ENX. They did want to end with a bang, and that they did, Fox. That much was clear. 9Z from the start were outgunned, outmatched, outplayed from the first 5 rounds to some big clutch moments. It was ENX all the way.
Yeah, I think Sexy Cake said it best, that obviously 9Z came to not to lose, and that really is what it looked like. It looked like 9Z was scared to make plays. They were scared to take position, hold position, and I think that comes down to the mentality of why they're constantly losing these games. It really is a mental battle, because all of these rounds, I mean, it just looks like 9Z, it's not even a matter of individual skill. Like, it looks like they are just they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're playing. They don't know where they're sitting. They don't know, like, to only win 1 round on your defensive half on a bank is very abysmal. So, you know, I don't want to rip into 9Z too much, but it really just looks like they're in their own heads way too much, and they're not even focused on just playing the game in the first step. I mean, ENX, great game for them regardless. You know, what can you really say? Can you really highlight ENX's performance, you know, with playing against a team like 9Z? I'm not too sure. But again, I mean, look at 9Z, 2 players that are just so negative in kills. Yeah, I just don't think they're at the same caliber as even the second worst team in the SAL.
Like I said, whether we chalk this up to them not trying, not playing to lose, whatever it is, I mean, like you said, only getting 1 successful round on your defense on a map like Bank, and then seeing so many of those rounds be played out the way they were. I mean, a basement roam, 4 up top, split around the map, dying everywhere, no trades happening. There's a lot of questions, and this goes into with what I was speaking about. You know, sure, you could blame being in a sub-region that there isn't, you know, that there's a lack of development clearly, but it still goes back to the basic fundamentals of where Siege is at its core. And watching this game and watching 9Z through and through, clearly there is a huge discrepancy in terms of those basic fundamentals. And when they've played Bank over how many times now in this stage, I believe this was their 3rd time, to even look worse this time around, I don't know. It's pretty perplexing at this point, and I am disappointed because it does make our league look like a joke. You're coming into this, so many people would kill to be in this position, to be able to play at this level, and to just put up performances like this back to back, and then on your last day to just make it look like an absolute nightmare. It's honestly a slap in the face. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. As for ENX, I'm very impressed with them. I mean, they came in ready, they came in calculated, they had many flawless rounds, playing after each other, playing trades. I mean, I saw Monty snipe someone through Skylight. I've never seen that in my entire career. So I want to give ENX all the praise that they deserve, because they did show up. They did play like their lives were on the line, regardless of nothing being at stake for them. I think that is important to commend them and show them the respect that they deserve. And as for 9Z, yeah, it's definitely time to exit the scene.
Well, ENX, they did have their moments, certainly. And of course, Florio, a little bit more moments coming in as your match MVP. He had that 3K in that 5th round, which was surrounded by some really good team play as a whole, Fox. I mean, I think you could look at any one of these players in this particular matchup and say that they were the winning reason for this team. It really wasn't even close. Florio, of course, a big part of that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's moments like these where, like I said, it's the best part about seeing teams that are matched in skill at the bottom of the leaderboard able to go head to head, and you can see these glimmers of hope, these shining stars that are slowly being cultivated into great players that can compete against teams like Furia, teams like FaZe. So obviously, Florio, huge game. I mean, ENX as a whole looked really well, more prepared when it came to this matchup, but it's just really good to see an individual have a great performance when they can. It goes to show that they can compete. They obviously can get the kills when they need to, and everything else past that point is just little minute details, little intricacies of ENX just needing to strategically get on that level of the top 6 teams. And once they're there, they have the players that'll be able to go head to head, hopefully. So they just need to be able to, you know, work out a few kinks when it comes down to the strategy aspect, and they'll be sitting pretty.
Well, as we said, this one did not have standings implications for the most part. Obviously, ENX currently over Black Dragons, but Black Dragons still in the hunt for that 6th place spot. If they have their way in just a bit, 9Z, they will remain with 0 points on the bottom of the standings. But for our second matchup, we shift to the top of the standings. And the great part is we get to see Furia in action again to close out the stage. They'll be in regional finals and they'll be in playoffs, Laxing. But the great part is they will get this day continuing to develop as they take on Liquid in just a moment. That matchup should have a little bit more in terms of weight. We talk about Furia, Foxe in the same breath as many other Titan teams in Siege. This stage has been no exception. They are undefeated so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to a team like Furia, I mean, they're undefeated. They're the best team in the world. And this stage, we've been saying it all throughout the stage, it's obviously a statement piece for them, a statement game for them to be able to win. So that puts them in a position where they want to go undefeated. It's a matter of pride. We spoke to Igor in week 1. He said, we haven't won anything since Reload. And to them, to me, that stood out as a comment that they themselves don't feel satisfied with how much they've won. They're not satisfied with being a team that just makes it the playoffs and then turns up at the events. They want to be able to start the dominance in the region of SAL, go onto those playoffs, go to the major event in Munich, and obviously dominate there. And it goes without saying, I'm sure we're going to be able to see them in Munich. I mean, they've been looking way above every other team in the league so far. I don't see them taking the foot off the gas. I mean, the players on the team, JV92 has been having an outstanding stage. I just don't see anybody on this team slowing down, and they want to close out this stage with a perfect record.
I think the biggest thing for me that has really made this Furia roster just be even more dominant than we're used to seeing them, especially in the SAL, was breaking that ceiling and getting through that ceiling of beating FaZe. Always losing to them, especially in big moments, but even in last stage, going into that Grant and then going into those finals, winning that match against FaZe, having that bounce back, and then coming into this stage, adopting a new style of play, of being able to play off one another, has really ramped up Furia to be even more scary than what we've seen from this roster. And to even to your point, seeing JV92 currently at the top of the leaderboard for Furia, where, again, last stage, a lot of the backing, especially in the group stage, came from KZ, and KZ's now middle of the pack. Herds is back at the top. Bellypox is in the middle. The only one lacking right now is Nade, but even then, when I say lacking, I got to say that very lightly, because even if Nade isn't performing on the board, I can only imagine what he's doing still into that round to give the rest of the players their success and their drive. But again, this entire roster has all stepped up on every single front in their own individual prowess, and it's no surprise that they are absolutely dominating the SAL currently.
Well, another team that has had their dominant moments, maybe this stage not quite as much, this year not quite as much, that's Team Liquid, right? We've always talked about this roster and what they've been able to do this stage. They haven't gone undefeated like Furia, but they're 5-3. They're still putting up numbers, and they are locked in for playoffs, and they are also locked in for regional finals. So with Maya at the helm, someone who has been doing a lot lately, Lax, this is a roster that is continuing to show that they can compete on a regional and international level.
Well, Maya's always continuing to perform. There's never not a day where Maya doesn't perform ever since coming onto this roster. But for me, I think, honestly, with time, as this continues, I think this might be one of the best iterations that Liquid will have. I think with more time, they will cultivate a better environment. They will be a better team overall, and we're seeing that already throughout the stage, even in the early stage. Granted, I missed a lot of games due to unforeseen events in my life, but I am happy to see where Liquid is playing at right now and where they are placing, that we are going to see them in playoffs comparatively to what we saw them in the previous stage. They're definitely making more of a faster pace to get there. So for me, when I'm looking at this roster as a whole, and at least from what I've seen throughout this stage, they are making the right strides. Maya being a big proprietor as to why they're finding that stride. But even for a player like Diaz, coming over here, learning the SAL format again, having to get comfortable, Diaz has been surprisingly doing very well, and I'm happy to see him move from the NAL and find success, especially after everything now. So to see him doing well is great. And even Ness taking a little bit of a back seat, still middle of the pack. But I think if this roster really wants to start finding their stride, it really comes down to Lenda for me, being their support player, being their shield player. If he can be utilized better, or not even just being utilized better, if he can start playing better himself, I think that's where we will really start to see this Liquid roster, especially on those attacks, really start to thrive. And then when it just comes to their defenses, I think it's just more of a matter of tightening up and not being so loose in some areas with some of their players, because all of these players can frags. And if you can just look similar to exactly how Furia plays, if they can dial in a little bit of that and reel it more into their play, I think we really will start to see this Liquid roster kind of carry the name that we were used to seeing years back.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a player like Maya, he's always going to perform. But I will say, Diaz has been the saving grace for this team, because as this role change has been able to progress, Nesk has been able to find, ups and downs. Obviously, he's still that player that consistently is becoming those opening deaths for Liquid, but he's been finding his footing a little bit more. As for the rest of the team, it really falls down to Maya, and he's always been alone. And now he has Diaz on that back line that's able to pick up those stats. He's able to make things a lot better. But the biggest issue for Liquid is comfortability. And we've seen the progression, but it's still this hot and cold Liquid, a lot better in terms of their previous rosters, but still hot and cold. I mean, to lose in week 2 to Los, to then the last play day, absolutely smoke show in 7-0 Loud. We've been able to see them progress and get better and better with time as everyone's gotten a lot more comfortable with the role swaps. So hopefully as this continues, yeah, like you said, Lax, hopefully we can see Lenda be able to find more impact now that they're starting to find this footing in this new rendition of Liquid.
It's a shame that we're seeing this matchup so late in the stage, because this is always a battle. Now, there may not be playoff implications on the line today, but you can expect this one to be a show. A ton of big matchups overall, head-to-head in all time and throughout the regional leagues. Just in stage 1, Laxing, this was an 8-7 brawl on Clubhouse that Furia ended up taking. But even though this is at the end of the stage, I expect this to be similarly competitive.
You know, when I'm looking at this all time, is that counting the old Furia roster? Is this just like org to org and not like when they were W7M? Because this seems insane to me, to say the least. I don't think it's counting the W7M stride. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of unfortunate that we're seeing this happen now. But I mean, again, the way Furia is playing, if anything, Liquid should take from what Furia is implementing and just kind of adopt some of their play style and just also learn what they can do going against this team in playoffs. So there's a lot on the line here in terms of just being able to take knowledge from and being able to extrapolate from. But in terms of their positionings, again, Furia gets this win. They're still sitting in first, second. Doesn't really matter. And for Liquid, they might go up in a placing and then who they might run into early into the playoffs. Again, fact of the matter is both these teams are just happy that they are in playoffs and they can get to a best of 3 and not have to play in this best of 1 format anymore and have to worry about those points.
Yeah.
8-7 clubhouse brawl in 1. This one is, if you're thinking about ups, as you mentioned, we're thinking that, oh, maybe low too much in terms of that. What should they do here?
I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a bad map for Furia when it comes to the map pool. Wherever they go, they're going to be comfortable on. When it comes to a map like Liquid, they're probably not trying to show any of their good maps. They're just finding their footing when it comes to everything. So going to a map like Chalet makes a good amount of sense. They played a little bit throughout this stage, but Furia, we always know the more aggressive team on a map like Chalet is going to find success. And Furia loves Chalet. A lot of teams just auto-ban it. And I'm surprised Furia is even going to Chalet because we've only seen them play Bank and Lair throughout the whole stage. And we've asked them countless times, when are we going to see something? And the one thing they always say is, everyone banned Chalet against us. Everyone banned Cafe against us. So now we're seeing them look to play a very aggressive Chalet, have a little bit more fun when it comes to that map. And so I'm expecting to see Liquid, specifically Maya, a lot more loose, a loose cannon, let off the leash, just to be able to, you know, back and forth brawl. That's what I'm hoping for.
I mean, it's been 71 days since we've seen Furia be able to play Chalet. And last stage, they were 0-2 on it. So the fact of the matter that they're allowing this to go through, that they're going to play it, just only reinforces the fact for me that they aren't trying to show off anything here. It's if a map they get a win underneath their belt, great. Then be a banned map maybe going forward into playoffs. And as for Liquid, it's more of a comfort map for them to just be able to test something out, get the test of the feel against Furia again. But overall, again, I think this map makes sense for both teams. Liquid isn't going to be needing to show anything new. It's a map that they already know. It's a map that they've already displayed. And then as for Furia, it's a map they haven't shown. And it's just more of a matter of, do we want to use it? Do we not want to use it? Let's just see what happens here. We don't need to reveal anything.
Well, in this opportunity that both of these teams have to, see what they can do to show us if they want to end this stage with a bang, or maybe it is just keep some maps, keep some strats in pocket, whatever it may be, we know that it should be a good one. And to bring us the action, it's over to Fluke and Demo as we dive in.
Thank you very much, and dive in we shall. Will we get a proper start to the day now? I really hope so, because although there's still, arguments of what to play for and the preparation towards best of 3s, it's two great teams on their day, and I want to see that exemplified here on Chalet.
Yeah, I think Chalet, it's usually a Brazilian map. Whenever it comes to international competitions, we usually say don't be taking Brazilian teams to Chalet, so it's good to see Chalet be running here. It's going to be a great map, I think, for both of these sides. Obviously, Furia has been very clever in terms of what they've done this stage. They've only shown 2 maps right the way through. And now they have Chalet, which, again, it's nothing new. I think Furia are a team where they can play every map. It's a reason why they win back-to-back trophies, because they are just so in-depth and so in tune with the game. They can play anywhere.
There's like the weird element here about Furia with this map as well, is on the sort of top end record, the 2 times they've played it over the past half a year, both losses, but both against FaZe. So it's sort of that like statistical pool of being like, okay, well, is that something that is truly going to get tested? Yeah, they were pretty abysmally beat and knocked around, but most teams would be on a great FaZe map by a great FaZe team. So here, coming up against Liquid, sure, Liquid recently sort of 4-0 on this map. They've taken, Black Dragons twice, Loud and ENX. It's not the most sort of locked-in thing. They got the 7-0 against Loud, fine, but it's against Loud. You gotta see how they handle against the top-end teams, and this is going to be a good test because there's a good chance that this map demo does show up in best of 3s.
Yeah, it was... Actually, it was going to be the decider map in the best of 3 that Liquid and Furia played last stage. We never got there because Furia 2-0'd it, but certainly it is a map that we've seen already just in prior engagements. Look, it's a map both of them are more than happy to play against each other. You know, and I also believe that the last time that we did see Chalet played by both of them, it was all the way back at the Manchester Major, Emmy, where obviously that was a massive win for the Liquid side, taking down Furia, who had obviously came off the back of a Grand Slam. So, obviously, I think looking at a map like Chalet, this is going to be an area that Liquid, I think, will say, you know what, we can exploit them here. We've had their number before. You know, we'll probably still have it again. You know, they're going to be feeling very, very confident in this map.
Well, at this point, obviously, as they can sort of look towards what they can get out of it, where they can get themselves placed, Furia have already locked themselves in the top 2, maybe even the top 1 of the top 2. Their seeding, I don't know if it can change. Technically, I think NIP can draw if Furia get beat quite a bit and their round difference drops and NIP win by quite a bit and their round difference goes up. That could balance things out, and that could put a bit of a threat here. Liquid, they have the chance to jump up the table a little bit, but then it becomes in this region where there's so many great teams, pick your poison, right? There's no easy route through the first bracket. There's no easy route through the second. You're brawling the entire way to get towards one of the top sort of seats in this sort of region. And as you can see, just having a very, very quick sorting out the lobby itself. I don't think, yeah, Liquid can't move on the overall top 6 as well. Can't be caught by Loud, can't catch FaZe above them on a 34-28-23 split. So there's no real worry in the playoff of the regional finals. But a moment to breathe here, Demo. Now,
yep,
if I want to be your old duo, Ollie, was he pro Liquid or anti-Liquid?
Oh, he was Liquid. He was always Liquid. I was always FaZe.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how we kind of operated. And again, FaZe and Liquid was always our favorite matchup. You know, it was the game that we always said that's the one you want to see. You know, red versus blue, good versus evil, depending what side of the line you're standing on.
Evil.
Yeah, that's the way we hyped it up. That's what it was like. It was do or die.
Good versus evil is definitely a phrasing for a team esport. Where does Furia fall in that argument for you?
Oh, Furia Furia was like Stanley. They're the ones who they create everything. You know, they're Stan that would say, I don't care what these guys are doing anyway. I can just write that I want it. So that's the way Furia are always viewed. You know, those two can have a bit of a fight, and you know, yeah. Furia was like the Green Power Ranger in all this.
So wait, hang on. I'm curious what you mean on the breakdown of they were the Green Power Ranger.
They're the most powerful one, aren't they?
Is that true?
You don't see them a lot. Whenever they have to do the business.
Is that true?
Of course it is.
I thought the Power Rangers were all just the same, just different colors and different weapons.
No. Right. So you always start off with like your 5 or like your 3, and it's usually like red, pink, blue, yellow, pink, black, usually, and then you would then transition into the Green Power Ranger, who was like really powerful, really special. And then you also had the White Power Ranger, and he was even better. He was even more advanced than that guy. So there's a whole range of stuff in the Power Rangers.
Wow. I didn't know anywhere near as much as I did know about Power Rangers because I watched it when I was a kid. And like most of us, I don't have any memories before I'm at the age of like...
Oh, I do. I always loved Ninja Storm. That was my favorite one.
Ninja Storm?
Yeah.
Okay. I know what to get you for Christmas now.
Nope. That's not what I've asked for.
I'm going to get you Power Rangers Ninja Storm. Other Power Rangers products are available. Hey, we're in the game.
Power Ranger bed covers.
Yeah, I think you've already got those though.
No, that's the pajamas I have. I need the bed sheets to match. Yeah.
Right. Okay. We're in the game. Furia, Team Liquid, Chalet, bit of a brawl, yada yada yada. It's unknown map from Furia, but they've got a good pool. Liquid 4-0 run against sort of bottom table teams recently. We're up to speed now. Let's have a look and see how it plays together. Furia starting on the attack. Demo double shield ban they've got to deal with.
Yeah, for a map like Chalet, I do find that pretty surprising. Most strategies that you can run with the Blitz, for example, but I mean, if you do your prep work well, typically pocket rushers are only going to work, you know, if there is going to be a gap, which I suppose is pretty in line with the Brazilian line, I think. You know, very good opportunity spotters that we have in this region, but certainly the Monte, I don't really know what great value you're going to get from that, mostly because there's a lot of instances where we would see like a Monte be brought in and would, you know, start walking and just get C4'd from below. I think that's like a big issue that Montes would have. You know, you can't walk into the lobby, you might get C4'd from downstairs, try and walk in for sort of fireplace. Again, same thing happens. So I think going for those bans, a little bit off the beaten track.
Well, they've opted to at least bring the third potential shield. Fuse, no. Blackbeard, they'll see if they can try and root themselves some control here as the pressure comes on towards the main stairs, but they're not going to entirely opt for themselves as of yet. Felipox stares in at a billiards table and wants to start playing some games with the defenders, but there's some to offer some countenance. It's not an entirely barren site at this point, so instead peels back, just draws enough focus to say, hey gang, I'm here, and read that all towards the players on the top. Like the hatch is locked as well, so it's going to cause a little bit of a change-up potential as Herds watches, waits, and hopes that he hasn't been seen slipping into this position. But as the pop-in goes, the hop-in goes, and they're suddenly behind the wall itself. They can't really see beyond their face, but what a prediction there! And look at the kills explode from Furia. Lender does great work to get a double back, but there's the pressure. JV92 cuts it in half. However, leveled up. Lender finally put out of the misery of Furia to get the last two, but great hold there. Was it a single player? Was it Liquid able to operate? I guess time will tell.
I mean, that was a great explosion, and, you know, that's, I think, kind of quintessential of what we see on Chalet inside of Brazil. All it takes is just that first kill, and then everything just opens up, and who can trade the kills back and forth better, and obviously Furia did. Again, on a map like Chalet, I think it is a map where you can take your time. Yeah, because you don't have to worry about going through like electrified walls and, you know, being stalled up by like a tub and a cade, for example, what you would see on, you know, Clubhouse, for example. Chalet, you can afford a bit of time just to get yourself set up in position. I think this is a map where team play has to be off the scales. The crossfires you can establish and the trades that you have from exterior windows, really long lines of sight as well. DMRs, I think, have a great time on Chalet because, again, long lines of sight from the exterior windows, and then also plenty of soft walls on this map. You can obviously create those massive bullet holes with the DMR, and again, opens up another crossfire. Your team play needs to be just there in abundance if you want to make things happen. And yeah, Furia, you've seen the idea. They were just waiting for that first pick to come in, and then everyone goes.
From this point onwards here, Furia, will they be able to get that first pick in a proverbial sense of it being the round itself, and then just push this game over towards the end? As I said, unless they have a disastrous day, an NIP of a great day, they're sitting in that top seed, and that might alter things beneath them, because the seeding for that second spot in the top two and who will fall third and fourth is actually still very hotly contested throughout this day. I think even Liquid had a potential to have a sniff at one of the top seats, but not the top two, so their day is a little bit more settled in sand. Lender obviously had a great opening round. As I said, I'm curious to see if that's something that continues its way through. A triple kill and then not getting the round is a bit of a blow, but still. It was I'm not going to say an awkward first site to pick. They made the decision, and it's a common site in the rotation. It's a lot of teams' second site. A first site, not as much. And the surprise factor might not have caught them anything, but it played into the explosivity of Furia you mentioned. This one has a little bit more cooking that needs to be done internally, so they'll steady themselves away. But Liquid, I mean, the hold for this site. Oh. Think how far this hold extends for where the site is, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, this is like pretty typical of what we would see Furia do in their defense as well. I think they were, whenever they were back known as W7M, they were the kind of first adopters of this strategy where you would have that aggressive shield looking in towards library, only reinforce up one side of the main breach, and then just play the long angles. But, you know, Liquid's running the strat against the inventors, which, you know, they're going to know the weaknesses of their own strategy sometimes. And I think maybe that DMR through the wall very early on certainly has done so. And, you know, Ness going down in that fashion didn't even really get a chance to get a gunfight. Yeah, not a great start, but you can even see for Furia, you know, they've seen that setup. They're wise enough to think, why would we even think about pushing that? Let's just go to solar side. Let's make it easy for ourselves.
Yeah, as you said, you know, it's running it against the creator. It's like taking a hamburger to Hamburg. They just do it better, I assume. Never been. Pressure underneath. Solarium position, holding on and hoping for a fight at this point, but it's not quite gifted to them. Instead, the Deimos will peel back with that revolver as the calls come out. They haven't capitalized on the end of it, but they almost get a drift in towards the fight as JV92 and KZ both take a lot of damage, but they get a kill. There goes Lender. Once again, there's gone Lender. Now you got to see if you can try and get something on the back of it. Dafo's got one for the round itself. They're going to swing round on towards the bathroom position, gets a big bite, but doesn't quite get the end of it. Now they know that they are trapped though, but think about where the kit is and how they're going to try and get it in. Well, it's nowhere right now. A 2 versus 2. Someone's in a frostmat. Oh, that's tragic. That's even worse.
Do you know what the comical thing is about that frostmat? It's the one whenever the Duckby jumped in the window was looking for it. It was placed slightly to the left, not to catch somebody jumping in through the window. It's if you walk into piano, which is kind of what just happened. I mean, like, that's a tough one because obviously you can just say, oh, why didn't the Duckby destroy the frostmat? Which, you know, yeah, probably that's what you put that down to. But then again, he didn't want to make noise. That he jumped in, and obviously him firing the gun would have let them know that. So it's a very awkward situation. We'll put it down to that.
One apiece. And I sort of made a comment where I was like, is this going to be a lender-driven show? No. But then Dafo comes in with the 3K. And that sort of pushes that previous round on. Obviously, Maya and Lender found 1 kill apiece themselves, but it shows there's always still that possibility. On Chalet, there's this almost pop-off factor. Now, every map can have a pop-off factor. It's not just attributed to few. But when the map suddenly becomes quite tight and you're against an explosive team like Furia are, it gives you those moments a little bit more handily. You get these quick swing rounds, you get these quick blows and pressures on the momentum here, and especially in what is generically a shieldless game, and also a structureless or a structure-hindered game on the defense with only really Azami as the only sort of manufacturer of different and alternate covers. You have these options to have these pop-off players, have these pop-off moments. On the other side, same sort of story for Furia. JV92 had a big round in the opening round, but often does. You sort of put it to the side of it, and then since then it has kept going. Ish. The rest of the team, unfortunately, locked out a little bit more. You're kind of looking at expectation here. Quick pressure. As Red and Trench gets open up, they give themselves an angle to peer around on, and now they can watch towards a hatch and, ooh, just get a bit sneaky on anyone in dining demo. There it is.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, absolutely superb. They knew what they were after. They wanted to eliminate that guy straight away on that hatch. Now with obviously dining being, I would say, a fairly easy place to take because there's only going to be one guy left up there. That, of course, being Nest right now on the Mozzie, who also needs to be careful. I mean, he could also fall to the same kind of trip. As you can see, he's trying to hold his ground. But really, all it takes is just a double up. 2 attackers push Nest and just get the trade kill. But also, so the Fury is actually just going to try and execute into the main garage. I mean, we don't see this all too often.
Well, they cut their way across, put us in the 4 versus 2, and Nesk has to try and slip his way back down towards the site itself from Snowmobile and fight back into a site that is in no way theirs right now. Where do you go? What do? You hope for a C4 on the top, but they've got the plant on the back end, and Daffa in the meantime has fought their way back in. Fine, but they can watch this from above. And they got to wait for their own utility to clear at this point. It's a little bit of a tragic retake here. 1 player tucked on the trash. They seem to have an idea that somebody was here. They are still. Swing around 20 seconds. Good first. The 2 versus 2. Outside around. And there's the swing, as I said. As soon as they showed up, there's a trade out. It's a triple kill there for Daffo. They're going to play around. Nade. Has to operate. Does. Pulls away and wins it. But got very close.
Yeah, I just didn't have the time. Didn't play around that 1v1. Pretty easy clean up there for Furia. They lead 2-1. And again, it's just that opportunity spotting there for Furia. Nice little split take. Obviously, Liquid were expecting the kind of traditional take where you move in free trench, you try and gain access to that dining hatch. That was where the pressure, kind of left them. Because that first kill happened inside of dining, automatically Liquid are thinking, because they've just killed one of the guys in dining, that's where they're going to go next because they know that we're substantially weaker. So then as Liquid start shifting themselves into position to try and probably gear up for that traditional take, maybe send some more support over towards Nesk, you then kind of leave the other bomb site wide open. And that was the opportunity that presented itself. And Furia well, there's only probably one guy in connector. If we can kill him, we're in and we can get a plant down. And that's exactly what they did. They got the double trade. They pushed deep in towards connector. And then once that diffuser goes down, really difficult. We know that retake. Massive open breach garage leads in to the outside area of the map. Yeah, it's just going to be an absolute nightmare to retake. So Furia, again, just the levels of understanding that they have in this game, Emmy, it's, yeah. What can you say about Furia that hasn't already been said before?
They're terrible?
Right.
Well, that's something that hasn't been said before. In a weird way, that's a compliment, Furia fans, before you start thinking I've called them terrible. Wait, let me explain. It's a compliment. At this point, obviously, I like the intensity of this game. This is night and day compared to the first game. Think about it in the elements of technically there's the same amount of stakes, right? A different story, fine, because these two teams are preparing for what is inevitably to become. If anything, there is more that these two teams could theoretically be hiding going into this game. They can't change positions. They're in the seeding places that they're in, sort of, at least the seeding brackets. And they know they have best of threes coming up very, very soon against each other. You probably want to, hide the cards, keep them to your chest. But there is great reading of each other. There's great back and forth. Whether they're playing their A strats and their A book, I couldn't tell you, but they're definitely playing a good game. Unfortunately, a game that does have seemingly another quick break. As that is the plague we must have in exchange for Great Siege. How's your day been?
Well, about an hour ago, I seen something that I wish I didn't, and then now we're here.
That's true.
That's my day. But I think at the moment, for certainly Furia, I think things are pretty on course for the kind of 4-2 half that we're expecting. Generally, is what we see in Chalet is more attacker-sided victories, just because, again, it leans into, I think, a very claustrophobic map for defenders whenever different crossfires and angles start getting opened up. And as long as you can just, combo the crossfires with a bit of util, and you reap really easy kills from an attacker perspective. You get some of the easiest kills that you can just from sitting outside in a window.
Well, hands on keyboards and mice. Seems we might be drifting back in. Oh no. Looking out the window. I hear ticks.
Attackers need to locate
and we're back in.
Bombs.
I don't want to be the bearer of news, but I think that's 2 pauses over 3 rounds. It'll be fine. Everything's ironed out now. Touch wood.
Bomb located by
Cross your fingers. What's the lucky thing that you do? Do you have a lucky thing?
Nope.
Okay.
I actually don't.
Do you believe in luck?
That's.
I don't know if I've heard anybody think this hard on a question.
I want to make sure I get it right,
I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer.
I'm gonna go with yeah. Did I get it right?
Yeah, I
Good. Where we take our time.
if we were to divide talent by who believes in luck and who doesn't believe in luck, I feel like Tim no. Aces. Oh, it's all hard work. Ollie as well. Ollie would believe in luck spitefully. He's like, oh, other people are lucky, I'm not. Those are my two impressions. I just sort of go slightly higher and slightly lower for the two. Anyway. 2 shields banned and a Dockerby and a self-flash. I love it when people forget what key does what on that operator. Wanted to place the claymore, press the wrong key. It happens. But it happens a lot.
Not much is really happening here for Furia, and they're just looking for that pick, but a bit of a lash out there from KZ. He's tried to jump in for Westman without doing his drone work, but that's a fantastic trade though from Herds. And I was not expecting a second person to also be coming in the exact same way, and because of that, it will now open up that bomb site, and they are going to be inside a kitchen. They need to try and get this diffuser down though. Liquid still have very firm control in and towards this top floor, and that hatch, of course, is going to be opened up. So Philippox just, he's very nervous. He doesn't know if he can go for this or not. I mean, he probably could, but no, with the impact above now, yeah. He's not going to be able to get any plant down inside a kitchen, and there's the pressure from Nesk, who is still inside of dining. And Liquid look as though they're going to hold steadfast here on this dining.
It's almost the next to go, and is as Nate does get one for the end of the road, but a 1 versus 3. They have all the control they could need and want. Double stacked bodies on the back of the site with the keepers rebuilding it, and still has to go and try and retake vertical. It's a 1 versus 1, but it's the only fight you could try and take, even against the uncomfortable terrain. The Banshee will call out the position on the approach. Oh, does get a bite out of Daffo, but didn't expect it, so doesn't cement it down. It's wasted about 20 seconds. The C4 runs over the top. Does get the end of the kill. 40 seconds in a 1 versus 2 here. Nade. Now they've pushed up. They've separated their positions just a little. They can try and operate on a return swing, but oh, as Diaz tucks and rolls. Liquid get around.
Yeah, good from Liquid. I think good reaction though, you know, realizing that, hey, they're kind of in the bomb site. We need to get moving here, and you know, impacts above, put a lot of pressure onto that Blackbeard, made sure that they just couldn't plant safely. And you know, we've seen, you know, great POV from the Blackbeard, just nowhere that he could really think was safe enough to get that diffuser planted, and that just comes crashing to a halt. That's good from Liquid. You know what kind of team Furia are like, and the way that they will go for those little pocket, I wouldn't say full rushes, but certainly just if they see an opening, they'll just fire everything that they have into it. It's good to see that Liquid adapting, holding fast. 2 more rounds left in the half. Liquid, I mean, they've got the 2 defenses, which I think is, again, pretty typical, but they have a good opportunity to get more.
I think that's the sort of split, right? That, you know, as I said, they get that round, they're back and forth, they're trading rounds here. The rounds as well that they lost, they weren't a million miles away. You look at sort of round 1, okay, Lender was doing a lot of the work, and then it pulls away. You look at round 3, and it was, what was a 4 versus 2 post plant. They almost pull back. It's a 1 versus 1 fight around a bomb chassis. It's not sort of, you know, it's not an unshakable position that Furia ever feel. And that's really, really good bite backs in here from Liquid on what is a great aggressive map. It's one that can have splits either way. Again, this is a map that, as I said at the start of this, Liquid have a really good recent record on. Yeah, I made the sort of comment that it's against teams that won't test them as much. I want to see them test it against bigger teams. This is that. Furia, they're an 0-2 against FaZe both times on this map. Maybe it's just really not a map that they want to come to, but maybe, again, that's why they're playing it today, right? Don't show what there's going to be in the best of 3s. Sort of work on a game that you might otherwise not get a chance to. Every day is a school day demo, and there's no tougher school than the school of hard knocks and playing a T1 competitive match. Kind
of what you mentioned about, obviously, Furia, and they're showing Chalet here today, and they've remember, they've only shown 2 other maps this stage, so they've still got 6 maps that we have not seen from this side so far in stage 2. So it really does give them a lot of options whenever we head into the playoffs, which realistically for both of these teams, it's just about build momentum going into those playoffs. So see how Furia are going to attack this top floor now, and they have already let loose with quite a lot of util. I mean, Capitao has dumped 3 out of his 4 arrows. Both of the smokes are gone. Still 1 more fire in the pocket, though. They have also got a way in through Solar into bedroom, with that wall now being opened up, but going to be Diaz in the hot seat. Of course, inside of closet. Wonder maybe if they'll even rotate maybe the fire arrow over just to clear that specific position, but it looks as though KZ is pretty locked in and where he is, and here we go. In goes the Blackbeard.
They're in. Now they've got themselves a bit of a lockdown. They're trying to just force the players to be in catchable position, but as the run out comes out, Daffo gets 1, JV92 gets 1 right black, but the Blackbeard is gone. With Herds almost following him, there's a bit of a mishmash of a breach there, but it's not quite fully locked in. Now at this point, what do you do without that Blackbeard? It was your A plan. You got to come up with a B strategy quite quick, but it's a hop out either side with a shotgun full stop at the end of it. Picking them apart here. Liquid held it down. The rotate round gets JV92 1. There's a down player elsewhere. They should be able to get them up at this point, but JV is doing great to cover the distance. Knows his time is quite limited, and the kit is cold. There's 3. 14 seconds, though. We'll have to push for the kills. Almost baits the first into a firefight. Should pop round to his right in just a second. And they do, but again, these rounds, Demo, close, close, close.
I'm really liking the way that Liquid are reacting to what Furia is doing. Yeah, there's 2 really good instances there that I noticed. So the first thing was the guy on the double window rappel. Yeah, always a tedious position that if an attacker is there, it stops all movement happening between the bomb sites. What do? They start trying to take him out. They start trying to pester him. You've got one guy trying to almost bait the shots on the double window, and then you had another guy running out off the office balcony trying to shoot him off the rappel. And then the second instance was, of course, the guy outside in the bathroom balcony. What happened again? They assessed the threat. They had one guy pester him on the window, and then the other guy jump out trying to get that kill. I like that Liquid are not allowing Furia to set up how they want to. They're trying to put as many roadblocks in the way, and it's working. You know, Furia, they're stuck in traffic.
3-2. He said there's always the opportunity for Liquid to get themselves even here. There's an opportunity for them to lock it out with a 4-2. And, you know, on your defense on Chalet, it's not the most sort of common put together thing. The snappiness of Furia just seems to be getting a little bit less. The elasticity is disappearing with every single round and every tug and snap that seems to happen across the previous rounds. It's just fading. You've got usual faces getting usual clutch moments and big kills. But it's almost that question I asked in the opening round of, is it just going to be a game of hero plays for Liquid? It's entirely flipped around to the other side. Where the rounds that Furia got and those moments, are they the ones that are sort of suffering under the mantle? JV and Nade are doing great. Unfortunately, no one else has sort of caught up with that memo currently. Now, a couple of shields and a chance at just a smash and grab here on towards the site. The Fuse and the Blackbeard. Are they just going to send it TM here, Demo?
Well, I think they're going to go for it. They've got the shield primed and ready. I think maybe 2 shields primed and ready. Blackbeard's probably going to run deep, while, of course, Nade's going to try and get in and go for that to Fuse, and the Glass being that overwatch with the smoke. And here we go. Is there any response?
Well, they do get 2 kills out at the end of it, but the plant might get secured second too late. It's a secured plant, but it's a 5 versus 2. The problem, this is known as being one of the toughest retakes in all of it. However, they do have a great numbers advantage. They just have to run this as a team. Oh yeah, 4 Keebers. Didn't notice that factor. Maya, the man of the moment, could be the one to cut it across. Smoke pops off, 20 seconds. They've got to do something sooner rather than later. There's Keeper 1. Keeper 2 is going to not quite operate in the time. There it is, but the Glass is just doing the damage. Got to reload. There's the hop out. Perfectly played in time, but they've got to get on the kit here. They're on it and they're off with that last kill. Liquid 4-2. Waited so the operation would come together.
Yeah, phenomenal work. I think from Liquid, really good patience. Again, I think Liquid are great at just the team play in this game. I mean, look, we have been very critical of Liquid throughout this stage. Yeah, it's not been their best showing, a very inconsistent side. This is, in my opinion, by far their best stage that they've played this stage.
Yep.
100%. If you look at the core fundamentals of how you play Chalet, it's all about the trade game, doubling up where you can, winning your engagements. Liquid are doing that really, really well. In the 2v5, they took their time. They talked about what they wanted to do. 3 guys, go and try and, challenge the big window, try and get that diffuser going. You've got 4 Kibas, which, of course, was the deciding factor, no doubt about it. And then you have the other 2, which you can utilize the other ways of killing players on that big window. 1, jumping out of mud. 2, jumping out of library. They done both of those. It put enough pressure, and they got the trades.
As many bombs as they can. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, Furia. I mean, expected, I wouldn't say so, but there's almost that benefit of the doubt. They're unbeaten at this point as well. Throughout the sort of season, right? It's always sort of worth mentioning and bringing into this conversation. Yeah, 2 of them have gone to overtimes, but there's still wins, and then the other 6 clean as anything. They're the entire reverse of a sort of season elsewhere. Remaining. At this point, them coming here and them sort of being on the back foot, it's a rarity for their form and performance, but not really for this map. Is this going to be another loss? And then one that we haven't seen for a very, very long time from the team. What is this, Herds? There's a shield about to make a friend with him behind himself, assuming there's going to be a break in... Oh, come on, Blackbeard. I'm waiting for Blackbeard. It's being watched. Or are they on drone? It's hard to tell from the outline. No, they weren't. Well, the Lion was, but Maya wasn't.
Yeah, just Maya, ready for it. Herds gives himself up. Absolute pennies there. It's nothing in return. Now Furia. Man down. On a bar defense too, whenever mentioned about the crossfires, this bomb site is probably the worst for in terms of getting claustrophobia. I would, if you do have that, if you do have claustrophobia, I would stay away from this bomb site, because I'll tell you, it gets trapped very, very easily, especially in towards library and fireplaces. You got somebody sat in the 51 window, which is where Nesk is right now. That window just cuts off so many rotation points. Furia still trying to battle back and get the kills, but maybe overdoing it just a little bit there, Ami, is Ken Casey just gives himself up and doesn't really have the... It doesn't really get the gunfight, either just swings and dies.
Well, now it's just JV92 left. Nope. Nope. It's not. Gone as well. Yeah, just sending it, I think, at this point. I guess maybe on this half we're going to see something that might have been more apparent from the beginning. After the first 4 rounds and it was traded back and forth and it was quite close rounds, I was very excited. I said it at the time. I said, this is a cool game. This is a fun game of Siege. It's going to be high Siege. And then, since then, as I said, every single round, the further we stray from the beginning, the further we seem to stray from Furia giving it their all, in some regards. Just trying to send it for those engagements. Okay, maybe. Full stop. Back on the Blackbeard. If they can try and build behind the shield itself, the limitations of, I guess, slowing down the approach here for the defenders. No Banshees to give those early warnings, give them a chance to try and sneak their way in and get some strikes. In fact, the swap of a shield to another shield, slower and steadier here across the top, gives me the impression, with the Sense and the Glaz demo, we might get something a little bit interesting here.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, definitely for Furia, they need to try and get some rounds here, because Furia started very well, 2-1 lead, and yet get a round. Since then, 4 rounds on the bounce, they have lost, and Liquid are looking pretty geared and ready to... I mean, it has to be a solar take. This would be the only logical reason for the lineup that they have. This is the only thing that would probably work. You can use the sense very strongly to just cover off both of the bomb sites. You need to just roll one right down the middle if you want to try and maybe use it from double window. And then you can go for like an easy rappel in if you want to too. So certainly a lot of options that they have with the sense. I'm guessing that the Monty going to be coming up through solar too. That's another great position for the Monty to be in then, just to simply walk in and try and get that plant behind the bed. But you have to try and get through this hole though, inside of kitchen and dining. There's a bit of presence down here from Furia.
They're seeing if they can try and just find that first route in. As you said, the presence here from Furia is covered. They have the holes above. They're sort of walking into a swing trap wherever they seem to go. It's a nice hold here from Furia that's almost playing on contact from every possible position. The shield noisily and bulkily makes its way up, and the only thing sort of come together here is time has been removed from the attackers. A minute 30 and 30 seconds of that is indecisiveness, and it seems like we're still looking at that clock going, okay, well, what do we want to hit first? They're struggling to find the route in, so they push back up here on towards Solarium to see if a fight that might come together. But as the grenades get burnt out, and they suddenly see a second person in the bedroom with a well-thrown C4 knocking the shield, it doesn't get the follow-through, but there it is. Great combo take there. They realized the pressure was coming on them, so why not step it back in? Furia reassert their dominance, and now without a shield and without anybody seemingly inside the building demo, Liquid just false start on this round.
Yeah, I think they were just hoping that it would get some picks, but I think Fury have been pretty reserved in how they've played. They haven't wanted to kind of overextend themselves, and that's kind of what they were guilty of in that last round. So you can see the difference. You're not having to move Liquid under so much pressure. I mean, Maya, at the moment, is just a steam train, just going through everyone right now, Emmy. Only needs to stop him. He's 10-3 in the game. He has on the glass, and still worried about players downstairs inside a kitchen and dining. KZ finally put an end to Maya. Be a second one? No. Ness gets him from the window. Now Liquid, they're scrambling to try and push in towards the other side of the map from where they were originally going to go, but they need to try and get the kills now. And they're doing so. What? Furia have slipped in a banana peel.
I mean, they shouldn't have won that round. With how things work, you have to give credit to them, though. To piece that together, you can see it. Look.
They can't believe it.
They can't believe it. I mean, it's some of the best that they've sort of played, if not the best that they've played this split as well. Yeah, as I said, Fury aren't really giving what feels like their A game. They're undefeated this split. They've had some huge games and they're sorted. But at the same time, they're still brilliant baseline team. The fundamentals, their gunplay, all of that is Furia. You can see that they're a bit frustrated by this. Liquid at the same time, 6-2 up. Round after round, sometimes impossible. I throw us back to when I said this was a tight competition, when we were 2-2. And it could have been already over for Liquid. It came down to a 1 versus 1 from a post-plant situation, which really shouldn't have been in their favor. Great work, great effort. Can this be a great end?
It's always a fixture, Furia versus Liquid, where I always kind of fancy Liquid. I just don't know what it is. They just have a bit of a knack for beating this team. Again, I always think back to that Manchester Major. You know, Liquid didn't go on to win that competition. I mean, they got knocked out in the semi-finals. But the whole thing that Liquid did, and they kind of done everyone else a favor. You know, they done BDS, Beast Coast, all did them a favor. They knocked out the team that was probably going to beat them, being Furia.
Yep.
That's the one purpose why we bring Liquid to events. Just to beat Furia, and that's it. That's their role. But Furia don't win anything.
10 seconds left.
I mean,
and I'm pretty sure they Fury and Liquid also didn't play each other at Reload, so that's maybe why Fury went on to win the competition.
Liquid are just they're the Fury and Nightmare. It's almost like it's the X Once Upon a Time BDS Wolves story where Wolves could not ever beat BDS regardless of their own form.
Beat everyone else, but just not them.
Just could not beat them. Here, The unending performance. They set the external shield out on the ego bout. But what was the team talk? Or what was the sort of lockdown here? They've got to have a flawless return towards the end of this. Obviously, the game that we had just before this also ended. What was it? What, a 7-2? It would, after how this game opened, a massive surprise between these two teams to have ended here. But it's all because Liquid have just been so good.
Yeah, really, really good. Can't fault them. I think game plan, the way that they went into it, I think is exactly how you need to play against Furia. I mean, obviously on their defensive side, that's where I was more impressed. I mean, obviously the attacks are the attacks, but I think trying to kind of stop Furia from attacking, I think is a very difficult thing to do, and Liquid have done a great job at that. Well, there's KZ with the opening pick. And that has taken down the Lion. That's a DMR off the board, more than anything, but speaking of DMRs, there's...
one right back.
One right back, exactly. There are 4 operators that get that on attack, which is just terrifying.
Holding out towards the push before they try and scream their way up. They want to catch whoever that is about to rotate round. They didn't know. But do they know that there's another player up? They're going to find out in a moment. Felipox, the call is very close. And they suffer the spray through from the double window on the balk. Hurt. 4 versus 3. They lost the opening engagement. Since then, pulled back 2. But at this point, with Felipox and Herds only having 4 kills between the pair of them, and now no more from the side of hers. It's a 4 versus 2, 50 seconds. Liquid. Where has this team been? Brilliant siege through and through. Absolutely dismantle Furia at the end of the season. Furia's only lost within regulation sort of season, but I mean, outstanding.
Honestly, hats off to Liquid. That's the perfect play to play against Furia. On their defense, they were doing things together. They were not allowing Furia to set up for their takes. They were very switched on. Any of the quick pocket plays that tried to win for Furia, most of them were dealt with. You know, they reacted so well. I mean, it just felt like on those defenses for Furia, they just kept trying to stop the fire. But they didn't realize that they were pouring gas on it, just more gasoline onto the fire to make it even worse. That's what they tried to do. And yeah, Furia, poor showing from them. Much as Liquid have played well, that's not the usual Fury that we're used to seeing.
No, and how much of that was them just taking it easy at the end? Probably a portion, but at the same time, as I said, still great fundamentals, great team underneath it. It's a credit to Liquid for finding out that hole in the armor. But the hole in our performance right now is a quick break before we're back with the desk.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Liquid take the win over formerly undefeated Furia. What a way to close out the group stage and head into playoffs with a bang. What a win. A Liquid team that looked really, really good. We'll hear more about that success by speaking to Coach Chalet. After this one, we will welcome him in now. Welcome, congrats on a fantastic finish coming into this one. You're playing a team that has beaten you before, that you guys have played a lot of times. What was the preparation coming into a match against the undefeated Furia?
Well, basically, we know how to play against Furia. It was our first game with this lineup, but I'm here with Team Liquid for like 1.5 years, and I lost like only once or twice to Furia, and I won the other game. So this team, this roster knows how to play against Furia. But yeah, the preparation was good. We knew the maps that we were gonna play. So when the match started, like Chalet, when the map veto started, sorry, not the match, we knew that we're gonna win the game, you know. It was between Border and Chalet, and they chose to play Chalet. I don't know why, but yeah.
Well, obviously, it was good for you guys, Chalet. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I kind of want to talk about now with this new roster and kind of what you're bringing to the table here to make sure we get Liquid back to the top and being, you know, one of the main teams coming out of SAL to represent in an international event.
So basically, we have the playoffs on the next weekend. We're prepping every single type of strategy, like aggro strategies, or like more safe, or we can focus on the player as well, like individual issues that we have like on the games, or like communication issues that we're gonna like figure out like in the middle of the game, and then we focus that on the week, on the practices. So basically, we're like trying to improve like every player individually, and like as a team, we're trying to structure like a solid team that is very good, like strategically, sorry. But yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Yeah, congratulations on the win. I want to talk a little bit more about what you said going into Chalet, because we had an interview with Igor where obviously Furia has only played Bank and Lair all throughout the stage, and he said, oh, we've been dying to play a map like Chalet, but everyone bans it against us. Why do you feel like people were banning it against them when you knew all along that you guys could beat them on Chalet?
They're not that great on Chalet. Basically, that's it. We already scrimmed them on that map. We won them versus on that scrim, and it's not only because of the win, of course, not only because of the result, but the way that the game's played, you know. When you analyze some team, you gotta like understand the way that they play. If they play more like structured from like one side, like 5-0, or if they play like 3-2, 2-1-2, or something like that. And when they match the play style that you have, it's perfect. You just know that you're gonna do well on that game, on that map.
Well, final question for you, Chalet. Looking ahead to playoffs, I know you mentioned you're looking into teams, you're prepping strategies. Maybe some insight into your preparation. Is there any team that you are looking forward to playing that you think you guys will be particularly strong against in the playoffs?
I think FaZe. I think FaZe Clan. We know how to play against them. We learned a lot how to play them on the last game and on the scrims. So I mean, I think FaZe Clan is going to be a great match. Almost never won versus FaZe, but they're a strong team. But yeah, I think we figured out how to play against them. So I'm excited to play Vita King and company.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much for your time, and congrats again on the win. We'll see you in the playoffs. Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good one, man. Well, what a win for Liquid. I mean, that right there was domination against a team that is no longer undefeated, Lax. This was a fantastic way to close out the group stage and to head into playoffs. What a performance from them. They looked really good.
Yeah, this was quite the quintessential way to play a map like Chalet. I mean, Liquid was dominant on every single front. Their opening engagements, just being able to flank and catch Furia off guard in so many of these instances. The one thing I really loved about this defense that I talked about in the prep game was just being able to tighten up, being able to play off one another, go for these trades. In every single defense, they were always stacked on top of each other, ready to go for those trades, ready to take any single engagement to go in their favor. And then once they switched on attack, it just immediately flipped the switch. Now, I do want to say, Lenda, again, this is for me, this is where we will really start to see Liquid start to thrive even more than we currently even just saw in this matchup. Being able to use those shields properly, not being the first one to die. If he can make that headway, create that space for them, it's only going to be cleaner from what we just recently saw throughout all of their attacks. That is the biggest key for me if we really want to see Liquid just shine through every single engagement, is just being able to keep Lenda alive. But as for everything as a whole, this Liquid roster is looking very strong. And as I said, this is a team that just needs more time to develop, and they are only getting better and better. And we talked about Maya. Fox said he's always going to perform, and he was performing and shooting left and right, and same with Dafa.
Yeah, I mean, what a perfect map for Maya to be unleashed when it comes to the Ashe. Chalet, very aggressive map, so him being able to find those openings, take position, that's exactly what we wanted to see. The only caveat to Liquid that I would say is, again, same thing with Nesk, finding those opening deaths quite often. You know, he was one of the main proprietors of that. You know, we talked about Lenda, we talked about Nesk. A little bit more comfortability from their side of things and going into playoffs will pay dividends for Liquid in being able to make the Munich Major looking a lot more consistent. So hopefully this win sets them off to a good start going into those playoffs. That being said, for Furia, I mean, I agree with what Demo was saying on the cast. I don't necessarily think that was the exact same Furia that we've been seeing all throughout the stage. I would have liked to seen a Furia that maybe took it a little bit more serious, that wanted to close out the stage undefeated. Not to say that they were going into it not putting the effort in, but when it comes down to the map choice of letting it up, Chalet is not necessarily one of their better maps, and they wanted to try some new things, save some strats for playoffs. So I understand the strategy behind it. But that being said, you know, it did look like a weaker Furia to what we should expect going into playoffs.
I mean, as much as I don't want to say, you know, obviously that wasn't the Furia we're used to seeing, I do really just want to say I think Liquid just played Chalet significantly better. I mean, I don't think Furia was necessarily doing anything crazy or unorthodox to me of being like, oh, it doesn't look like they're trying. I think Liquid just was playing a very solid game. And as me and you know, Fox, like when a team is hot, it's hard to find your stride. Someone has to step up. Someone has to lead that charge. And I don't think anyone on Furia was really able to find their footing with the amount of pressure that Liquid was applying, whether that was on their defense or attack. So I don't want to discredit anything from what Liquid displayed today, regardless of how Furia looked. I think Liquid overall just played a very, very strong game of Chalet.
And as you mentioned, Maya leading the charge as MVP. But as we said, Furia with a loss, it doesn't change the way things look on the standings. They are still locked in for the bye round into the playoffs. And as it so happens, they're sitting still in that #1 spot. Liquid have currently jumped over FaZe for that 4th place spot, but that could change in just a bit as we shift gears. We look towards the bottom of the standings now with our 9th place team, Black Dragons, because although the chance is slim, they still have an opportunity to make that final playoff spot, and they have an opportunity to make that final regional playoff spot. It's going to take a miracle, and FaZe have the opportunity to play spoiler, but Black Dragons have the chance to do it. It's the 8th place team against a 4th place team, and it's Black Dragons, Laxing, who are looking to make this miracle happen. They have some amount of control over their own fate, because if they can win here, followed by regulation losses from both Loud and Los, they will find themselves in that 6th and final playoff spot.
They will, and as you said, everything is in their hands here to some degree. The important thing is they get the win here, and they have to do it in a fashion of, I think if I'm not wrong, do it a round count. They have to get like between a 7-0 or a 7-4, 7-3, something like that.
7-5 or better. I think any regulation win will do it. Yeah,
7-5 or better.
Yeah, I think it's in that realm. But fact of the matter is, yeah, everything is in their hands here. It's just a matter, are we going to see that Black Dragons that we saw from last stage? Because what we've been seeing this stage clearly has not been delivering, and it's been very shaky, to say the least. I mean, they're finding themselves in playoff potential, but again, it's at a cusp of them being able to perform against one of the best teams, the reigning world champions of FaZe. So there is a lot riding on this game in terms of pressure, and with being, you know, a brand new rookie on that team, Machina, not finding his stride this stage is really worrisome, because when we look at what it was last stage, he was really a name that you talked about on this Black Dragons roster. Even same with a player like Hornet, but I want to focus more on Machina here, is the simple fact, this is what worries me with new players when they come up and they start having success right away, is once they hit that brick wall and can't perform, it starts to crumble. And I try to tell rookies all the time, you're only as good as your last game. Don't let it affect you. And this is where we can start to see rookies really crumbles, when they can't find their stride. And Machina right now, we need to see him come alive more than anyone else on this roster, because he was a big success factor last stage, getting those opening kills, being that spearhead that Black Dragons needed. And again, everyone really needs to step it up, but I need to see Machina really come alive today.
Yeah, I think he's obviously been the main standout player for Black Dragons that hasn't been performing up to par. I mean, you know, stage one, he had some glimmers of hope, but even then, he's still rated the worst on his team. But the opening kills were a little bit more even. You know, he was only -7, and that was throughout a whole stage. Now we're creeping up on this final play day, and he's still pretty consistent when it comes to the opening kills and -7, worst rated player on the team. But his KD itself is suffering so much, and that's something that we talked about all throughout the stages. Black Dragons has a team comprised of, you know, 3 to 4 supportive players with Rare, Ask Miracle, and Hornet, and Machina's always left alone. And you'd think with having that much supporting cast, they'd be able to have drones, they'd be able to set up Machina, but it's almost like a miniature FaZe where they leave Machina to play on his own as if he was Cyber, but the rest of the team is not there to set him up. They're not there to enlist any type of assistance. They're not actively pushing on the other side of the map. They're just leaving him on his own, and there's no correlation between what they're doing. And the one saving grace for Black Dragons this stage has been Rare. Rare's been playing very well, arguably his best stage in Pro League, to be able to help the team find success. But we're seeing a very big issue when it comes to their opening kills. They're one of the worst teams when it comes to opening kills rated. So that's the biggest issue that they need to be able to figure out. And against a team like FaZe, it wouldn't necessarily, you know, it's not going to be an easy road, because FaZe, with Cyber specifically, he's going to be on those lurks. He's going to be on the entry. He's going to be trying to catch out Machina.
I think that's the frustrating part for me, Fox, here, is when you're talking about these supportive players like Rare, like Ask, you know, the ones who are performing, that are putting up the numbers. That's the worrisome part, especially when everything is in your hands here to try to make playoffs, and you're going against a team like FaZe, and unfortunately you have to have an attacking app, that your attacking front is not finding their stride. And again, it's only going to make it so much more difficult if you can't win these opening engagements starting on an attacking side, where then your supportive staff should be able to come in, should be able to find their stride, should be able to make that headway and clean up and go into that execute for a round. But when you aren't even getting to that point, again, everything is so dire now, where everyone needs to come alive, and really coming from Machina and Hornet in specific.
Well, FaZe are already locked in for both playoffs and finals, but their opportunity today is to play spoiler. As well, it's a little bit of a revenge story for them, because Black Dragons, even though they only have 2 wins this stage and they've been against generally weaker teams, Black Dragons actually beat FaZe in stage 1. It was a 7-2 win. FaZe now looking to bounce back. They're 1-3 in their recent matches. They've been trending the wrong direction, Fox. This game, yes, it's playing spoiler, but heading into playoffs, they also want to recover a little bit of that FaZe identity.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because watching FaZe throughout the stage, it was almost like they were theory crafting and limit testing. They were trying new ideologies. Instead of just having Cyber alone on that lurk, they had him with the team. Thermite was one of his most played operators. He's been playing support on the team. And even if he's not playing support, he hasn't been on this usual cyber play of being that roam, being that lurch solo with against the rest of the team. He's been incorporated with the team, and I think that's FaZe planning for the future of trying to have more adaptable play styles so that they don't have to worry if cyber gets shut down, because as we've seen in the last year, 2 years, teams have become very aware of how cyber plays. And it's almost as if as soon as they qualified to playoffs and were able to get that weight lifted off to their shoulders, it still hasn't really shifted back to the FaZe that we know and love. It's just been more trial and error, attempting things. And to lose to Furia, to then go on and lose in the last playdate to NIP in a 7-1 loss. The only team that they've been able to beat in the last 2 weeks was Los. And it's not really saying so much from FaZe, a team that we thought would be coming into it in the same conversation as Furia, be able to potentially go undefeated. But as soon as they made it, it looks like they've tapered off a little bit. They're trying new things, and they're playing for the long game, regardless if they're in first or sixth by the end of the play days. But obviously now they're in a position where they can't be in that top two, and a loss is very probable against a team like Black Dragons, especially since FaZe is probably going to continue playing this new style of play and attempting different styles to see how cyber can fit with FaZe if things don't work in their usual agenda.
I think for me, Fox, this is a little similar situation for us when we looked at DZ. You know, DZ throughout last stage, they looked really good. Then they wanted to switch things up, and then they started to fall apart. It's not to say that FaZe is falling apart by any means, but I think with them switching things up with like not playing Cyber to his usual lurk role and being able to find those gaps, everyone knew that Cyber did that, and he still managed to do it. So why switching it doesn't really make sense. Whether you want to plan for the future, whether you want to plan ahead, don't fix something if it isn't broken, right? You won a world championship based off all these players playing their own respective roles and where they excelled in. So for me, I think you just go back to your roots. I don't think you need to theory craft anymore at this point. FaZe has been known throughout the history of Siege, and in terms of the SAL, they've stuck to their roots and their core of what's made them such a strong team. So for me, I think they're definitely one in their heads of how they want to approach this new style that they want to try out. I think it really is just a matter of go back to what worked. Don't complicate anything, because that creates more issues where there wasn't an issue before. And as me and you know, you create one small issue, that starts to cultivate and turns in then to a bigger issue. And now you're trying to tackle that while also trying to maintain, you know, your composure and fix something. So for me, if we really want to see FaZe come alive, I think it's just a matter of going into this last match. Nothing really changes in terms of the results. Go back and try what was working before and see what's done here. You don't need to limit test yourself at this point. You already secured playoffs. Go back to your roots.
Well, last order of business before we dive into this one is to take a look at the map that we're going to here. As we said, Black Dragons, they need a regulation win. FaZe looking to bounce back. Fox, take us through it.
I mean, when it comes to the map, I'd imagine Black Dragons is going to try to bring them to a map that they're comfortable on. I don't necessarily agree with this map pick at all, but honestly, it's better than a lair. I really think that they lost the map ban phase. I think they were hoping to get potentially a clubhouse to be able to seal the deal, but FaZe, bringing FaZe to bank. Yes, FaZe has not looked that dominant in the later half of this stage, but that being said, FaZe is always going to have that core of a very slow and passive utility-based style of Siege with their 4 supports. So you bring them to a map like Bank. Yes, Black Dragon starts on defense. That needs to be their bread and butter. They need to be able to at least get a 4-2, a 5-1 split, because once they get to those attacks, we've already figured out that they've had a difficult time finding those entries. Bank is a very punishing map when it comes to attack entries. It's very difficult to get any type of position without FaZe knowing exactly where it's going to be coming from. So it's really going to come down to the start, the early game right here for Black Dragons in those defenses.
I mean, what really worries me here, I mean, to all of your points, is when Black Dragons won this stage, it was against 9Z, and we just watched how they played. So for me, it's a matter of they need to wipe their slate clean, not focus on what they recently done against an opponent like 9Z. They have to be on top of it here against FaZe, because as you were talking about, FaZe sets the tempo each and every single game, and they're going to do the exact same thing here. So for me, it's going to be a matter, they need to double up on every single front, whether they're roaming, whether they're playing tight, they need to be doubling up and being able to play those trades in order to stay alive on their defense.
Well, it's time to see if they can do it. Black Dragons, they need a regulation win. FaZe Clan, look to stop them.
Let's see if they can be stopped heading into the bank demo, or if we're going to have another surprise result. Cast, checked, signed, and sent off. Now, we are into those games that have heat, have tension, and have an effect on the leaderboard.
Into bank. I mean, the desk weren't too confident about Black Dragons going here against FaZe.
Would you
FaZe,
be?
they did suffer. I mean, FaZe suffered an 8-6 defeat to Furia. Black Dragons have also won this map this stage for themselves. So I think it's more the case of don't worry about your opponent. Play a map which you're more comfortable on. You know, there's no point trying to find a middle ground map where, sure, maybe FaZe aren't that good on, but then maybe yourself isn't that good on. Just go and just play the map that you want and see what happens. You'll have confidence in yourself that it doesn't matter who we play. We can win in this map. We enjoy this map. So I think that's probably the thought process. And I think it's the right one to have in a game where the limitations is literally you have to get a full win. You know, overtime wins will not cut it. You have to go in here and get all 3 points if you want a chance in the playoffs.
Yep. And, well, FaZe kind of want the same thing. Technically, they are now sitting 5th after Liquid jumped up a single spot earlier on in the day. So, I mean, if they're on the wrong side of that, there's a chance that they could end 5th. It gets into the habit of, okay, well, that means their first best of 3 would be against Liquid, and then they would seed into either Furia or NIP, because Furia got handed such a defeat earlier on, their round difference is now tied with NIP. If NIP win in regulation, they will jump Furia for the first seed. It's a difference of who you play leading into it, and I'm sure it's not the biggest change in the world, but it's still a surprise end for a team that has been as undefeated as they have been. Pressure immediately on towards the top. We saw a bank game earlier on today that was as quick as you like and opened with one team entirely in the driver's seat, and that was two teams that were technically both neck and neck, both on the unfortunate bottom end of neck and neck, but neck and neck all the same. Here, FaZe should be able to, based on the season they've had, have a bit more control, but it's not the biggest difference, right? It's a difference of 3 wins, which when you sort of say it like that, fine. But they haven't been as sort of locked in and locked out. The losses they've taken towards the teams at the very top of the board, FaZe should be able to handle themselves against those that they should be able to handle themselves out. Is it steady approach here? They're waiting for somebody to try and drift down main stairs. Machina isn't a million miles away. They have been the star player for this roster from time to time, but I think they've drifted a little bit.
No kills. Halfway point, so very slow approach here from FaZe, but you can see what they want to do. They want to get the buck into a position where you can rip open the janitor flooring, back out anyone who could be, of course, in that very strong part of the map to deny access to players swinging in through the windows. And now Cyber's made it to work. Oh, rare! The reverse shot, able to take out Cyber, and that is a great pick. Handy, though, has slipped in. Ask, didn't hear him jump in. A lot of noise being made to cover that. So it is back into a 4v4.
Yeah, back into this 4 versus 4, and, you know, they've obviously lost 2 important players either side, but as I said, Machina was once the star player, and not quite this season. That continues, at least for now. Miracle, ready to try and make a friend with a shotgun, but as the spray comes back and forth, they've just got to try and tuck and hope for the best in this position. Yeah, they're being droned out, but with the time already slipping away, and now another tie-up. They've only got 1 player on the window, and 2 players trying to just, what, send it here? Yes, is the answer. Gets 1, goes for the spin onto the second. There's support that's coming from Trump, but it gets locked out by Vidaking, and that just leaves Hornet. Oh, great take onto 1. The 1 player on the window, KDS, has the watch. And FaZe made it stick, but it was close.
I like that. That was just based on information. They knew where every single defender was in that 3v3. And that's why he can just walk in through the main breach. He knows that 1 player is towards elevators, which means that he's not going to be holding the breach walk in. He knows the other guy's inside of janitor because he just fought with that guy. He's not going to be in a position to swing if you get yourself close onto the reinforced walls in janitor, which he did. And then the final guy, you know, is stuck in a corner, and it's an easy pre-fire. if you have info in this game, it makes it so easy how to move your pieces around the board.
Yep.
And for FaZe, you give them that bit of information, they know the game inside out. They know every play, what's the best thing to do, in whatever situation you're in, they've done it, they've been there, they know it all. And that just kind of proves it. You give them the information, that's what they can do with it.
Well, first round, off to a bit of a solid, I would say, it was a solid take, as you sort of put there. They had the cross, they had the information, they had the positions, but, you know, it's a place where you could see Black Dragons' lessons learned. There's always still the comparison of that, as we've seen, it's a good map for them. And yes, it might not be the most common thing, as we had these discussions in the previous game with Furia and with how that game went, but FaZe have more to play with. Furia started strong and then sort of faded away against a Liquid that showed up as solid as they've been throughout the entire season. But there was no other real weight to it. They've already secured top 2 here. FaZe are fighting for a chance at that sort of position, and it comes with dismantling a Black Dragons, but Black Dragons are fighting for even more, which is the possibility of survival, the possibility of getting that treasured 6th spot that we have a 3-way shootout for, and they are currently the furthest away. They have the most that needs to be done. Spray through, and Rare, great take.
Bit bold there from Handy. I know he's a Blackbeard, and again, very strong, but just jumping in like that is... Get yourself punished, and that's what happened, but really good trade, though, from Cyber. However, I do have a question. What's the Tachanka doing up there? On a basement?
The wrong thing?
I mean... unless 9Z has took control of the Black Dragon's controls, I worry.
Yeah, it's... I mean, further and further away. They've got rid of, obviously, the principal sort of hard breacher. They've got 2 pockets left on Vidiking, but now if you're looking at basement and you're looking at what's been taken away, you said it before in the previous round, halfway through, and they hadn't netted a single kill. Here, we've got a minute left, and they're starting to look down towards the side itself. As I said, you hope they're able to get their breach, but they haven't even fully cleared everything. It seems like there's at least one loose player. I'm going to assume it's the Valkyrie. Off towards the end of it. Now, as they put the focus down towards the site itself, they can start trying to knock some holes in position. Nope, the Valkyrie's there. Did I just misread? It's obviously delayed. Ah, yeah, all 4 outlines are down there now. They put the pressure on towards the side itself, but 40 seconds. Goyo canisters to get through. Yeah, you don't have the Tachanka, and that's your mobility. You don't have a smoke either. And no C4s, so this could come to a bit of a push shove moment, and they hope that they balance it out on the trade games. The Goyo canisters are doing all of the work right now, slowing them on either side. The worry is that there's going to be even more to slow them out on here, so they're just going to have to try and roll it and send it and hope, and they're going to find that they're not going to be met by any smokes or anything really that stops it. There's the swing, misses the first engagement. Ask gets it locked in, KDS trades it, and KDS gets one more, going for the plant, holding off for the cover as best as they can. Now there's the swing back in, and they just can't get the kill. There's the pop-up, there's the put down.
Timing there was a rough one for KDS. You know, he was holding the right angle, and then he looks away, and as soon as he looks away, the guy swings. Honestly, that's always so annoying. If you're in that position, you're holding the angle. The moment you look away, you get swung. Just classic Siege. But yeah, again, the pacing there from FaZe, I think, has to be questioned. Took just way too long to get yourself geared up. You know, it didn't look as though they really had an easy way in, and they couldn't find it. They spent so long trying to figure out, okay, where is the weak point, and just there was no weak point. No, I think Black Dragons, I think they doubled up really, really well. I don't think they overexposed themselves. They just played to the clock. You know, they played what's in front of them. So I think FaZe need to work a little bit more. I think maybe does it come back to not having a Blackbeard? Maybe is that something that they needed to get themselves into a position where they could go for a push? It always comes back to the opening kill sometimes, and I think losing that Blackbeard so early, you know, with 2 nades as well, which would have helped out, I'm sure.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Rough one for FaZe.
5 seconds left.
One apiece. A rough one, as you said, for FaZe, but even with the loss earlier on of the roaming to Janka that didn't net a kill before they were parted from this mortal coil, they, I mean, they had nothing else to really delay beyond those Goyo canisters, and look how effective they were. Sort of held them off on the side itself, on the push from servers, held them off from the pressure down the bottom of main stairs as well, and on towards green, and you just sort of limit what they could do, but that was also extended, obviously, by the pressure that was on the top floor. Here, back towards the take from the top, get yourself locked in, and that time delay is going to be a little bit less stringent when you're playing with open area, but it almost feels like there's more to do because of how wide they can be. They can get themselves in with the vertical hold, they can stretch themselves around main stairs, try and swing up or down depending on what aspect they want, and then play the extension in towards archives. So you've got to get this work done vertically. You've got to try and find the fights like that. And there's your smoke gone first on the top floor this time, Demo.
Yeah, what is about these denial operators not really wanting to hang around and do their job? They're playing as the injury deaths in this game. Black Dragons, though, able to net a C4 kill and takes down Cyber. I think Black Dragons, yeah, very quickly moving away now from that top floor. I think realizing that the player is in towards that top floor already. You can see Souls made himself in through the windows, I'm pretty sure. So this is going to be a 4-on-4. Again, half the round still apply. And it's not been the fastest approach from FaZe so far this game. A lot of their rounds are really taking their time with setting up, but at the moment for Black Dragons, I'm liking the way that they've been spaced out as well over towards Tellers and Archives. ADS actually able to kill somebody from, I believe, peeking said Archives. So it's going to be a bit of a freebie for him. Now FaZe are, yeah, very much in a commanding lead, and they can start looking to go for this plant. They still got Selmas, of course, to open up the quad wall. I mean, this should be pretty, you know, clear cut and dry now for FaZe. Just go through the basics, and they should have no issues at all.
Well, they're holding a tentative grasp on their angles, letting the others get into position. You can see the kid is making its motion towards the stairs, and Rare swings out, could get a chance at just buying them an extra pocket of safety, but the risk is so high. 25 seconds. They know they've got the pressure of the plant itself, but they're sitting, waiting, holding and hoping. There goes Rare. Oh, and there goes Hornet. Suddenly just tucked in, suddenly pulls it together.
Yeah, I think, yeah, just FaZe taking their time. They got their picks, and from there, really easy for them to just move through it. Pick up their kills, do the basics right. Black Dragons probably missing out there in a few trades. And again, probably some careless deaths. I mean, certainly swinging onto somebody who sat in top square. I mean, that is an avoidable kill. It certainly is. Just little things like that I think if you're up against a team like FaZe, you have to have it locked down, you know, so tight. The one leak and FaZe will be in there. No problems at all. So yeah, Black Dragons need to do a little bit better here. Don't forget, they need the full 3 points. All FaZe need to do is get the 6 to really shut it down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
And we know that FaZe, whenever they got onto the defense, again, they have no issues there. FaZe, strong defensive team. And they're going to both halves. I mean, whenever we looked at that FaZe in that Furia game, where they got beat 8-6 by Furia, it was even splits both halves so that they can attack and defend on this map.
I think it's the sort of split of, if I have a quick thing about looking over these teams, I remember them being only or better on their attack. They were. So Black Dragons are one of the rare teams that you'll find across the sort of board that are generically better on their attacks. You look at FaZe, they're also sort of close to that threshold, 53% on their attacks versus 57% on their defense. But Black Dragons, they're 45% on their attacks, 40 on their defense. They're seemingly going to have a little bit more of their strength in the second half. And Bank, as I said, or as you sort of put there, it appeals to attack teams. It appeals to being able to put the pressure in. If they can get themselves locked in on the defense, even an even half here, technically this is VD's weaker half. It's not quite the ludicrous stats that we see, like NIP. The defensive win rate is 75% this split, which is just... I mean, that's unbelievable. Who does that? Oh yeah. And also a 40% plant rate. But anyway, besides the point, that's a different team.
Back into our top floor. And last time we were here from FaZe, they pretty good solid attack coming in from Square. I think information was key for them. I think maybe for Black Dragons, you know, bringing in that Clash, for example, that's going to give them a bit of information too to try and play off. So I do like the addition of the Clash. Obviously for Black Dragons, you look at the band that they went for, the Ace. It's going to help them. Remember, the Cantaloupe maybe being opened up and just, I mean, Ace just, I think, is probably the best art creature that we have. You know, great openings into the wall at a distance, great gun. So, yeah, Ace ban is good for FaZe. But right now for FaZe, their main issue is, of course, going to be that Janitor once again. Last time, I mean, they tried to go down below and use the buck, and it did not work out for them. This time, though, they're attempting to use the Capita, who has been killed. He's been swung from somewhere. So he goes down. Still a trade, though, and, oh, there's Ask on the Clash. Did he actually use the Clash almost like the shield to say, I'm over here, but I'm not. I'm actually behind the table. I think he did. Clever play from Ask, but oh, Viking has found a gap up through Spiral.
Oh no, it's that sort of position that we always see get pressured. The Clash is trying to push them in, but they're already inside the site and the building. The Clash is doing their best, but at this point it's, I know, a sheepdog, and the sheep have already ran into a different field and put down a diffuser. Trying to fight their way and bite back across. It's not easy, as proven there. FaZe lock it in, guarantee themselves the even half here, and you can see that it's step by step. It's par for their course.
Oh, that Spiral fight. I think that was the kicker. I mean, it's an area that we talk about so much because you need to have good control off that area. Yeah. If a team can get themselves up through Spiral, they get themselves the front office, they get themselves Banana, they get themselves Elevator. Just great areas for attackers to be in because it opens up so many long angles, and you're going to be able to catch a lot of defenders who will be exposed to you because we already know, I mean, the limitations on that bomb site. Defenders are already very restricted in where they can sit because of the windows. And if you have somebody get up in through Spiral, they'll be able to kill those restricted defenders. Yeah, it's very obvious where you're going to be positioned. That's why you look at Monty, for example, who has been banned. Monty is one of the very few operators who can just walk up and take that position so early on and be in no danger of getting killed. And then he's been able just to give out so much information and call out where they are, and the whole thing comes crashing down. It is the most important position that you need to control is Spiral in that bomb site.
Three and one. FaZe, and well, they're doing that FaZe thing where they just have that power to seemingly turn it on whenever they need to. Black Dragons, again, what they're playing for is their chance at playoffs. Said that the long-term table, the end of year is already cemented, but getting in towards the major, getting in towards those final positions here for Black Dragons is getting further and further and further away. From here, can they try and level things up? As I said, when they get onto that second half, that's really where they can sort of put the pressure back into it and get themselves more confidently in control. Becomes that split of potential pressure as they're loading themselves in with, got, I guess, a bit of a drift away, and they're trying to play this tall game once again, draw the fights across the map, draw themselves in, and it worked before. But I'm wondering if, on conversations FaZe have had, if they're able to just sort of circumvent it in some manners. Remember how they lost the black bid last time? Doesn't happen this time. There's none of that immediate competition. There's no Tachanka trying to find the fight elsewhere because Tachanka's been banned, but at the same time, they're not holding on towards the top floor, and that's just going to give FaZe more sort of impetus to cut their way across. Yes, focus on towards the hatch, focus on the swing here and pull back, but their confidence is seemingly slipping away here from Black Dragons.
It just feels like maybe they're playing a little bit too timid, almost. You know, you're allowing, player not even taking the fight, players trying to run down main stairs, you just leave, you're not even having an attempt, nobody else is pressuring you inside of open area, but you've just gave all that control away, Blackbeard's now in there, and yeah, I don't know, I feel as though certainly Black Dragons could be fighting a lot more, and also don't forget the Chanka being banned away, so you have even less time for the denial. As soon as those goys get popped, what's their protection? What few smokes so we know that teams can just run through or plant default, even just dropping the hatch and trying to go in behind the bomb chassis, for example? I don't know. I just think you're allowing FaZe now to set up where they want to be. FaZe are more than happy with half the round to go, but now start working on the server. I can hear the Goyos, yep, Twitch, a clean sweep. Yeah, Black Dragons, you need to fight. Gonna go for the open area hold, fight for it.
Now at this, with all 10 players standing and a minute left, all of that work I talked about being slowed at the end is being done much earlier. There's the player, the impact DMP, as the fire comes out. Not entirely sure why they dropped that camera immediately. Probably could have waited for the actual push itself, but hey, maybe they wanted to bait some utility and sort of lure the Blackbeard in. More of a roll. 3 smoke canisters in the pocket array are going to be massively important as the first pops up. They've also got 1 C4 left on the man who can see through all of this potential approach. Smoke canisters... and the Candelas won't do the biggest drive here. Back on and back off. The first trade comes out. It's now back and forth still. A 3 versus 3. Sudden blows coming together. 20 seconds, but the smoke is gone at this point. As soon as this dissipates, there is nothing that can stop this from range. They're going to have to try and fight their way forward, but as KDS gets one, Miracle's able to get one back on towards the planter. They've got to try and get this cemented. Once again, they've had to drop to offer the cover inside the site. Can't quite get it connected. BD, hold on! Oh, as close as you like again.
You can't plant there. I can't believe that he doesn't know that. If you do not have garage control, which they didn't, FaZe did not have garage control, and that long angle from the garage ramp and those red holes are also opened up, you have a direct line of sight for anyone planting default on that breach. If you see that, do not plant there unless you have smokes or somebody in garage to push that. Doesn't work. You have to plant in behind the bomb chassis or a bit deeper, wherever, just anywhere that isn't there, more or less. And I can't believe that they didn't know that. They could have easily have just planted in behind the bomb chassis. You don't know where the Blackbeard was. You could have easily have got a plant down. And then because that guy died, who had the diffuser, the other 2 players panicked. And they were like, we'll have to get the diffuser, and then they started dropping. Just a mess because of one little misstep, and that's something that you should know. That's what surprised me so much, that FaZe did not know that.
3-2. They're able to pull one back there after that.
10 seconds to insertion.
But at this point, after the timeout, and after that, they can see if they can try and push it even further. As I said, there's always still the possibility. We've had upsets, we've had moments. Even though these are the games that matter the most, it matters the most from this point. And if Black Dragons win, suddenly there's a lot of pressure on the next game, which has its pressure on its own. And then if both of those games go one way, well, then you have massive pressure on the last game. We're fighting every single showdown from this point onwards. And on the other side of it, even if FaZe win, then there's pressure to follow through to see who can get the top of the board, who can get themselves in towards second. Control on towards Spiral. Quicker work done structurally inside the building here. At this point, then they're not quite having the sort of delayed approach that they've done a bit before. I think they've realized how time is such a factor. KDS, it's worth sort of looking at their stats right now. 10-1 in a 3-2 game. You kind of look at that and go, how has that happened?
Puzzle one. And for FaZe, this is a much more fast approach compared to what we're kind of used to. I mean, already getting the walls open, already entered in towards square. You've got the nuke ready to pounce, so still half the round to go. I mean, FaZe are certainly changing up their game plan. and I think it is for the best. Again, time has been a bit of a factor for them in some of the rounds that they have lost. Seem to have a couple of issues, though, just with the sheer amount of util it's kind of set up in their way. And oh no, they've lost the nuke, though, Emmy. Cyber, no impact. 1-6 for the half, not great for his standards.
Yeah, I was gonna, like, you know, we've, as I said, KDS had a great half, but we're missing players like Cyber who have before defined entire games, entire series. 5-4 a minute. They're working with a man disadvantage. Like Dragons just have to sort of keep this locked down. We remember and had a bit of a reflection on how this round came to pass. Last time the Clash was trying to retake moments. Now, BD, they've peeled back. They've said, oh, you can have this territory. They're not giving them the immediate trade. Well, they take it anyway. Ask gets got by Handy. And there's a bit of a reconstruction. They're trying to look for a take here, FaZe, but instead going to see if they can pop the plant and hope that the cover of guns is more than enough. As Army moves up in and amongst the smoke, and ooh, too late. That was a massive risk, and it hasn't quite netted the reward that they want. KDS, they're stuck in a little bit safe in this corner. Holding onto the box as Handy gets one more. KDS gets the trade out, and Black Dragons' game of keep away hasn't quite netted anything. Makina gets his first. Oh, suffers on the second. Is trying to just cut across the divide here. In the middle of a swing now. Does do some damage. Gets Vidaking. 1 versus 1. But KDS locks in the advantage on the half. 4-2.
Yeah, FaZe picked up the pace. I think they left themselves with, you know, plenty of time. You know, even if something did go wrong there, whenever the Thermite was going for the plant, they then still had time, if it did happen, to recuperate, you know, and get things going. So I think the pacing was much better there for FaZe. And you look at that top floor, that's the issues with it. You know, the kind of exterior windows, get yourself in through the windows straight into the bottom site, which was in obviously KDS. That's where he's came in from. And once you get into that position inside the little connector room, you can just open up all the different angles and just really punish the defenders for allowing you to swing in. So, yeah, FaZe, good half. I mean, 4-2. That's phenomenal. Sets himself up nicely now for the defense. Black Dragons, if the pressure wasn't already on, I think it definitely is now.
That's it, right? Now they're onto this half. Now they're onto maybe the last half they'll play. This split, they're onto that pressure situation. They're not worried about relegation. They're not facing that level of disaster, but you don't want to sit out and watch the next, what, 4 months, 5 months? You don't want to be the team that's on the bench, the team that had the chance. You've got to be, or there's got to be some elements of that when you have a league as strong as this. But at the same time, how narrow these splits and divides can be for the positions of where these teams have fallen before going against FaZe. We said it, what, last play day, how tough the final run was for these teams coming into this. But remember how close they were last time. Black Dragons only just got in from the Black Dragons Loud and Lost split. 2 of them on 13 points. It was a difference of 4 rounds. Black Dragons couldn't make it. Last time their final playday was a little bit easier to contend with and control, but it was a loss to loss. They'd done the groundwork earlier on in the season, which did include groundwork against FaZe, which included a 7-2 win on Clubhouse. Unfortunately for them, they've just met a different animal this time round. And FaZe do not want a repeat of history.
Garage pressure that Miracle's going to try and put down, but he's got 2 defenders to deal with, and he's been able to find out that information via his drone, but against the DMR, Emmy, I would not go anywhere near this garage. Really the only operator we've seen have a good success rate of actually, you know, walking in for a garage if there is somebody here would be like an Ossa, for example, because obviously the shield, just walk in, set it up. Yep. Fender can't really do much unless they've got like an impact. But I just think this is such a risky engagement and he could get punished because of that. I mean, the DMR will see him before he can see the defender, but he's going to try and use a smoke now to cover it. But, I mean, all KDS needs to do is just not peek them whenever this happens. It's quite easy.
That's it. Can peel back. They've got a massive divide they have to cover, and in the meantime there's been traded kills elsewhere. Machina got one before being traded out, and, well, as Soul slips their way back towards the site, the pressure on towards Blue has forced some motion. Hornet, ready to drop on the back end, has the pings on a player and will give the game away, but, ooh, now the pressure starts to come around. Candelas roll in. There's the pre-fire angle. Ask is above the vault hatch by the looks of it as well, so they can try and apply some multiple bits of pressure, and they win out inside Garage. KDS gets caught by the Glaz. Miracle locks it in, a 4 versus 3. Handy wins the first fight, turns around and looks towards the second, and support is coming on towards the cover. Gets the down onto one, expecting the next, but with the down player in 50 seconds, they've got to try and lean in towards it. There's the cement of it. Biddy King and Souls, all that's left. There's 2 smoke canisters to utilize, but they're trying to see if they can just level it off whilst they know a player is a bit isolated. Force the pressure. 40 seconds, and Souls swings out, gets opportunity, gets out of there as well. Somehow gets almost the take onto the next. Rare pushes up. Souls, all that's left here as the pings on a close chance at a fight. The smoke canister will buy it, but BD, what a great approach, Demo.
Yeah, slow and steady. Rare, 2 massive kills he had got there. The first one, that 2v2. I mean, what was it, the Fenrir? Where he was going, I do not know. Maybe got a false com, I'm not sure, but I don't think he needs to be. I mean, I get the intention it's trying to help Souls out. I mean, Souls seemed pretty safe, really, until he lost his teammate, and then the pressure was on because he had to try and watch 2 angles at once. Yeah, that's a tough round for FaZe. Black Dragons, though, full credit to them. Just very brave in their engagements. You know, they set out what they wanted to do. Players stepped up, players got the kills. Game on.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Game on indeed. Black Dragons, they peel the first one of this half back in, and it was really, really well structurally played as well. They made sure that they paced things nicely. As you said, sometimes they were throwing themselves into what could be and should be unwinnable situations. KDS has just kept progressing. 13-2 now. In a 4-3 even game, is stats like that, even though it's only technically 1 round that they survived that was lost, it's just a funny stat line. In the meantime, Cyber 1-7. Not quite the same day at the office. FaZe Clan have that missing element right now. There's always the chance that the factor is if they can get in towards the top 2, if they can get over NIP and NIP lose their game, that leaves them with 1 series before they get themselves confirmed for the major. It makes the jump so much easier. And it's not that they're ever the most troubled in best of 3s. It's an area they thrive in as the pressure starts to come around them. It's just, why not make it easier for yourself, you know?
Well, here comes the UCL dump, and a hub will go in to try and freeze them off and kind of restrict the movement, but the Blitz is just going to firm it, going to try and go for the planet. Is there any denial? Anything? Nope. It should be round done.
Yeah, not entirely sure what the smoke was under pressure there. They were inside janitors and they couldn't quite get something out, whether they didn't have the opening or what. I mean, they have the watch. It's a 3 versus 3, as you said, but where that kit is. They have this, the long watch. Miracle gets to pick up on towards Souls. They're onside the kit itself. There's 1. There's Miracle. 15 seconds. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what FaZe were doing, but it wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, Betty King's sleeping. You know, 2 smokes, I'm pretty sure, in the pocket as well. Whenever a team util dumps like that, it only means one thing, Emmy. All it means, like, 2 smokes, all the flashbangs from the Ying, everything. What do you think they're gonna do? I mean, that is like the most basic thing in the world.
It's obvious, I think. And again, you know, there's these elements here where we had these conversations about Furia. We have these conversations every single time you come to a map that, you know, statistically might not be the sort of big send for a team. But at the same time, even though the only real, you know, recent back and forth is 2-1 for the side of, or 3-1 for the side of FaZe on this map, it's hard-won fights. Their loss was against Furia. It went all the way. In the meantime, Black Dragons played this once in, you know, as many in the same sort of span. A 7-3 victory is a pretty handy one, but it's against 9Z. It's not against the team that's going to put the biggest sort of pressure and stress on towards you. And here, they've just seemed so good at reading not only the game that FaZe like to play, whether it's because it's been played by FaZe so much in such long, drawn-out games. Their approaches have looked sharp. They've done their homework, and with how things sort of slipped away from them for a bit in the early half here, testament to why they are statistically a better attacking team. Why that difference between their attack rate and their defense rate is so obvious and so apparent in these past couple of rounds. It's been great responses and great preparation put into practice against FaZe's holds. Either way, here, attention in towards top square, and attention in towards anyone that might be a bit loose. It seems like Vidaking once again in this position. I mean, he wasn't quite reactive in the previous round. Maybe this time, second time's the charm in Janitors.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Vidaking was not ready for that. A blitz. Bashes his way through in the janitor. Finkestem also helps him. Gives him that faster ADS. So overall, for Black Dragons, that nice little pocket play to get early map control has worked. Yes, they've lost Machina in the meantime, but they have got a foothold. Andy, though, it's still up here. I mean, now he goes. A while, but enough for him. Now it leaves Black Dragons in FaZe in a 4v4. But Black Dragons, they've got their top floor control and a lot of time still left. And we don't forget, I mean, still half the round to go.
Oh, yeah. Loads and loads of time. And this is, I sort of made a point. Is Vidaking ready? No. 0-2 of being prepared for what's about to hit him inside Janitors. Lose, obviously, the Finker. Lose the chance at supporting that on the charge and getting you that little bit of extra energy. But now it seems like it's DMRs at dawn with a SMG in the middle. Cyber, very slow start on towards their attacking half. Might see if they can try and do a bit more damage here on their defense. About to find a fight with a Blitz and potentially a Twitch as well. There's the reveal. Oh, there's the perfect bait. I mean, sort of handed themselves in that engagement, and they almost just lost Ask to a Cyber that's drifting around before I think they realized where Twitch was. Beautiful take. This is the player that we expected to see in the first half. Oh, ran out of bullets, just finished sending it. Bit of an odd end, but almost leveled himself up with that half alone. That round alone.
I mean, that's more of the Cyber that we're used to seeing. You know, steps up when he needs to. And, you know, you also, you know, you think about Cyber as well and just the longevity of the guy. You know, he's been playing for how long? You know, and still hitting consistent top numbers at any competition he plays in. I mean, he held the best, was it the best of 5 record for a long time before I think was it Gunner took that off him last year. So, you know, sometimes you see him have a bad game. It's just so out of character for him. Like it really, really is. He's always up there in and around, you know, top 10 is usually like the minimum where we see him every single stage. He does actually sit in the 10th position this stage so far. And then if you look at him in last stage, he finished 3rd. So he's always up there.
It's always that idea as well of when you have these sort of talisman players of the game, not just of teams, but of the game themselves, you have high expectations for them. And when they do have a bad game or have a bad half, it's sort of like, oh no, the spotlight's on them and they're the dancer and they're the prima ballerina. And then you get to those moments and suddenly within a round, it's, what, a 4K? 3K, 4K? From just spinning in a single spot and spinning in a single room. The first kill that we saw on towards the Twitch in that sort of bit of motion was filthy. Then it's the follow round, happy enough to just have the confidence. Yeah, you're in the 4 versus 1 or whatever, but you've still got the pressure of sort of cementing it. And that's the sort of play, and that's the player that you get. 5-4, FaZe, they keep themselves just a step ahead. And reminder here now, Black Dragons, anything less than the 3 points, And that is all that she wrote for their chances of getting in towards those playoffs and getting in towards the best of 3. FaZe need one more round to ruin those dreams of Black Dragons and 2 more to give themselves a chance. And oh, the hot drop in off to the races, and Cyber gets 1 and Hornet gets Vidiking. In the meantime, the alarms will be going, but look at the pressure inside. They're trying to retake themselves here across the site itself. There's the pressure on towards Hornet's position, and Hornet is now downed inside the site. Should get confirmed. You can hear the Candelas trying to offer some more support, but confirmed by Cyber. That's 5 kills for him over 2 rounds. And levels the thing up. 3 Black Dragons players remain demo.
I'm so confused. Did he tell anyone he was doing that?
I don't know.
He just hot dropped by himself and everyone's still upstairs. Oh. Like, I'm baffled. Did he get the call to do that? Did he done it himself? Didn't tell anyone? I mean, just hot dropped in the vault. That's what somebody does whenever they say, "Oh, you know what? I'm trolling," and then deafens. That's what happens. You know, he just drops by himself. I don't get it.
Yeah, especially on a round like this that mattered so much. When he started setting up, I was like, okay, maybe we'll see something else from this. Maybe that was why they had the pressure and the observer swap towards the elevator cam as well, to be like, maybe they have... Oh, no, it's just 1. It's just 1. He's got 1, but they've lost 1 elsewhere. So they obviously tried 2 things. They had the premonition to get that player on the pickup and swap towards the shotgun. Miracle lives up to their name and survives dropping into the fire of a Shumika launcher, but Handy quickly ends it. It is just Ask left. But Black Dragons' hope of getting into the playoffs right now and keeping themselves off of at least overtime. They need the full 3, and they know exactly where he is with 20 seconds. Doesn't even see the first fight. FaZe. They haven't won the map yet. They just get themselves on towards that point, but they've guaranteed themselves OT, which guarantees Black Dragons partial points, which guarantees them bottom 4. They cannot catch Loud. The first of our 3 teams in that shootout for 6th place is gone. Can FaZe get 2nd?
Well, that does 2 things. Like you mentioned, the playoff race for Black Dragons is done. And also the top 6 race for the SAL finals is also off the table for them now. They need it, again, all 3 points to try and match Loud, and then hoping that Loud would go on to lose later on. So, yeah, that's done as well. Loud, Liquid, FaZe, NIP, Furia, and W7M will be the 6 teams that we will see later on in the year in the SAL finals. And again, don't forget the SA finals, very, very important, just like our EML ones, our NAL ones, of course, too. Winner of that gets a spot at invite.
Yeah, it's such a huge gift. We used to obviously have open qualifiers once upon a time. This has sort of been the change around of that, where you get now the reward for potentially having a great year.
Well, we still have the open quals. This is just an added benefit.
Oh, yeah. But that used to be the full focus was on open quals. Now there's this sort of middle area where you have an opportunity to win. I mean, it gives us situations like what's sort of happening in EML, where you can have a team that is getting relegated, but they have a chance. Wolves have a chance of making it all the way and getting into SI whilst also being relegated. And it's... Is it Wolves?
You may be confused a little bit. It's
am I confused?
Wolves are in the playoffs, the major. They're not in the top 6.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It was a possibility.
I mean, there's still, like I said, open quals are still always going to think, like, anyone. Me and you could make a team. Have a go. Yeah, that's just the beauty of it.
Yeah, I don't see us making it, but I think we could.
What? Well, if you're just going to give up now, then we may as well not make the team. If you know, what's that attitude about, eh?
Yeah, it's like our game 1 attitude again. No, I'm never going back there. Hornet! Well, their quick movement has been able to net a first kill. Once again, they're just putting pressure in. KDS does get Machina back. The Deimos is gone. But with Cyber down in the middle, they're just going to sort of pick them up. I think they realize they haven't immediately pushed on the back of this, but there's the pressure above. Swapping side to side, either half, and held at bay as Souls gets Hornet and knocks it back in. A 4 versus 3 versus 3. Quick trades out on the long dash, and a C4 over the top. Will catch. Miracle, it looked like he'd ran the other way for a second there, but seemingly steamed right in towards that explosive. 3 versus 2, and a couple of steps away from the lock-in, but as Souls gets one rare. Pistols at dawn leaves them between. KDS on a 17-3.
Yeah, nuts.
Supernatural performance here. And then Souls as well. The spray through. Souls takes a bit of a blow, but KDS isn't biting. They think he's down main stairs. He actually round his way on towards the top. The coverage of the smoke, but Souls full stops that map, that showdown, and FaZe get themselves the 3 points and send Black Dragons hurtling down.
Yeah, clean from FaZe. Got there in the end. A little bit shaky there in the middle part of the game, but still able to get their victory. Black Dragons, like we already mentioned, out of the running to get top 6. Out of the running also to get into their SAL finals. So yeah, commiserations to Black Dragon, but just it wasn't good enough. I think you have to look at that first half for Black Dragons. You look at the way that those defenses played out for them. You just gave FaZe just so much to work with a lot of the times, I felt.
Well, let's take a short break before we're back with the desk to talk about our victors.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
FaZe secure a much-needed win to recover some momentum, and in doing so, they say goodbye to Black Dragons, now eliminated from both playoff contention and regional finals contention. We'll talk a little bit more about this with analyst JP, who we'll welcome in now as they collect that win and move on with another victory under their belt. JP, congratulations on this win. As the analyst, as somebody coming in, prepping behind the scenes, seeing that it hasn't gone so well recently. How important was it for this team to get this win before playoffs next week?
Thank you. Honestly, was a game that we weren't that worried about, because honestly we're already at the playoffs. We are like preparing for the playoffs now. So today was a game that we played defaults and give our best to be able to win with showing less as possible of our new stuff. But yeah, it worked, and of course it's good to win right before you go to the playoffs.
Yeah, of course. Congratulations. 2 questions. One, were you impressed with how Black Dragons played today? I mean, obviously they had a lot of pressure on their shoulders to maybe make playoffs. Yeah. And then 2, are there any main priorities that you guys are focusing on going into playoffs to make sure is fixed?
I mean, yeah, they played well. We scream a lot against them, so we know pretty much how they play. But yeah, we have like priorities to be like when we play better teams like NIP, W7, and Furia, our 3 losses, to not start too slow. Mainly in best of ones, like on this stage, we lost to them basically against Furia and W7, start too slow, and we couldn't went back to the game against NIP. Like was our worst game of the year, honestly. Like I put like in the top 2 with the Dark Zero loss on the WC. So yeah, we have like a lot of stuff to do. Nothing critical, to be honest. We're like BO3 now and on. So let's see. I think we can win the stage. Honestly, we are prepared.
Well, JP, congratulations on that win. I kind of just want to talk about the overarching theme of this past stage. I mean, it seems, you know, we've talked about this a lot on the desk, you guys kind of swapping Cyber to be more of a supportive role and then kind of like letting him off the leash at that point instead of him kind of playing that lurking role, being able to find those gaps. Is there any reason why, like, given kind of how the stage has gone and even in terms of like Cyber's performance, not to say that he's performing bad by any means, but if you compare it to like a previous stage or throughout his career, I guess you could say, in that eyes, it then definitely is a big difference in terms of what his performance typically is than what it currently is right now. Is there any idea as to why that ideology has stayed consistent throughout this stage?
I mean, we really wanted to try new stuff when we lost at EWC. So this was one of the things that we want to try. In certain ways it works, in certain way it doesn't. So we have a lot of things that we didn't show yet. So still, it's our bet to the stage. It's a change that in our head, in our team, makes sense. He's still performing. If you look at his stats, yeah, him and Handy is still the 2 best performing player on the team. So yeah, basically he switched a little bit of the roles, but nothing on maps or all the plays. But yeah, it's logical to us in a change that we're playing. So yeah, basically, yeah.
Well, that's all that matters, JP. As long as you guys believe in it.
Yeah.
JP, thank you so much, and we will see you in playoffs. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Well, it was very clear that although Black Dragons had their moments, Fox, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. FaZe Clan, they came out swinging and they were able to maintain control, never sacrificing that lead, and eventually taking that win in regulation.
Yeah, it really came down to Black Dragon's attacks. I felt like their defenses, there was a good back and forth, but we talked about it before the game started. It's really going to come down to their attacks. I mean, we know FaZe is going to have a great shutdown on those opening kills, on finding the entry. And it felt like Black Dragons was always playing from a deficit when it came to bank, especially trying to go for the executes. That's really where they lost it, was FaZe was always ready, always trying to force the execute, force it down to the last couple of seconds. And that's when Black Dragons would go in, they'd meet the rest of FaZe, they'd be a man down, and everything was in FaZe's corner because they understood the preparation going into it. They understood exactly what they needed to do. And unfortunately for Black Dragons, I really did like what we saw. I really was impressed, especially since, you know, they had a close loss against W7M in their previous play day. We were hoping to see something to push them over the edge against a team like FaZe. But FaZe came prepared, and if anything, they kind of threw them a bone. They played a lot more default, like JP said, a lot more just holding positions, just focusing on the basics. And still Black Dragons couldn't muster up enough to be able to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I definitely think they threw them a little bit of a bone. One, just being able to start on defense on Bank, that's obviously a huge start to just be able to play together, to find your inner workings. But it was their attacks that really just faltered through and through, that we knew that they needed to work on, that they've been struggling on all stage. And again, like, I feel bad for Makina. I mean, once again, bad performance to go out in the stage. 3-11 doesn't set you up for success in the future for teams to even be looking at you, where, like I said, last stage, you know, maybe there was hope. Hornet, I mean, and Rare, really good performance from them today. Rare had some really good plays. I really hope, you know, Rare gets a chance wherever he decides to take his next venture in his career. But I mean, it sucks when everything's all on the line here and you just get that close and you just can't get it done. And, you know, not to slight them by any means, like you were saying, I mean, going against FaZe, they're a hard team, and on a map like Bank, where they are really good at and do a great job at controlling a lot of the map. But when you even look at those opening kill engagements, Black Dragons was doing a very good job. It just came down to playing together better and playing those trades in a far better fashion than what we were seeing. Unfortunately, it's neither here or there. They're out. FaZe is moving on. And it's just something to take for if they stick together and play through relegations and wherever they go. But as for FaZe, I mean, this is just KDS. That performance was unreal.
Unreal, and much of the reason why he is going to be your match MVP. 17-3 on the day. He had two back-to-back 3Ks in the first half, a 1v1 clutch. I mean, this was a guy, Fox, that was playing lights out. It seemed like FaZe weren't taking this one very seriously. According to JP, they were just playing defaults. But with somebody playing that strong, they get that win no problem.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is the reason why they're trying to incorporate Cyber into a more team-oriented style. They have great players on the supporting staff of FaZe. The rest of the team is constantly doing their job, constantly taking position and pushing that momentum. So wherever they want to incorporate Cyber is essentially just up to the team, because they know if they just need to rely on somebody else will stay up. And obviously for today, it was KDS and playing the defaults. I mean, he did an amazing job at being able to shut down everybody from Black Dragons. And so FaZe, I mean, just goes to show that they're a very consistent team, very well-rounded team, I would say, in the league. And hopefully we don't see the, upsets or the difficulties of their new identity going into playoffs, because if we keep seeing performances like this from KDS, from the rest of the supporting staff, FaZe will surely be at Munich.
Well, as we said, this one had implications not only for the playoffs, but for regional finals as well, because now our overall standings are now locked in. Our top 6 that would be participating in the regional finals are W7M, Furia, FaZe Clan, NIP, Team Liquid, and Loud. Black Dragons had a chance to leapfrog Loud if they could get a win, and Loud lost, but instead, Black Dragons and Los, they will not be in the regional finals, but will remain in the league, and down in the relegation spots, that's ENX and 9Z team. After what we saw today, Laxing, those bottom 2 are not too much of a surprise, but it's good to see that we now have this top 6 locked in. We know what the regional finals are going to look like.
Yeah, I think that's going to be exciting for any of the Loud fans. Now, they don't have to panic anymore. Their team is locked in, even for the organization and for the players. So that's got to feel good, but you still got to make playoffs if you're Loud. I don't think you're locked in just yet. There's still deciders to be made. So there's still a lot on the line here to continue throughout this day.
And here we are with the standings for this stage, and now what our focus will be solely on for the remainder of the day. Black Dragons, they will be stuck in 9th. Their time is done now. It is all about Los and Loud, the final 2 teams on the cusp. Loud, they're currently in 6th place. Like they were for the regional final standings, they currently maintain that final playoff position. But Los have a chance to apply the pressure. Take a quick look at the round differential. Los -4, Loud -12, despite being above them on the leaderboard. That means Los need a tie or a win in overall points to get themselves into playoffs. They've got a lot of possibilities. and it has to start with getting just a single point. That's going to be their focus in our next matchup as they take on W7M, a matchup that also has implications for W7M as they try to fight for the possibility of a bye round. But let's start with Los, Fox. Let's talk about this team that has the onus on their shoulders, that currently sits in 7th place and is looking for that chance to make playoffs.
Yeah, Los is one of those teams, when you look at how their stage has gone so far, a lot of teams that they should arguably have beaten, they lose to, and they keep it very close against the top teams. I mean, they find themselves in a situation where they lost to Black Dragons. We just saw how they performed, but then we see them keep it extremely close against other top teams, and they go back and forth, and they find themselves in this spot where you need to ask yourself what's going wrong. And obviously what's going right is Dart. Dart's been playing amazing, but when it comes to the rookies on the team with Legacy, Farius, players that we saw in the NAL, we still find them having the same type of issues when it comes to them being very struggle heavy when it comes to their entries, to their opening kills. I do question the way that they're playing in the current meta. There's very limited utility, one of the lowest utility usage teams. I mean, they're just not running the same operators, the same strategies that a lot of the other teams are finding success, and they're still keeping it close. So yes, to each their own, and this is the team's play style, but if they're able to adapt a little bit more or bring a little bit more to surprise us in today's matchup, then it would put Los in a way better spot going in and potentially getting that win out.
I think that's an important thing that you're also talking about is, that we heard on early in the stage with bringing Dark onto this roster has really ramped up the team's performance in terms of their overall communication being able to be had, with Arthur and Dark kind of leading that forefront of that. But for me, I mean, when we're looking at players to really, be in a better position, in my opinion, it comes also not only from Arthur, but it also comes from a player like Kurtz. I think Kurtz is someone that isn't performing at the best that we typically would want him to be at. And for me, Arthur being that IGL, being that voice, if we can start to see him not only be that voice, but kind of just get on the board similar to a player like Fold, similar to a player like Nafe, some of those IGLs, or a player even like Hot and Cold, for example, if we can start to see that happen here, especially where we need to see teams be perfect, you need this win, you need to make these playoffs, you need to lay everything on the line here. So whether you're trying something new or you're sticking to what you got, I think Arthur has to be that vocal point in order to lead everyone to success, whichever map we do end up going to and where these two are going to duke it out.
Well, as we said, W7M, their opponents today on the other side, also have something to play for. They're looking to try to secure top 2. They can do that here if they can work their way above NIP, above FaZe in the overall standings. They're going to be looking for a nice 3 points to do it. It is not out of the question at all. They are 6-2, right, compared to the team in Los that is 3-5. This is a chance that they have to put themselves in a great position for playoffs, earn that bye round laxing, which, as we all know, can be a very nice asset going into the playoffs when you want to make the Munich Major.
Yeah, I mean, only having to win one game and then there you punch your ticket, it's great, but sometimes it's a little bit of a double-edged sword too, because then you're sitting there waiting, not getting game day reps where the other teams are playing hot and they come out of a hot game, then you got to immediately go into it. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, but obviously finding comfort is always going to be that route that W7M is going to want to take, and where they rightfully should be given the performance that they are keeping up. So when I'm looking at this matchup right here, I mean, the pressure definitely is going to be on Los more than it is on W7M. But when I'm looking at the roster, I mean, we got Palu that is absolutely leading this team, which is, I'm so happy to see Palu finding his stride and continuing to find his stride with this team. Dota's doing an exceptionally good job. Same with Volps. Loban's been a little bit of a question mark for me for this stage. I mean, similar, we're talking about a player like Cyber. Loban does the exact same thing, but he hasn't been able to find as much success, being able to find that lurk and being able to open up these rounds to allow their attacking half to look good. Because, I mean, right now, I believe they're the 4th highest rated attacking team. And I think when you looked at them in the previous stage, a lot of that success came from Loban being able to lurk around, find those openings, create those gaps, and then take advantage of it. So Loban, if, whether he's going to continue to play those lurk roles, maybe he switches to more of a supportive role and then lurks later on. Maybe that's a route we go. But Dots is also someone similar to also him being his shield player, being able to utilize him more, not dying so early, being able to be in the late round with those shields is only going to help their attacks more. So where I need to see two players really step on their attacking side has to come from the side of Loban and also Dots. And if we start to see that, we definitely see the numbers and the percentages jump up on their attacking halves, where again, their defenses, they're solid. There's not really anything I can critique too much on defense, but it's definitely their attacks that I look at the most, and it definitely comes from these two of Loban and Dots.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you can just look at the KDs and see where the discrepancies are. You have three players with Dodez, Paula, and Volps, all with plus 20 KDs. And then you have the two issues on the team that obviously had some struggles at the start of the stage. Loban more specifically, I mean, W7M only lost to Liquid and Furia because he was one of the players that they were countering very heavily. And that took some time for Loban to be able to adjust. And throughout the stage, we've seen him improve up until the final play day. I mean, out of the last 3 games, he was the MVP, and one of them, he's been very monumental on W7M being able to secure those wins. That being said, if we can see it be more consistent going into playoffs, specifically today, ended on a bang, it would put them in a really good position going into those playoffs. And that's what we want to see from W7M, because a lot of the times recently we've been getting bailed out by the amazing individual performances. I mean, last week's matchup where W7M played against Black Dragons, that was a big performance from Volps. He was single-handedly winning that game. The one before that, it was Dodez. The one before that, it was Loban. So it looks like W7M is really crutching on an individual to step up in each single game, which at the end of the day, you know, great to have something like that where everyone can pop off on any given day. But that being said, I'd love to see a team effort to be able to close this one out, going into playoffs and continuing to improve on incorporating Loban more with the team, the same way that FaZe has been trying to incorporate Cyber with the team.
Well, as we get into this final day, right, it's a question we've asked before, but Lax, I think we're going to ask again. For W7M, yes, they could play for the bye here. Do you think they're going to bring out something new and go all out, try to pull out a map we haven't seen before from them and take this win as dominantly as possible? Or are they going to settle down? If they can get the bye, that's nice. They don't need it. Like, what's the approach you take in a situation like this?
I mean, if I'm W7M, I still want to win with pride. I still want to solidify myself as high ranking as I can. So, I mean, going to a map like Nighthaven, they're clearly okay with showing something that they've already played. So, nothing unorthodox from the map bans. So, yeah, for me, if I'm W7M, I'm just going to continue doing what I've done best, what's gotten me here, and what can push me one step further. And like I said, being able to sit pretty and just wait and watch your opponent, it's not a terrible thing by any means. And just being able to only play one game that's then going to decide your fate of going to Munich, that is going to be the approach that they are going to do. That's going to be the approach that I would want. And finding comfort on a defensive sided map like Nighthaven Labs, I'm sure they're going to be far more than comfortable going to Nighthaven.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to look at this, you're going to believe and put your eggs in the W7M basket just because they're W7M against a team like Los. Los struggles to be able to play team-oriented Siege, and W7M has a great job of being able to isolate individuals, get those picks. But when it comes to a map like Labs, their strategy is what carries them, because what we saw in their match against FaZe was them constantly losing those opening picks, but they understood the win condition. They understood to stall teams out. So if Los is not able to manage time, they're just going to lose to themselves just based off of W7M setups. And again, in that FaZe matchup, it was on the shoulders again of one player, Dodez, to go out of his way to be able to carry the team out. So again, I'd love to see them keep this strategy mentality of being able to stall teams out, make them lose to themselves. But let's not get overzealous on losing these opening picks. And we should see, you know, a swift win from W7M.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, those opening picks, that's one area where Dodez has not had trouble at all. I believe top 3 in entry all across the board, plus 10 overall in the league. So very impressive stuff from W7M, but it's all about Los right now. And if they can apply some pressure to Loud, a single point gets them into the 6th playoff spot and makes Loud have to fight for it themselves. Over to Fluke and Demo as we get into this one, the biggest playoff implications of the day.
Very much, and we will find ourselves hurtling immediately in towards that as well. Los have a big hurdle to climb, not just in their opponents, but also in their history with their opponents. Last split, It was a 7-1 trouncing from W7M on Clubhouse. And if you were to say a map has some similar beats to the music of Clubhouse, Labs is often the one that carries that favor. So, what can they do? Or are they a lost cause here today, Demo?
I think, you talk about Club and Labs being very similar. It's, it's like a Dua Lipa song, isn't it? It's just a song from the 80s just done up again, is it not? That's what Clubhouse is. It was big in the 80s, and look at Labs come along.
You making a Dua Lipa reference is like when I make a football reference. And, I mean... All right. Well, on that upbeat news, let's hurdle ourselves. I'm shocked. I'm over the moon because my last duo
it's not all about football.
Didn't understand what the word pop culture meant. And you're hitting me with Dua Lipa references and jokes. Come on.
A lot of secrets. One thing about me. A lot of secrets.
Again, I'll add it to things I'm getting you for Christmas, I guess.
Our Rangers, Duvet, and now
Dua Lipa CD
albums. Yep.
Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. Right.
Thank you. Listen to it.
We're in and off to the races. The races are to try and confirm somebody within that top 6. The immediate E1D is to give the Deimos bait. So they have somebody to hunt. Hope that there's a bit of maneuverability, and then they can go, ho ho ho, you are now in my list of people. Welcome to the club of me trying to track you down. With the results that we had earlier on, with how things sort of shape up as well, there's always the possibility, if W7M get the 3 points, that they could then jump themselves up above FaZe and above NIP, and they could be sitting in that second seat for now. But... loss. They could theoretically make this happen in OT, any OT. If they get an OT loss and they get the 1 point, they'll go down by potentially to a -6, and then Loud need the full 3. Or they need an OT as well. So they don't really want to do it that way. If they get a win, Loud need an OT win as well to sort of jump them back up because of the round difference. If they get all 3, Loud have work cut out against them.
Ooh, what a start. I mean, but then you overextend. You die, but look at that, though, from Legacy. Where's the rest of W7M? That's you have to ask yourself. They're not in the bottom side. Lobin is in the mid-floor. Oh, what a pick. Dots. He was stuck outside the bomb site over towards Fish, and... oh no, a Deimos track in the 1v3, things you do not want to see. Lobin's going to try and make himself back up in towards Fish, but he's just going to be locked out. I mean, 3 guns going to be looking at him eventually. I mean, Kurtz is trying his best to get him with a pistol, and I mean, 1 bullet would finish up Lobin at this range, but just it's not going to happen. I mean, W7M have been, just like you and the Dua Lipa reference, completely got off guard.
I mean, and it ends with a swim up Fish. The energy was everything they needed. It's been the biggest complaint for me for some of these teams earlier today is they're almost not playing the game's immediacy as much as they need to. They're not playing the heat of the game. Loss with that 1 round and that 1 statement is like, oh, we are here to play this game. Like, hit it hard. Yeah, they overextended, but it was because the rest of the team was trying to move in. They just went from nothing to everything so quickly. The opening kill was great, and they just kept on going and kept on going. And W7M, I think that's a little bit of a rude awakening of, oh, okay, this isn't going to be that game we expected. This isn't going to be the 1 versus 7 last time round. Obviously, getting in some quick early reads, playing alongside the Deimos with the Lion. As I said, the combination worked really, really well, but then they also just had the confidence to send the Ying shotgun round. Down to the basement. Oh, you assume W7M will be a little bit more clued in to the approach this time, Demo.
Well, I'd hope so. Because a Ying just going straight in through electrical and not really having anyone fight back, and then also allowing somebody just to walk in through rafters that just shouldn't be happening. W7M need to wake up I mean, certainly if you're loud, you would like W7 to wake up, because then if W7M can do, you know, a job for you today as a loud member, then it makes your life a heck of a lot easier come our final game here this evening. Now, this is a bold one here from Lob, and he does know there's one way in and one way out of this room, yeah?
Yeah, I think he checked that, but I mean, yeah, it's hidden away. A roaming Melusi hiding and waiting for 30 seconds for the hope of getting, and now he leaves.
Yeah, because they're going direct. They're not. Yeah, they're going direct, so they're not even going to go for the room clear. So now he's panicking to try and get back to site.
They get the first. They get the pressure on. They're trying to cut those loose players. They're in the mid floor. Dodes obviously still drifting around top of the rafters. Now this, regardless of droning, will expected to be cleared properly. I think obviously they got rid of the Blackbeard, and that's that big take in response. Sure, they might have been able to get rid of Volps, but I think in the trade out of those two operators, you'll be happy with what you've got. They've also already utilized another C4 elsewhere. They've only really got one of them left for a chance at going for this denial. So, oh, I said they would be aware of it. Apparently, I was wrong. There's the Kiba. Legacy does find Loban as well. They're going to sort of build up with the Azami and try and slip their way through. Almost gets caught out, but steps back in towards the fight and actually just blocks off the door. They're buying time, wasting it. It's a 3 versus 3, and it's a lot of utility thrown out here. But again, you know, you sort of think about what's traded there. Loban on the roam in that position didn't really net anything other than a funny interlude in towards the round itself. A minute on, and they can't clear the Keeper carrier from the top floor.
Oh, be careful, Legacy. Holding that is risky. But this is a very interesting kind of midpoint here of the round, because I don't think Lost really know what they want to do. I mean, whenever you've still got player upstairs, it is a little bit, I would say more annoying than anything, because you just know he could do something. But if you spend, you know, time going after him, then again, it's going to kind of do you over in the late stages. You finally push into the bomb site. So I think they just have to try and just almost headbutt their way through the remaining defenders. But this is a shotgun close, and Paulu, a cracking swing, takes down Legacy, and well, there's that roamer. Does make his move, and yeah, W7M look as though they're going to hold on to this one pretty comfortably, and Paulu, final kill for him as well. W7M much better. I mean, Lost just didn't know really where they wanted to go at the minute mark.
I think that was mainly caused by not knowing about the Azami. I thought that they would sort of have that intel wrapped up. I thought that they would be able to move with the back of that. Just screaming their way up those stairs onto rafters sort of gave that game away. The Melusi didn't have an impact that we saw. Yeah, they might have drawn some focus away, but they didn't get a kill, and they sort of nested around. But maybe they didn't realize just how untested, and maybe, hey, Los should have put a little bit more work in clearing the top floor and getting that drone. Because if they'd known about the Azami and they'd sort of encircled her, yeah, it might have slowed things down 30 seconds, but with the hold that they had, it might have suddenly been a 2-0. But Palu swinging up a set of stairs with a shotgun, nothing you can ever really count out. They are hiding the pulse. They can see if they can try and bait them into taking the top floor. They have 3 C4s to lead on with that pulse. Again, I can talk about expectations. If there is a pulse played on a site, this is often a good one, because you can hold the mid floor and then you can drop down towards the basement. Or you can do it the other way around and just play the basement the whole time. It's a lot of soft you've got to plant on. You can have holes, you can angle C4s and loop pressure up, but there they are. The pulse is already down in that basement, and they might be about to, I was going to say, maybe make friends with the shield, but don't know what they're doing, just getting in their reps by the looks of it.
What's getting the information for pulse, and this operator in the right hands can do a lot of damage if you are in the right place at the right time for it. Certainly for W7M, I mean, you look at the lineup, I mean, that they have, you know, triple C4s. So that should be, I think, their aim here, is to try and play off the information that the Pulse can have and almost try and deny the plant that way. And there's layered defense from W7M. Starting off in towards Garage and now reinforcing walls up again. Realistically, I mean, the way we normally see storage go out, you don't need to take the entirety of top floor. As long as you have control of IT, Emmy, you can jump into storage and go for a pretty safe plant.
Oh, 100%. And, you can see that they're opening pressure here, Lost, on the back end. They're sort of saying, look, we might come fish, we might come this, pay attention. But the shield sort of cracking their way in. Getting the stretch, the fuse, getting some work done on towards the connector. It just forces them further and further back. The Pulse still busying away. Actually going to slip their way up, and I think they've realized, okay, they're doing a heavy top floor take here. If we can maybe get a C4 off. Palu's going for the double up on towards blue. And now they have Rafters pressure as well, and Rafters control. Is there going to be a reward, W7M? You giving them this much space? As you said, they only really need IT to try and get the plant connected. They have eyes in towards the site itself. They're going to see if they can try and drop their way down. And, well, here's the back and forth fight. Over the top, Dodez steps in, gets one, gets blinded. But they need to try and push on the back of it, and the cover is there. They haven't quite been able to find it. Dodez up and across, gets a second before he's dropped out. 3 versus 4, but a single position. They didn't massively need to send themselves on towards it. Again, overextending a bit, Demo.
Yeah, I just think they've put too much into it, and they don't need to. And really, that's not the big issue. The big issue is probably going to be, the Pulse. That's what I'd be most worried about. And actually looks as though the Pulse is going to try and maybe go for a retake upstairs right now. He's inside the meeting room hallway, so he could easily slip in and even catch them by surprise. You can see Dots just checking in case anyone's holding, but no, he can go for it. The light says green, go, go, go. Paulu holding on the fish. That's an easy pickup for him. 2 remaining players, but they just don't have the time for it, and Kurtz all by himself. Made his way in towards cargo, but Paulu picks him up too. Yeah, loss. I think just trying to overcomplicate things. They're trying to make Michelin star scrambled eggs. It's not that difficult. Just eggs.
Well, Milos is fuming. But I think there's almost an element here where they're looking at too much. It's a firework. In the first round, the firework was lit just outside the site. It went into the site, and there's the dazzling lights. Here, they've lit the firework on the top floor, and it's kept going across the top floor. Oh no, I can't drive this firework anymore. I lit it, and it's just gone. And it's sort of the same thing there, where in the middle round as well, they sort of screamed up towards the top, not really paying heed towards it. And this isn't Beyblades, Demo. You can't just rip it and hope. You gotta pause the game. You gotta take breaths. Sometimes you can. Hey, they did it in round 1, but they did it in round 1 because W7M didn't have the full watch ready, right? They almost, if they'd have done it towards the site in round 2, I think they would have got it in round 2 as well, based on the 2 top floor players going
roamers,
And instead, now they're trying to do the sort of rip it and stick it on different floors, and it's not quite coming together. W7M steadied the ship after the first round, but here is where things fell apart before. They can get this, I assume we'll get a timeout from Loss. Otherwise, they might be able to tie themselves back up.
Oh, Dots. Looking for the spawn kill with the C4. If he's going to be able to land it. Never mind. He's been killed by Legacy, who repelled onto the little mini roof and got an easy headshot.
Sometimes maybe you. Sometimes maybe me. Oh, don't give him a second one. I mean, they're also wanting to jump out here, Loban. W7M have decided we want to be as violent as possible. Let's not let them get in and set up.
Don't let them in the building, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not that Loss are afraid of that game. At what point Loban might just turn on his gadget and hold out. At what point he might leave. He could slip down cargo. He could try and retake some pressure on fish, but the longer he leaves it, well, actually, seemingly not going to get pressured yet at all. Attention paid on towards IT, and you're sort of wondering, you assume Lost, they're going to rotate round, apply some pressure here on towards Rafters, maybe on towards Connector and Jungle as well. Get that side opened up, and W7M is still just hoping for a fight here. It's IT that's getting popped open and breached. Either side, no tricking, and oh, there's the pop, pop, pop. to get itself put together, and ooh, it didn't get the electric, the fuse.
Yeah,
shot out immediately.
Obviously, a charged EMP had to come in. Didn't go for the double EMP, which I'm surprised at, and because of that, it has basically forced their hand into having to use their last Selma. So, is Garage fully reinforced? No, it's not. Okay. So they still have a way into the site. I mean, if that Garage wall was reinforced, they would have been, you know, in a bit of a spot of bother, but I suppose you've still got, like, the fuse there. I mean, you've got a few hard breach charges, but certainly the ace would have been your ideal way of opening that triple wall. What on earth are you doing, Legacy? Just drops right in the front of the middle of the breach. Oh, my.
Put that down to a bad move, as now they can try and move it into a different category. The pressure is on. They do swing onto one, waiting for Rafters to appear, but as Arthur has it covered, there's another one that pulls out from Dark. A smoke canister will stop them, but 40 seconds, suddenly they flip this round onto its head. They'll see if they can try and put a bit of pressure. They want to almost bite back in. They're still leaning in. W7M to this idea of being a bit aggressive, a bit sort of angsty and ready to go at a moment's notice. The shotgun's holding out against the fuse, slowly making its way up. There's only one bit of pressure from Fish, but they don't want to double down, so instead, you've got to try and watch a lot. And a lot is being covered here. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1 go end, and oh, there's an unfortunate reveal of a player. It was almost an electric moment there, but lost 2-2, but only on the one site demo.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too. W7M not looking very strong on that top floor. I mean, giving away the opening pick in the fashion that they did doesn't do them any favors. And yeah, I mean, a very weird, again, setup, because for Loss, it wasn't the case of like a traditional execute where, you know, you would see that 3-2-1. It just felt as though they were kind of almost snatch and grab kind of play style, where they were just kind of waddling in, finding the pick, and then quickly moving back out and just constantly doing that until they end up with the man advantage. I don't know, it's a weird play style that Lost are going for, but hey, it's working. I mean, W7M, I think, really lacking their trades in that round. Couple of careless deaths, no doubt about it. But again, let's come back to what you've said. You know, it's only been the top floor. This was an issue into the basement. Obviously, the mid floor, another issue for them. W7M will have both of those available to themselves.
I think it's like, as I said, the theory still stands in a way. That was much more delayed than the previous rounds. They weren't quite as everything go. They getting a lot of work done. They took a while. I think the fear of that was actually mainly W7M's defense. I think if, you know, we had two different people trying to spawn pick out of windows, one of them got caught out, the other one wasn't pressured immediately, but it slowed down Loss. And in a way, it kind of helped Loss to some regard. They manipulated the space well. They took it bit by bit. They might have done that anyway. But I think it was only really sort of emboldened and underlined by W7M's attempt at a hold. On now. Towards a site that we've already seen them lose, and they've gone with similar positions. A similar extension, though no secret Malusi this time. The ban of the mute really always leads into an idea of how a team likes to appear. You think about what they've taken out there. It's the vision that they can apply, the mirror and the clash. They can't quite extend themselves or be a bit mobile with that, but in the same breath, there's nothing they can stop from being watched. W7M's drone game is, well, I say their drone game. Their defense at the drones is just going to be a consistent problem here that Los can exploit. Where do they want to explode, though? They have the Monty. They have the chance at ramming themselves in quite quickly. All the soft destruction in the world, but seemingly not a beachhead as of yet. The calls come out. And there's the step, a hop in, and Rafters temporarily is theirs.
Just using util that they have to try and create that pressure in towards that top floor, but oh dear, what on earth is going on? Loss, capitulating, everyone dead. I mean, the swings, the engagements coming out from W7M is just unrivaled right now, and honestly, like, Emmy, trying to go for this room clear against W7M, I don't see the vision for it. I think there's really good opportunities just to go direct, go for rushes if you need to. W7M are, you know, they're going for this roam game. and they're achieving what they want, and that is to take fights.
Yep.
The Rumors want to fight. That is the way W7M play the game. They're not scared of anyone. So why are you giving these engagements?
It's the two halves of why someone would do something like that, right? You're either doing it to waste time, waste utility, pull them away. If you get an engagement, great. That's how some people think. On the other side of it, what you can have a problem with is when you have teams like W7M who are like, oh yeah, let's fight. Like, meet me on the top floor in 30 minutes behind the bins. Let's brawl. And you can see his loss, talk it out. And try and, work out where the problems are coming through. Again, the intensity of this game, yes, there is possibility for W7M to leap themselves in towards top 2. But on the other side of that, Lost need this. They need this more than anything. They get a chance and an opportunity to scream their way back up the board. They would get themselves temporarily in towards second, and obviously the one team that can jump them is NIP. Probably the only people currently really specifically cheering for W7Ms to win is also Loud, because that is the other result that gets confirmed by this. If a loss, get no points. A last game doesn't matter for Loud in this regard. They are in the top 6. They are in playoffs. Not by their own hand, and with what could be a worse round difference than loss, which is always that tough pill to swallow, but that is the difference of both teams got 3 wins. Loud were able to get to OT once and got that 1 extra point. That looks like a rehost.
Yeah, I would say it should be the case again. The time limit.
5 seconds left.
And it will obviously just slow us down just a little bit, but give us a little bit of a breather in this half, of course. Should be a rehost for just...
What a strange line of dialogue.
I'm not fluent in that language. So
I was talking about the operator line.
Oh, right. I thought you talked about dialogue, and I thought you meant what they were.
No, it was
chat there.
I think it was Ace asking Ash. Goes, "Is that your natural hair color, Ash? The world would like to know." Does the world need to know this? These are special forces operatives.
Yeah,
I don't think the world should really know that level of detail.
You do know that it's not real.
What? What do you mean?
It's a video game.
What are you talking about?
I
thought Tom Clancy was real.
It feels like you've told your kid there's no Santa Claus.
You're telling me they made up Tom Clancy as well?
But Tom Clancy wrote a lot of books.
Right.
He was a real person. But it's more the case of all the things that you see isn't real.
I don't believe you.
Oh, okay.
I have to believe you. Did you know I've made this comment before a million times. Did you know I was auditioning to be the voice of Ossa?
Oh, you let the whole world know about that.
Yeah. My greatest shame and loss is that I didn't get it.
Yeah, failure.
Wasn't good enough.
Yep.
And that's entirely the reason. If you ever fail at acting or anything, it's not because there's a lot of great people. It's because you were not good enough. Damn. No, it's fine. I'm not bitter. How many years has it been? 6? I'm not bitter. Time has passed. If you could voice an operator, if they would replace all of the dialogue, who do you want to voice? Who would you like to have your voice coming out of?
Who has really good dialogue? I'm trying to think. I've always liked Echoes.
There is something very funny about the idea of having a Japanese operator And even the lines that he speaks in Japanese be done in your Northern Irish drawl.
I could go full Northern Irish, which a lot of people actually don't know what I'm supposed to sound like.
No, and they wouldn't understand.
Yeah, nobody
you
would.
at all.
It's what you would call over here a culchy accent. That's what it's called.
Your real accent. Well, you used to have it 10 years ago, 9 years ago.
You certainly can. You can go and find some stuff where I was proper bad. But even that, I think I could still go worse. But
I wouldn't.
I've basically had to just take down my voice and rebuild it pretty much. You know.
Okay, can you as we hear ourselves loading back in, can you just give me a read of the line? Let Yokai do all the work.
Let that Yokai there, boy, do the work.
Imagine Echo says that, and I think everyone would agree that's a better game. So Ubisoft,
thank you.
If you can hear us, get Demo in, get him into the studio. 3-2. You're back in, off to the races. I assume, obviously, it's a bit harder to tell because of parts, but time for a conversation there. It's felt like that was attack timeout. I could be wrong. It could have just been a timeout beforehand, but they looked like they were talking. So at this point, loss. They know what they need to do. Slightly similar to the game before. ENX had to get full 3 points. They couldn't. As soon as they got to that point, it was over. Loss have a brawl all the way to the finish. If they get themselves 3 points, obviously that's the best possible scenario. Amazing. Great. Somebody call somebody. If this game goes to OT, W7M wouldn't be able to get themselves into the top 2. So they need the full 3 points if they want that chance, but obviously NIP still to play. Loss, however, could get themselves through in OT. A single point would jump them over Loud, but then they would need Loud to not pick up anything in the game against NIP. So either way, something is being confirmed here, whether it's a chance at 7th place or not. Use timed wonderfully there. The breach and a single pop will get the bandit charge. Oh, that was so close!
Just a second, though.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Nice intent. You know, certainly getting one side, but it definitely could have gotten the second. I just don't think he actually heard the other one being put on. So, yeah, still breach being opened up. That's the main thing that Lost needed to do, and they have done so. Just using all the hard breach charges. They have brought, 6 of them, so why not?
Get them done.
Get them cracked open. Now they do actually rotate over towards connector, which is an area that they haven't really had any interest in. I mean, a lot of the time whenever it came down to this top floor, it was just very scrappy. I think for Lost, where they just had to try and fight, and win their engagements, which they were doing. W7M with a lot of question marks around them, but they go back upstairs. And this is much more of a I would say, a presumed attack. I'm sure that W7M would be expecting. Oh, the Cade not going to be able to pop there, as the fuse charge, I believe, has been able to catch it and blow it up. Oh, now why are you doing that, Paulie?
Fun, I suppose. Not so fun for them. The bandit gone. There's a minute left, so they've taking risks and trying to find rewards, but remember, this is the sort of site where things have always gone away from them at this point. They need to try and find a way to lock this in. They've got an opportunity as the shield starts to smash its way forward. Build itself slightly further back. It's step by step, and the closer we sort of get to the punch here, has W7M done enough? Think about the times they've sort of lent in to get these fights early on. Think about what they have now and what they're still trying to get done. They have 2 of those pocket breachers left. Are they concerned they might get taken out from underneath? The C4 could be the end of their chance at breaching on towards that double wall, but it's not, because it does it one better. Gets 2 players. Lobin over the top. And now a 4 versus 3. The man advantage flipped on its head with 15 seconds. There's one more for the trouble. This could be the first time Lost can't quite pull together the top floor. Just the Capital left, but not for long. W7M lock in a strong half.
Sometimes in Siege, we talk about defining moments, and just little things can have such a massive impact. And just a C4, nets 2 kills, simple as that. Round's done at that point. Just lose that man advantage. Just have nothing left for them. W7M, a good half for them. 4-2 is where they will sit. We're going to have another one, though. Not another rehost, please.
They could pause it. They could pause the timer here. The player could rejoin. And when we do SAL shows, we're not in the ears of production and ref, so we actually don't know why. Usually we'll have like Stefan or medics be like, we hold. Or explain the reason why things are happening. Barner's army. Double hard breach ban. There's the timer paused. Look at that. I'm like a producer or a referee. By saying the really obvious thing to do that was always going to be done. I'm like, I'm clever.
Oh. We can try him in. Yeah, it's moving, but instead of 4-2 half, not bad. Pretty darn good. Whenever we look at a map like Labs, and obviously both teams have played at this stage, and I'm pretty sure both teams played it against FaZe. One team lost to FaZe 7-3, and another team beat FaZe 7-5. I think already in that comparison, I think it kind of shows quite a lot. W7M, they were able to also do a 4-2 half up against FaZe, so they're on course just to kind of repeat what they did last time, whereas for us, on their defenses, Emmy, they only got 1.
So you're telling me that's not good news?
No.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's always... What? Just checking the chair. Good chair, not going to collapse during a game. It's always that sort of risk and knowledge of it being a game of 2 halves. As you said, there's... When you know you're going on to a weaker half, whether it's against a particular opponent, whether it's on a particular map, the pressure actually gets higher in the first half. Because there's almost this element, probably, of Lost coming to this half and being like, oh, okay, we had all that, and now we've just got to play the game ahead of us. The fatalism about it can sometimes lead in to actually finding yourself a bit more confident. Because if you win the first round on an expected loss rather than the other way around, you're like, okay, maybe we can make something happen here. Something happen, like getting back into the game as soon as possible. A producer just said, I wish, in response to that.
Obviously, for Labs, we kind of talked about earlier how, you have Clubhouse and then you kind of have Labs, and they play very, very similar to one another. I mean, I think Labs at the moment in the current meta, it is just so stable. I think it's such a consistent matchup for any team. You know exactly what you're getting. If you have confidence, you can do a lot of different takes. I mean, you think about, let's say, the basement, for example, yeah? You think about the amount of variations. You can go for a full top-down clear. You can go direct. You can then go rush into that variation. You can go rush with a backstab, cut in free cargo. Like, the amount of ways you can play this map to suit your team's playstyle, I think, is why it is in a lot of teams' map pool. I mean, there's very few teams who don't want to play Labs. Everyone kind of has it in the map pool these days, and I think it's for good reason. It suits everyone.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
We're back in. Yay! You're supposed to say yay. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yay! We're back in. Now on the turn of the half, as you said, worrying statistics are one thing, but, well, let's see if they can try and counter them. Very different approach to the limitations of what the defenders can do, and the defenders are doing them immediately. The Clash and the Mirror, previously banned, are straight up and on the table alongside the castle. They're going to try and make this approach awkward. Then you add in some laser gates and mute jammers. Oh my. They want to try and slow down W7M's pace at being able to start to swing in, start to get into the gunfights, and sort of make everything outward a threat. It's narrow margins, fine. But it allows them to make things like rafters, the connector that previously weren't power positioned for the defenders into just that. Those threats can be extended. And how do you respond? Well, maybe a Monty, maybe a Glaz and some smoke. Those elements to play against it. Their limitations is on the hard breach. And they've opted to actually not bring any demo at all.
I always think that whenever you have the kind of half switch, Yami, this is what sets the tempo, sets the pace. It kind of lets us know, okay, is the team who's leading just going to sweep from there, or is there a bit of fight back from the team who is currently in the losing position? Of course, that being lost, and we've already talked about in depth the way that the points work out and what they need, and for Lost, they need to get a win on the board. Right now, W7M are just looking to make Cloud's life a lot easier for themselves. But as it stands here for W7M, slow and steady approach. Ooh, C4 attempted, but Lobbin, quick on the trigger, will be able to shoot out midair. More util being dumped in, and that is enough to scare away that mute. Oh dear, a clash up against the Monty, not a favourable matchup at all. He does have the EMPs, of course, but only has one of them remaining.
That's it. As I said, you'll try and find your route in, and they've just sort of smashed themselves on, and without any hard breach, they're massively limited on their approach here. They can only really send it by what is already open, and they're going to try and open a bit more. The Buck is underneath, trying to force some problems and trying to force some positions, but he's not the only one down there, I don't think. There's at least one loose potential player on the roam from the side of W7, from the side of Loss, even. And they need to strike sooner rather than later. A C4 and explosive as they bait and waste a little bit more time. The clash will get the read on when someone's passing because, well, that gate will kick off and start to electrocute anybody, and it's the Monty that leads on. There goes that roaming player, I think, catches out Volps. Now, there's attention that has to be paid by the Buck. Can't look up, and with 40 seconds, I mean, again, I don't want to entirely criticize one decision, but no hard breach here, even with the limitations. It's the game that they want to take you away from, and you've just sort of given it to them. Swinging like that sort of shows what they're trying, and I don't think what they're trying is very good, Demo. They're flawless.
Oh, yeah. I would say it's a horrific attack, really, for W7M standards. Just trying to force your way in through fish. That's it. I mean, the round kind of lives and dies on your Monty there. You know, if he's alive, been able to take really good map control, get yourself in, can block the doorway, easy plan all day long. Whereas if you lose him, you have no way of getting through that. But the biggest issue was they had a perfect counter through the Monty. So the Monty was never going to do anything in that situation. And I think it's more frustrating for me that clash showed herself really early on, but they still just went for it. Like, what were they thinking? The clash was just gonna just give herself up, like, take me away in cuffs, fellas, I'll go now. No, she's never gonna go freely.
It's almost, I don't know, ill-prepared is one way of sort of putting it, but it's hoping the plan works when it makes contact with your opponent. It's a plan on paper, and then they've put it together and it's like, oh no, this hasn't worked at all. And then you're like, well, we're stuck with it now, so let's just try and finish it and get on to the next bloody round. Send yourself in on fish and hope for the best. Really, W7M didn't have, like, or not W7M even, Lost didn't have to work very hard. They just had to move a clash slightly further back and move out of the way of a Buck underneath. And it was done. The round was sort of done and cemented. Yeah, they played around with the flank a little bit, but it came with about a minute left. They weren't under pressure, and they weren't even aware, or seemingly aware of that player. Again, another bit of a stretch here on towards the back-end hold. Gets the work done early, and I'm hoping W7M have a little bit more of a standard approach here. You've got the castle, you've got a hard breacher this time. And they're already putting the pressure in on towards the site, Demo there. There's a bit of an opening. from the side of Animus. There's a bit of an attention drawn from the Candelas, but then they actually rotate out of there, draw them in, and move off.
Just getting the basics done right, which is a vast improvement from what we've seen last time. Obviously, that mirror window is a big issue that they have to try and go through, and I would expect to see W7M get themselves in towards that mid floor. Get yourself into storage, you have the buck for that reason. But Loss, they're going to give it up totally for free. They still have a few roamers upstairs trying to hold down to said area. And speaking of, one of the roamers is able to pick up the first pick. Lobbin is down. There goes the buck. So all that vertical play that you could go for is basically gone now.
Well, now, the spray round, they've lost the buck, they've lost another integral part, and I talk about missing elements, and there's a big one for this site, and at this point, well, what can you try and do? A minute on, Varias is still fighting his way up around cargo. He hasn't been fully removed yet. He can try and retreat towards the stairs if he wants, but again, it's this flank position where he doesn't really feel like he has to. About to find a firefight with a pistol that Dots wins out, and instantly gets that hatch opened up. 45 seconds, though. And this is all work that was once upon a time under their control. They didn't really bait much out of it. They have a pocket C4 and a pocket bulletproof, but I think one of those is more effective than the other. 2 smoke canisters. Maybe get a bit of a lead on and a rush down cargo. There's a court player executed well by VODs. They're looking for the second swing. They tried to buy them a lifeline, but they couldn't quite get it in. So now back in towards the site and concerned, but does get that core taken care of. 3 apiece. 15 seconds here, W7M. They're knocking on the door, but Loss is answering. Sprayed across Palu. All that's left in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't even really know where he's being shot from. But we're leveled up.
Easy defense again. W7M. I mean, like, you're trying to go really basic. You know, make the round as simple as you can. You've opened up the exterior breaches. You can see that obviously there's mirror windows going to be in your way, so you just can't go entirely direct. You do the clever thing. Let's try and take above. We have the buck for that reason. We can try and take control of the verts and make life, again, so easy for us. Then you lose the buck. And you just think, all the kind of basic stuff that you did, it just went out the window, you know, straight away. Because the integral part of that push that you're trying to achieve is gone. So, I don't know, W7M just in a bit of a slump. I don't know. It's a weird one. It's not their usual selves.
It's in elements unfortunate, right? Obviously, as you said, it's not their usual selves. But again, it brings me back almost to that very first round of Lost. The compliments paid towards them. Yeah, they only won out on the same site twice. But they did it with such confidence. And they hit this game in that opening round with the confidence of a team that knows it has to win. Which we haven't really had fully today. We've had different stakes and the stakes keep changing. That is what happens the longer you leave a playday on the grill. But at this point, this sweet spot, Loss are fighting like a team that needs 3 points. W7M would like top 2. Loss need nothing other than top 6. They need playoffs. And even winning this doesn't guarantee it, because there's always a chance there could be another upset result following this immediately. But they are going to do all that they can within what they can worry about. And as put earlier on, to Oscar Piastri, control the controllables.
Oh, W7M. This is your third attack now, what it is on the more achievable bomb site, no doubt about it. Oh, third bomb site. The attackers have the attack. Again, the kind of general layout of this bomb site and sometimes why it doesn't work for defenders is mostly that window that leads straight into the bomb site, and it also comes equipped with a blind spot plant too. So as long as the attackers can make sure nobody's inside of storage and control the vertical over towards IT, you can just jump in and plant. You know, absolutely for free. You know, nothing's really going to stop you. Maybe a C4 below, but again, you'll also do your checks and make sure no one is downstairs. I have got the first pick, so that is a better improvement here from W7M. And again, the way that things are kind of planning out, Emmy, this seems to be much better shape and structure. They've opened up that IT breach, which I mentioned is certainly one of the first things you need to do. And all really Dodos need to do is just sit and hold it. You know, he's brought the Nomad in for that very reason. He's got the air jabs primed and ready.
Are they going to swing out? You can see they're tempted by the idea of leveling things up, but it's a risk. You're the hero. You're 4-4. You're the one that gets the trophy. You're the one that sent them into the 5 versus 3. There's Legacy. Leans up, drops Dodas. There was almost a second that followed from a smoke that was aching for a fight around Top Fish. There's a bit of backup that's come around here, but they're not entirely sure. And again, think about where the site is. Think about what they're fighting for right now, where the risk needs to be and what needs to be taken. It's an explosion on towards Fish. A C4 gets shot out, but it's a fight with a shield and he somehow wins! Legacy gets one, gets dropped. But it's back and forth. Suddenly, it's just the smoke left. And Palu, sniffing for blood, knows where he is. Takes a risk. They're surrounded. They can't quite find a way out. W7M. First in a while.
Oh, W7M. All of the gunfights, all of the deaths happened upstairs. You know, complete bloodbath. Yeah, Lost just couldn't stabilize. I mean, they were doing really well, I think, to trade back the kills back and forth, but W7M just having enough in the tank to win that 1v2. I almost thought that Paulu was just going to get absolutely caught out there. He didn't know where... I mean, he had a fair idea where the smoke was, but just didn't have, you know, a clear vision on him. And I think very fortunate to not die to that first peak that the smoke went for. But, hey, that's how it goes sometimes. W7M at least win the third bomb site, but really, that's not the issue for me. You know, they have to go and win the other 2 bomb sites that they just haven't been able to.
At this point, back and forth, traded, the anticipation of all the way is that looming possibility. That sort of reminder that floats its way through for everything that is needed here by loss. W7M need even more. They want to get the chance at jumping NIP. It's not going to be via round difference this late in the day. Has to be the 3 points. Otherwise, they will be locked out of the top 2. And NIP's place is secured. Loss. They can keep themselves neck and neck here. They can keep themselves battling back and forth. They've already grown massively on the last time they met this W7M team. And granted, it's a very different W7M. Last time they were undefeated, I think, at this point. And they carried that one through all the way. Now, Loss. Their chance at holding out since the rehost has been a little bit of a drift away, but Legacy been having a great series so far. 12-7 overall. Kurtz is the only real missing factor. Farias was 4-6 total, which shows since the rehost has unfortunately not found any real headway on defense.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just thinking 1C4. That would be an absolute nightmare. How many players are stacked up on that wall?
Yep.
Oh, the fuse, though, is just fusing away. Using the pucks. Does it get the castle barricade, though? Is it Ricochet? Nope, doesn't look so. So that castle barricade is still intact for the meantime. Again, if you're fortunate with the pucks, you can actually have it kind of bounce off the railing there and catwalk, and it can bounce back and blow up the door for you, but has missed out on that opportunity, but I'm sure still will get destroyed eventually. See, a lot of util has really been forced into garage and catwalk. You know, you've got a lot of protection operators. You've got the castle, obviously, that we've just seen being used not only just in the catwalk door, but even downstairs in the doorway into the little room that just leads into the garage. Even it was castled off at a point too. So they really want to kind of hold fast and really fight for garage here, but look, we know what happens whenever these angles start getting opened up and you don't necessarily have the safety anymore. You just have to leave it. You know, catwalk is a tedious place to play.
Well, as tedious as it can be, Farias is doing their best to hold off on the slowly approaching pressure. Oh, if he was an ADS, well, he gets it anyway. They had the pressure of the fuse shield coming in as well, suddenly reveals themselves, and with a minute, they've got what is tentative control here on towards Rafters. It's a 5 versus 4, and instead move the shield, manipulate the space. You've done what you needed to do and gain them that ground, and they're expecting this C4 to come out over the top as Dodes gets another. Kurtz goes down. W7M look like they're about to give themselves that guaranteed point at least. Pressure around on the opposite side. They're going for the make or break. W7M smash their way across. They're inside the site looking for a fight itself, but suddenly they haven't found one. Because everybody is dead. There's at least a fight, scrappy as it is, from Dark. But as they prepare to drop the C4 on towards the fuse, at this point they could just plant.
Yeah. Could be. There we go.
Now, can they pull this back? No. Quick question, quick answer.
Oh dear. I mean, much better from W7. I mean, why they didn't do that in the first round is beyond me. They went basic, opened up walls, got the rafters control. Also, how often do we see somebody get killed because they've been spotted running past a hole in a castle barricade that a fuse made?
Not that often.
That's a first for me, I think.
Yeah. Well, the castle didn't expect it either.
No, he's seen something run across and then just an easy gone 6 into a pre-fire. Nice little job there from W7M, and yeah, much better from them. You got those picks, then you rotate over toward Fish rather than trying to just headstrong from Fish right from the get-go. That's the difference. So W7M finally looking like themselves again. And really now, if you're lost, you're kind of in a situation where the only site that you haven't lost is basement. And that's not necessarily the issue. The issue is that if you do win basement, where do you go after that for your match, for your 6-5? But again, in theory, I'm saying this as though they're going to win the basement. It's still yet to be decided. But just let's pretend that they did. Let's pretend that we're 3 minutes into the future. Lots have won this round. 6-5. Okay. We've jumped into the DeLorean, right? Myself and yourself, we're in.
Whoa.
3 minutes into the future. And where do they go? What site? Your storage didn't work. Your top floor didn't work. That's the issue that I'm kind of seeing the future here for loss.
Kitchen.
Oh dear. You don't want to say that.
That's one of the... We gotta go back. We gotta go back, Marty.
No, not go back to the kitchen.
We gotta warn them. Don't go to kitchen. At this point, just to put the stakes back up, it's not done for loss. It's not like the previous showdown. Loss could still make this happen with an OT. An OT win's better than an OT loss, but an OT loss, technically, fine all the same. It would put them and Loud on the same points, and loss have a much better round difference. It means that Loud would have to get to OT as well. But if both teams get an OT loss, Loud obviously stay 1 point ahead. If loss cannot get these 2 rounds, that is all that is written of them this split. Opening engagement could be massive. Obviously, Farias not quite being able to get themselves in, but it's been traded sort of back and forth. And so far this half has an 100% sort of run rate of whoever gets that opener gets the round itself. It's very much been par for the course that we've had laid out ahead of us. Getting themselves cracked in and open up. There is at least a little bit of a loose play here of Kurtz, who's hurt. Not dead. As much as Castle likes to make it sound like he is.
Yeah, it's a much better adaptation here from W7M. They brought in 2 soft breaches, so even if they did lose the buck, which happened to them last time, they have the ramp, and I like the fact that they're going all the way from the top floor. They struggled with roamers in that mid floor. Let's clear them first. Let's use that extra bit of soft destruction that we brought into our lineup They clear them out, and then it just gives us an easier time then of doing the second bit of soft destruction, getting in towards that mid 4, which we couldn't do last time. So yeah, this is looking so much better. Such a better shape and structure here for W7M. All they have to do is just follow through. Get the verts open, figure out where they want to plant, have everyone hold their angles, walk in, get a plant down. You have a shield, which is obviously going to help with that. It's up to Lost to do something. You know, they don't have any form of denial, so they have to try and play guns up. I think retake has to be a retake from Lost if they want to win this round.
40 seconds, all 10 players, and we're about to explode our way down towards the basement, but it's still a fight on the mid floor, and Lost are going for a retake, and oh, that's a very good idea, but it's instantly traded back in. They got one, but the trade-off of Kurtz to Lobin, the buck is probably one they're happy with. Yes, they have some extra, but as the plant's being confirmed, why are you on the top floor? Well, there needs to be some attribution, and there is, Arthur! As late as you like. Okay, now where's the rest of you, W7M? You've got to act on the impact, and they just can't get there in time. They're having to fall hatch to hatch, but as soon as they try and cement this, what a way for that to play out. A single player on a plant and a single player to stop it defines it all, Demo.
Yeah. It was what I thought Lost were going to do. I mean, it's the only thing they could have done. You have to try and retake above. You know, you have to try and get active. They had no real plant denial. And as you've seen, perfectly timed. The roamers come in upstairs. All the players that were holding the vert for that plant going down, they're no longer holding the vert. And that's where the Mira can just slip in. No cover whatsoever. And all it takes is that diffuser just being dropped. 10 seconds left. No time. Yeah. Love it from Lost. And like I mentioned, Emmy, we were in the DeLorean. Here we are.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
We're back. They didn't go kitchen, though.
No. They went top floor, which, I mean, last time they were here, W7M, they just went so straightforward, did their basics well. Lost and need to adapt. They need to change things up.
One round separates them from a chance of fighting. It doesn't guarantee it. As I said, you can only really do what you can do at this point, this late on. This is the spread of how everything comes together, but currently the only separator is that Loud reached overtime once more than Lost have throughout the games played, and that could be leveled today. Loud have NIP to try and get through. Loss. Your best and only chance lies in this. A season's worth of play culminates in but a single round to hold off an onslaught of W7M. The Maverick. Getting the early work done here, but there's no chance at a catch of a C4 or anyone that wants to immediately put pressure back. The denial of the wall will come from a mute jammer. None of the bandit tricking, none of the plays electricity that we've seen run by W7M on their half, and gives option. We're hoping to lean in, and Varius being able to get their first kill in a while in the previous round might lead into a bit more success. They're going to keep that a little bit soft for now and just open it up. Get the angle and get the pressure. At what point does it feel a bit too much here for Lost? They've used all the reinforcers, so they can't quite give themselves a cement on the back of that mirror window. They've just got to be concerned that the pressure doesn't come from behind them.
Yeah, again, a slow and steady approach for W7M, just making sure they can do the basics correctly. Definitely Catwalk is what they're after, and that's where they want to try and push. And they're just going to send the shield straight for the window. Yes, they are. Volps is in, and now he has control of Rafters. Oh, almost. It's taken out for the Fenrir. Oh, don't be overextending too much, Volps. Just punch the mirror window. That's all you have to do.
Yeah,
oh,
there was a second there where he seemed like he'd gone a little bit too far, but maybe he knew about the pressure and the support that was coming from his shoulders and wanted to bait them into the swing of somebody else. Took a lot of damage. And now you're looking at things like those C4s already prepped in Kurtz's hand, ready to be loosed, although it's swapped out, as I say it, the smoke canisters as well. This is 50 seconds, and they've just got to sit and wait. Legacy just preps that one as well to immediately pop on the back of it. They're still concerned about watching what might come from below and come from the depths, but W7M, they're probing, and there's the first. Dark's able to get rid of Dots there. Catch the slight pressure here. They're still preparing themselves around. The third smoke canister will pop. 28 seconds. I think that one was a little bit angsty. They thought the shield was going to run in, and at this point, 20 seconds lost. Just have to hold up for their hope. And they're about to meet Volps on the side of a shield. Covers one, wants to try and go across the divide. Legacy takes the header for Palu. Arthur gets one more. Dodas does their best. But as Farius steps in, and with 5 seconds left, Lost just have to sit back and watch the timer go up to OT. They're still in this, still fighting. They're getting their hugs done. They know that they've done a big part of it, but it is not done yet. If they can get 2 points, then that means the pressure's on even more for the team ahead of them. That means that Loud would again have to repeat, would have to win in OT or better. Beat NIP clean.
Wow. Wow. I mean, what can you say about loss? I mean, digging deep. W7M just... I don't think W7M got the pick that they were after. I think W7M were just hoping that they would be able to have a man advantage at some point during the game. And then they would just utilize the blitz to almost to overwhelm that weak position. It's not the rehost, by the way. This game's never going to end, it feels like. Oh my, but what can you say? I mean, just Siege.
Just Siege. I mean, I'm glad we've had this, because obviously you and I cast EML when there was another important possible day. There was another chance that X team could do Y thing, and this depends on this, and this will shake the tree, and this will... Oh, it's already been resolved within 2 games. And that set the course for everything else by results. This changes things. We could have been going into that last game with everything settled, but now we have that do or die massive run. Loss. Better now than before this round. But still. Imagine being Loud right now. Think about how in stage 1 they fell out of the top 6 because of round difference. Same points as Black Dragons, 4 rounds separated them. Demo, in an hour and a bit, that could happen again.
Big breath. Big breath. W7M. I don't know. Can they still overtake NIP?
I don't believe so, no, because I think they were 2 adrift, as I have a quick double check.
No,
because round difference is too far. So it would be... They could tie on 19 points, but because NIP... Unless... Oh, I guess... Okay, unless NIP lose
NIP
massively.
need to get clobbered. Yeah. They need to take a bit of a lashing, but...
They would need to lose by at least 5 rounds.
Yeah. Which, it's still a chance. And I've seen G2 qualify for a major before, so I always take the percentages into account. There's a chance it's still possible, so... But again, it's a big ask, isn't it? It's not in your hands anymore at that stage. It's not just the fact that you're hoping for a team to lose, you're hoping for a team to lose badly as well. I think that's another parameter that you've kind of went into it. So yeah, W7M, I think they might have missed their chance at getting into the top 2. So NIP look as though they're pretty on course, as long as they just play their cards right in being able to take that top 2 position. And I mean, for NIP, when was the last time that team finished top 2 in the league?
I would tell you, but I don't know.
I'll have a look.
That's your job.
You give me a minute. I'll have a look.
Buddy, I'll paint the scene. Do you know why? I know why this game has gone on very long, by the way.
Okay.
Because I forgot to go to the shops earlier on today. So I ordered a pizza that my housemate lovingly opened the door and got for me.
Yeah.
That arrived like a minute before this game started. I was able to get a couple of slices, scrammed as quick as I could, which is a northern term for eat. And then, obviously, it's turned into the longest game of the night. So it's my fault, as my pizza has slowly gotten cold.
Okay, I've got a reference, I think.
Okay.
For NIP, but it's a bit of a weird one, is the best way I would put it. And I have got evidence here. Oh, here we go again. Well, gives me more time to talk about this then, I guess.
Is this wrong sides? Probably.
Who knows? Yeah, I do have evidence, right? It was back in the second stage of 2023 for Brazil. However, this was when we had a Group A and a Group B. It wasn't a full combined all 10 teams in the table. So it was 5 teams in each group. They did finish first in said group. Does that count? I'm guessing it does.
I think it does.
Yeah, because it would be top 2, because then the other person who finished, or the other team that finished in the other group was W7M. They finished first, so then they would kind of be like 1 and 2.
I think it counts. You can have that. You're allowed.
Yeah, it's been a while though. Like you're going back 2 years, 2.5 years even. So it has been a while since we've seen success from NIP.
We'll hopefully find ourselves back in. Do you know why it was then the rehost on the rehost? Because I was public about the pizza, which only adds more time before the pizza is able to be eaten. It adds tension, though.
What was on the pizza?
It's a generic meat. You know, when you just get the one that's like all the meats.
Yeah.
I got an all the meats.
A meat feast?
Well, I didn't want to give the game away as to what brand I've bought pizza from. Not because I don't want to advertise a pizza brand or whatever, but because everybody will have an opinion on it. Like, either good or bad, everyone's got a favorite crap fast food takeaway place for pizzas.
Did I ever take you to remember whenever we used to do ESL Prem? Do you remember Pizza Go-Go? Did I ever take you to that place?
I think once.
Yeah, that was actually like a classic back in the day.
Yeah. Do you know what? So this is when I did OGA Pit, however many years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was, with the NAB, Sternab. There was this pizza place. Did we go there all the time as well? Yeah. So one of the producers of the show owned a pizza shop, and we had pizza pretty much every single night of a month-long show out in Croatia, and it was good pizza. Oh yeah. Oh no. It
For Croatia.
Yep.
Have the donuts, everyone. Please, if you live in Croatia, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you, that place for that them donut, I've never had better. Never.
Yeah. And Split is a beautiful place as well. Split, Croatia.
Fantastic. Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones
well,
fan.
don't forget. Yeah.
Holiday in Split, Croatia. Okay. Enough about Croatia. Let's get back to South America, where we currently are. And for one more time, the stakes, the stage is currently set. W7M cannot potentially get themselves into the top 2 unless they get the 2 points here and NIP have a stinker. Loss have currently got themselves a penciled in seat in the top 6. Because though they have now guaranteed the same points as Loud, both on 10 points, their round difference of what is currently -4 is much better and uncatchable by Loud, who are on -12, even if they 7-0. However, they get one more point. They get a win here. Then Loud have to sort of get themselves an OT win, they can set the bar for a whole game, and the pressure is as high as it's been. Loss. Can they do what needs to be done here? W7M, can they get themselves in towards the top 2? Both teams will now be watching that final game with a lot of nerves. We've seen two pretty solid halves, 2-4-2 halves, but that's a perfect way. Remember how many times you asked for it?
I know. It's yeah. It's always like a kind of safety like warning that you have to put if you play Maverick on that bomb site. It's may get C4'd, you know, it's batteries included. Yeah, you've lost the Maverick. It's obviously going to be difficult now because you're going to have to now use the hard breach charges that you would like to have kept for other areas, such as your connector side. I mean, still doable, of course, for W7M. They still have, like, a Monty, for example, which will give them good pushing power, of course, to just try and walk into the bomb site and get the plant down. So, see if Lost can try and front up these kills, and the first one that may come knocking is going to be on to Dudez, and that C4 has went whenever the fellow's already jumped into the window, so they've wasted denial there from Kurtz. Only one C4 remaining, that is from Legacy.
I think they were kind of hoping that somebody was going to follow them through and, like, double in for a quick push there. The Monty's pushed up against the mirror window, got it locked in, and this has been a good bit of control. The response of losing Palu was, right, we need to go. We need to put the punch somewhere else and make sure that that wasn't unanswered. They got an answer. They didn't get a kill on the back of it, just a lot of territory. Now, though, they can use this to immediately breach a route through onto the site, but Legacy is able to get one with a shotgun, and they're trying to swing for a second follow-through onto the connecting electrical. One of the two players already dead, so that won't affect the play out of the rest of the round on that degree, but that sure will. There's one. Ooh, there's a lot of damage done either side. Arthur took as much as Dodez, but the risk is against the shotgun. It's easier to just do that. Forbes gets one. We hear air jabs popping off, but so is Farius. Loss once again in that driver's seat. One round separates them from 2 points.
They've no displacement for the person playing close in E-box door, which I am just stunned by. I mean, it's such a common position. It's not as if, like, there's no nades. There's like a Grim is a great one as well to kind of displace him. The best way, and everyone knows this, go below and start shooting him from downstairs, maybe with a Deimos pistol, a buck, whatever you want to do. I mean, that is such a common way in W7M. It's almost as though they're just running into a brick wall and thinking they're going to run straight through it. They think they're a cartoon character where they're going to leave like a perfect outline through the wall. No, it's not how that works.
So, still here in this precipice, and look at the energy from Lost, though. Carrying it on as we wait to carry through. The opposite from W7M, the stress. They knew that they needed the 3 points. They could still make it with 2, but it's a frustrating thing for them to have to go up against a game that should be a win. When you have an underdog story, the bigger dog has to lose, and that's frustrating. Especially when you've been having a rougher split than you did last time round. Said you sort of compare them, right? Top dogs to mid-table. Back in. Maybe for one more round, but it's seemingly endless, this game.
Is there any infinite OT in this?
They'll find a way.
We find like we find a reason for the whole game to be replayed. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Oh no, it wouldn't. Unless it's not played today, and I can go and eat my pizza and relax.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Eating this pizza. It better be good, by the way, because if you're hyping up so much and keep talking about it.
Oh no, I'm not hyping it up. I'm using it as an answer to the question of why has this game been the one, and it's because I ordered a pizza. It doesn't matter the quality of the pizza. It's because I had hot food, and now I don't.
Well,
and
that's
you
that's
can
a rookie
reheat
mistake.
pizza. Well, it's the good. It was actually part of my logic. Was I can't decide when a takeaway arrives. It's at the whim of the takeaway. So pizza's well easy to reheat. So otherwise, I would just be eating. You'd not hear me for like 3 minutes at a time, and then you'd just solo cast. Production can see me on the camera, so they would know what I was doing, and I would lie and tell you that I'm just having internet problems. But truly, I would be feasting like Kurtz is on Volps. Oh, what a first blow here. Has that energy from loss carried itself over? Attack has been that rougher time to win. It's been a long time since we've seen loss on it. But what a way to start.
Deploying code.
Oh, phone call. Anyone going to get caught out by it? It seems like anyone's in a position to play off the back of the buzzing. I mean, Lost don't need to. I mean, Lost have got that opening pick. I mean, they can slow the pace right on down. They just transition now into their second phase. They've got themselves into the building now. Let's start doing the basic work of getting these hatches opened up. Start doing the vertical work. W7M, they do have denial compared to, if you remember, whenever Lost were here in their defense. You know, they didn't bring any denial at all. They went for a retake strategy. You know, W7M, I mean, they're still in the thick of it here. I mean, Lobin is really caught between a rock and a hard place. But, I mean, for me, it's where's he gonna go? Like, he's in towards that top floor. It just feels though they're gonna be so, like, loose on site now.
I mean, that swinging was hoping, right? It was doing its best to try and get a catch, and does put some pressure onto Dark. A little bit unaware of the chance there, and this could be that blow. We talked about when do you have the option to go and hunt for somebody. We talked about this was when Los actually struggled before, and they're going to send up a solo. Farius, the Ram, without any more boogie drones, is going to sit and watch, and actually, they're not. They're going to throw some flashes over and try and just bait the player out and draw the focus away whilst the rest of the team puts pressure on the site itself. But you're sort of still opening an opening for an even fight. They do find dots. They're inside, none immediately knocked out. There's 2 kills for W7M, but there's Palu down as well. So it's a 3 versus 2 with one player still on the roof. At this point, Los could put the pressure in towards the site. Dodez is all that's holding on right now. The Ram, what are you doing? Farius, what are you doing? Dodez! Unbelievable end to a round there. W7M not done yet.
Oh my, oh my. Moment of brilliance there from Dodez. And look, the game plan for W7M, they brought the denial for that reason. The denial really helped them. You know, 10 seconds. That is basically where those attackers are panicking. You know, their main cause is get the diffuser down, get the diffuser down. So then you start missing steps. And the thing that they missed was that guy just sat in a corner, just waiting, just right in front of the diffuser. So give all credit W7M their game plan. Play with that time denial. I mean, I was really, really worried about Lobin. Even though he necessarily didn't do, I don't want to say anything, like he didn't get kills or didn't go crazy upstairs, but he was a presence that put pressure onto Loss. It was phantom pressure. He's not going to do anything, but it's just that little thing in the back of your head that makes you think that guy's up there.
All the way to the end. Did this game have any different result? I'm trying to have a quick look. This game started at an hour and 15 minutes ago, roughly. Hour 20. Truly has been everything possible from this. The comparison to the opening, that could have fit the first 2 games in this game. W7M immediately in, Lobin cutting their way. They're already planting demo. Volps is off. There's got to be something here. Floss, pay attention. Lost. Oh no! 2 trades out. Wow. The pistols at dawn. Dots gets 2 for W7M and Loss. Is this the way it falls apart? A rush round, a plant in, not paying attention, not quite in the position. There's the smoke canister, buys them a second of time, but W7M 2 shields. Palu getting 1 more. Kurt's under a lot of damage. 20 seconds. Can they even make it to the kit in time? And I don't think they can. They do get a blitz, but they don't have verticality. They don't have the windows. They don't have a clue. And that is all she wrote. Both teams technically get what they want from this in some manner. W7M with that final round do get themselves the 2 rounds. The 2 points. But, I mean, what a weird end.
Oh, didn't expect that. Just a snatch and grab rush. I have to highlight Dotso. That is as good as a blitz round as you will ever see. Being able to not be, you know, the traditional where it would be a shield planting and, you know, the blitz going in for storage. He's there as the main distraction to pull them away from those guys going for the plant. But he wasn't, like, nobody actually went towards him. He was able to get himself into their bomb site and find 2 kills with a pistol. And at that stage then, he can just do whatever he wants. And he just ran them in circles. Like, he broke their ankles the way he was moving around that bomb site. So I have to give credit to Dots. You know I love a blitz, Emmy. And that was, yeah, top tier.
Do you know what I love? After that stint, a quick break before we're back with the desk.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
A roller coaster of a matchup that ends up with W7M securing 3rd and Los temporarily potentially moving themselves into that 6th and final playoff position. They got the 1 point they needed, so they will turn their attention to their next matchup. But first, we got to congratulate W7M and talk to them as they look ahead to the playoffs. We'll bring in Loban now after this victory. Loban, congratulations, my friend, on closing out the stage with a nice little overtime thriller. how does it feel to end up with this one? You go into playoffs now with this nice little thrilling win under your belt. What's that like for you?
I think it's good because we have a lot of things to rewatch and work on. And outside of that, I think my PC was exploding, and so it was a little hard for me this game. And we threw, I think, 1 or 2 rounds, maybe, I don't know, but like it was a close match. They played good. Arquis was having like a really good match today, and it was like carrying for them. And I think that was a good match.
Congratulations on the win, first and foremost. Second off, how intense were you guys taking this series, and why did you guys go to labs in the first place?
I think the intensity was like normal. Like we want to win, of course, and all that, but we're not like having any type of pressure. We know you're gonna be in 3rd place or 4th place, whatever. You're gonna have to play the same playoffs. Doesn't matter anymore. And the labs is just because it's our best map. We just want to play it. We know it's their best map too, and they played like really random plays today, so it was a little different to play against. But it was a nice map to play again.
What's up, brother? I'm glad you're doing well, Logan. Congratulations on the win. I kind of want to talk to you just kind of about the entire stage, kind of just pick your brain a little bit. Obviously, you know, the stats only paint part of the picture in the story. I know even for yourself, not by any means that you were playing bad this stage, but I don't think you were playing up to typically where you usually are. I think you're obviously aware of it. I'm just kind of curious, kind of what has been this stage, the big difference from the previous stage or even throughout your career? Like I said, for me and just watching you develop, it just...
Hello.
Frozen?
No, he was frozen.
No,
now he's back.
I was frozen. I'm back.
Did you get any bit of that?
No. The first part. I was playing. You started playing bad and then froze.
Yeah, no. So I was talking about, so like, obviously throughout your career, you've always been a very dominant player. You've always had very solid performances. This stage is definitely tapered off a bit. It's not saying that you're performing bad by any means. I'm just curious, like, kind of what's been the big proprietor as to why we aren't seeing Loban at the top of the leaderboards like we typically are.
I think you can say I'm playing bad a little bit because I have some tough matches in this stage. Of course, I think my role is like always like looking for the breach, and if I get like one open kill in one round of attack in a different side map, I did like a good job for my team. So I'm literally like just focusing on doing my work. Like I said, I talked to Lawrence a lot throughout this stage because the last time I had a really bad stage was the one we went to Atlanta, that we were like the last place in Brazil. Like it's that level of thing. Like last time I played that bad. So this time I'm just working on like doing my job for my team, doing what is in my control. I had some really good games, the 3 that we just played. So I think we're just gonna focus on that. Today I really don't have nothing to say. Like literally, my game was crashing and lagging in the middle of the round. So I was just like, yeah, guys, carry me, and I'm just here.
Just one more follow-up. I mean, I know you talk about the role you play. It's a very crucial role, being able to find that gap and create an opening. When you're in those moments and, like, let's say you can't find a gap, I mean, kind of what's going through your head and how do you relay that, or how do you kind of problem solve in those situations?
I think there's always, like, 2 things that I think about. One is I can use some resources for my teammates, or use someone as bait, or I bait for someone, you know, or for the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have Dodas in Paulo, bro, the biggest baiters in the world, so they're always baiting for me. I played with Maya, another baiter. I always had a baiter with me, so it's fine for me. And the second thing is just go back to play with your team. You know, just play as a group, because if the team in the other line, the other side, they are playing like watching all the flanks, all the breaches. They're probably like playing alone a lot, so it's just way easier to play together, and I just don't need to do any type of lurk.
All right, sounds
Loban,
good, buddy.
Thank you so much for the insight. We will see you next week in playoffs, man. Good luck.
Yeah, see you guys. Pwede send mo bandoring? Okay.
All right, W7M take an 8-7 overtime win, and they close it out. Obviously, this one was neck and neck. This one was a nail biter. Thought for a second there, Fox, that Los was going to take it. They were going to really apply the pressure to Loud, but it was W7M who closed it out on that 15th round with a clean attack that Los could just not stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think Loban said it best with them going to a map that's arguably the best map for both teams. I think we saw that out of Los, and Los's progression since we watched him in the NAL has been pretty big, pretty massive, and now they've put themselves in a position where they're still fighting for that top 6. We'll talk a little bit more afterwards. But when it comes to this game specifically, I was really impressed with how Los played the match. I wish we would have seen this Los the same way we would have wished to see the Black Dragons match that we saw. If we could have seen this consistency out of Los throughout the whole stage, we wouldn't even be in a situation where Los was playing for that top 6. They would have already been a part of it. And so that's the inconsistency levels. And when there's pressure on the line, it changes the way teams need to play. And that's what we saw, especially when it got into overtime. I think Los just, unfortunately, the pressure got to them and let W7M just run around on them. They played very well, specifically using that blitz on their attack rounds. The shield usage from W7M is what inevitably was the downfall for Los.
I mean, it was a beautiful, that last round that Demo even highlighted on from Dots being able to make that headway with the blitz. I mean, he said it best. That is the perfect way to use blitz in that position to get those 2 kills, open up the site, stall out the player while the rest of your team is going for the defuse. I mean, it was just flawless through and through. But yeah, I think it just came down, you know, where the more experienced team is always going to win in these scenarios. When you go OT, it just comes down to resilience and just being able to have that mental fortitude to keep fighting. But I mean, I do agree with you in the beginning of this, what you said, John. I thought Los was going to, I mean, that first round, I was very convinced. I mean, they took the top floor, then they just played the vertical pressure, not allowing W7M to come back onto the site. But then it was just once we started getting into the late round, once W7M started to warm up, then it was just really about back and forth. And even in that clip right there, Dota's getting that big 3K was a big deciding factor that kept W7M even in this fight to begin with, where they had that round. And that's where I think when the pressure is being applied there, that's, you know, Fox says this line a lot, pressure makes diamonds, and it also loses you rounds in situations. And I just think Los just faltered at the end just due to lack of mentality, where W7M has been in this situation, whether it's been on a main stage or whether it's just being here now and being able to close it out. But God, look at those numbers from Dotas. Holy.
I mean, what, 18 and 9? I figure he'll probably be our match MVP as a result. I mean, you see great numbers on both sides, but it was Dotas who won out the day. We saw big plays left and right from both Dotas and, well, honestly, so many different people in this lobby, but a big player, Fox, who made some big plays to get themselves over the line and into that 3rd place position.
Yeah, easily has to go to Dotas. Unfortunately, it still kind of talks with the narrative of W7M when push comes to shove. If matches get close, they are always relying on one player to be that X factor, that one player to be able to pull them out whenever strategies aren't necessarily working out. It's great to have that. When it comes to playoffs, I have no doubt W7M will most likely make Munich. These are issues that the top teams will have to be looking at going into Munich, because obviously when you get there, you won't be able to just rely on one individual player. You're not always going to be able to have cracks in a defense or an attack where you can get in, where you can have an amazing player just focus on their aim. It's going to be a lot more strategy heavy. And I'm glad we talked about it with Loban saying, oh, is he playing bad? And he was like, you could say I'm playing a little bit bad. And that's one of the key pieces to the strategy, is being able to make sure everything's working on top of it. So again, amazing play from Dotas. Thankfully, he was able to close it out and bring his team across the finish line. He's been having an amazing stage so far.
With
that being said, strategy.
With that, they move themselves to that 3rd place spot. As I said, W7M now locked in and only 1 spot left for grabs. And that is still that 6th place spot that now Los have found themselves in. Laxing, this is as close as it gets, as down to the wire as it gets, because Loud, now they've been knocked down a place, but they have yet to play, and all they need is a single point. That means they could lose in overtime and still make the playoffs. I mean, you've been in situations like this before. I mean, what's it like right now as Loud are getting ready for this next game? What is it going through their heads?
Listen, whether I've been in this scenario, I'm watching this scenario, my heart is pounding for Los, because they're also going to beat themselves up if they don't end up qualifying based off that Dota's 3K. But I mean, this is a moment right here. Loud can steal it away. They can qualify here, but they have to play their part and do their job that is needed. But again, I mean, everything is on the line here. Pressure is going to be mounting on these players. Last stage, they missed out due to round differential. Everything is in their hands now, and it starts with this matchup against NIP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to Loud, players like Flash, Street, Perez, they've just been putting the team on their back. And there's been such a huge inconsistency when it comes to Loud, because when they play against the great teams, they'll keep it close. I mean, very good loss, 8-6 loss to Furia in their last play day. But then immediately within the same week, they lost 2-7 to W7M. They lost 7-0 to Liquid. It's almost impossible where it's in the blink of an eye, or depending on the day, these two teams, it's two different teams in one. And I really think it comes down to their play style of the way that they want to play, the way that they coordinate an attack, because they just have essentially their support player always playing on the back line. They have so much utility on the team, but they're just unable to find positionings, go for those executes, go for the diffuses, being able to get the diffuser down. They're constantly losing people in the trade aspect of the game. And one big player that I want to look at specifically when it comes to that utility in the trades is Live. He is the glue that connects both the front line and the back line. And he's been having a pretty rough stage, and he's on roles that should be amplifying the amounts of trades that he should be in. He should be connecting the front line to the back line consistently.
I mean, it's not even just on Live. I mean, I completely agree with you. He really needs to be that glue, especially in a moment like this, where if you want to make your run to Munich, get to a major event again, it's going to start today in this match. But I mean, it's not just on him. I mean, Paris being their second best player, having a horrible game versus Furia, going 5-11, and then to just even double up on that, or triple up on that rather. Basetto also not finding a lot of success on these shields. We've talked about this time and time again with Basetto, just not being able to do a lot with those shields. Maybe it's just a scenario where maybe we just don't play the shields here. Maybe we just forget about it. Just go back to, you know, whatever fundamentals you were playing beforehand and forget about it here, because everything needs to be perfect. There can't be any excuses made. Everything is in your hands this time around, where last time it came down to round count. Now you just need a round. You just need a game to be able to walk through this and then put yourselves in playoffs.
Well, their opponents today in NIP, it's a spoiler situation for them. They are locked in for that second place spot after, well, the rest of the action has shaken up today. They'll get a bye in playoffs, but they have a chance to replicate what Liquid did to Loud in stage 1. This is a very similar situation for Loud that they had just a few months ago. Came down to the last day, they were in playoffs, and then Liquid knocked them out by leapfrogging them. They could be in a very similar position here if they're not careful. NIP, they don't need this win. They have got that bye. They're in second place, Fox. But man, would it be good to shut down a strong hopeful that beat you in the group stage last stage.
I mean, it would be amazing to be able to right the wrongs. That being said, if you're a Loud fan, this is a very dire moment, because NIP has been looking absolutely pitch perfect. As the season has progressed, they've went from close games, 7-4, 7-5s, to the last sets of games, 7-3, 7-1, 7-1 against FaZe in their last play day. I mean, NIP has been so strong when it comes to their opening kills, to their aggression, the way that they've been playing. When it comes to the whole team, they've really been finding their full stride of how they want to identify themselves. They're able to bring the shield, they're able to bring the utility, but Fantasy has just been so good on that Deimos, being able to find openings for his team, and they have not been losing those kills. They're denying the trades. Everybody on the team has been playing so well for NIP, and you know, even though Loud is close, they just need to bring it to overtime. When we talked to Pino last week, P said it feels good to finally be winning. And I know that feeling, and that feeling is not something that NIP is just going to want to give away just because they're close. You know, they've already made top 2. They want to be able to close it out strong. The same way I wished Furia would have closed the stage out strong.
No, I mean, this NIP roster, I have been so impressed from the previous stage into what it is now. I think they just obviously need a little more time to develop. And then with what I'm seeing this stage, which I think has been the biggest factor for me, especially on their attacks outside of just Fantasy and Hates just making big headway, is more so them being able to problem solve, being able to identify issues in the round and actually having a solution to fix those problems. Whereas before they would just kind of run their head into a wall, send another body, see if it works out, win the gunfight. Obviously, we need those guys who can gunfight, but it was a matter they just couldn't adapt. They couldn't figure out the solution and the right approach. But now they are in sync. They have solutions. They can problem solve. And a lot of that also comes off the backing of Pino being able to make those calls, being a long historic player. So, I mean, praise to him as well. But this roster, I've just been so impressed with their playmaking abilities here. And I can't wait to see what this game's going to look like. Because as you said it, they aren't satisfied. They want to close it out here with a statement. They don't want to just let this game go by easy. They want to keep continuing their progress and improving and only push that much further into playoffs.
In sync is a great way to put it, Lax, because they really are a team playing so well across the board together. It's very rare you see a top team with players that aren't well above the others or people lagging behind. They are well across the board, all over 100 EPS, all playing very, very well. Well, to close out this last play day, we still got to figure out what map we are going to here. As always, we have to ask the question, are NIP going to show off anything new, or does it come down to consistency? Fox, frankly, I'm more curious where Loud are going to go to try to get the single point they need.
Oh, I mean, that's a great map, honestly, for both teams. That being, I really like Clubhouse for Loud just because it takes away the pressure of having to go to a map where there's a lot of inconsistencies. You have to be able to IGL on the fly. You can really work with it whenever you need to. And this is a map that NIP looked somewhat weaker on. This is one of their one of their 2 losses. It was against W7M in overtime. And so it's a map that is a very winnable map for Loud to take them to. So out of all of the evils that you could have went to, Loud is trying to go to a consistent map for them. Loud has beat Los on it. They've played a little bit this stage. And there wasn't necessarily anything too surprising, but it's a very default map. And that's exactly what Loud need, because when it comes to the strategy, when it comes to trading, Clubhouse is very basic. It forces you to trade, forces you to keep it simple. And you can also manage NIP's aggression on it. So it's a very solid pick. And I'm surprised that NIP let it go through. Yes, they did bring it to a double overtime against W7M, but still, you can beat a team on Clubhouse regardless of what their skill level is, just because it's so simple. Everybody knows the basics.
I do want to say, however, I think that game, well, obviously, one, it was very close. It was an 8-7 where W7 walked away with it. But when you looked at everyone's performance across the board, Wizard at 10 kills, Pino and Cons at 9, same with Fantasy. And the only outlier of that situation was Hates being at 5 kills. Obviously, holding it, I mean, bringing it down per se. Whereas, again, we talk about Clubhouse, it's basic fundamentals, it's who makes the least amount of mistakes. I think it makes perfect sense to be able to bring it to Clubhouse because you're going to fix those little mistakes and make sure you're perfect here. And I would say the opponent against W7M versus Loud, I would say one outweighs the other very heavily.
Well, here's the deal. As we said, Loud need a single point. That's a regulation win, OT win, or OT loss. Any of that, and they make the playoffs. Can they do it? Fluke and Demo, let's find out.
Let's find out indeed, as we now hurtle into what is the end of a play day that at points has felt endless, and the end of a season, at least before playoffs, before we get the feed in towards the best of threes. Demo! Are you ready?
Yeah.
That's good. Because if you weren't, we'd have to pause everything, and we'd have to go back to the start.
We don't want more pauses, please, no.
No, you're right. You're right.
There is one little thing that I don't recall the desk picking up on.
Throw it out.
There is an opportunity still for W7M to get top 2 ahead of NIP.
Yeah.
But it would mean that NIP need to get 7-1 or 7-0'd.
Okay. So that's low possibility.
Yeah.
That could be set. That will be
If
settled.
NIP get 2
potentially within
rounds,
2
they're confirmed top 2. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
All they need is 2 rounds. For NIP, that's all they're playing for. Obviously,
NIP's
for Loud,
win con.
they need to win. They need a point. Well, just a point. I mean, they can do an OT loss if they want to, but a point.
Well, yeah. Technically,
6 rounds.
NIP could finish first as well. If they got
They
3
could.
points.
Yeah. If they win, just as they'll have a better round difference than Furia, then won't they? So yeah.
So they could finish first as well. It will just change seeding. And again, when you're looking at who's underneath you and you have W7M, you would also have NIP, FaZe, and Liquid. Especially with the Liquid performance they had earlier today. It's never really set in stone. And there's no easy game in this league. That's why it's often cited as the best one around. But one last dance, one last showdown. And on one classic map for it to happen on. Now, Loud, they just need to get to overtime. They just need a single point, a single round from this. They get 6 rounds, that's their win con. They aren't changing anything other than coming 6, as is a very clear result, as was put across by the desk. So, they might find themselves taking a bit of risks. NIP, quick to the pressure on towards it, get the clear over the rest of the map. They're not messing about, Demo. They've been very, very quick here in just getting in. Top 2 floors, under our control, bish, bash, bosh. Let's start getting focus on the ground basement.
Yeah, I mean, this is the easy bit, isn't it? This isn't what's gonna win them or lose them the round. It's gonna be that Axel execute. And, you know, obviously, you look at the lineup for NIP, you talk about execution operators, they've how many in that lineup? I mean, that is just a boatload of util. Yings, the Grim, the Capital. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. You really look at that lineup and all the things they can do. I mean, they could, theoretically could pressure every inch of every corner in this bomb site. There's not going to be a single safe place that you can sit that you won't get hit with util if you're a defender here. So, yeah, this is going to be a rough one that Loud needs to try and fight back from. And really, I think it comes down to your clash and where that clash is going to be positioned.
45 seconds and everything starts to pop its way down on towards the basement, and there's the drop, but there's the first NIP kill as they're able to get the second almost immediately after.
Nice.
There's a C4 that at least stops some of the flow, but one defender left. The triple kill for Hates. Live does find one on the way out the door. That's about it.
That's top tier. In terms of whenever it comes to attacks, you won't find better. Honestly, that is everything working in unison. That is an orchestra being conducted there. Everything, game plan was there. Just ying the living daylights out of everyone. Fire in the bees. Try and secure that plant, which didn't really matter in the end because they were able to pick up so many kills because Loud tried to actually battle back against that util and got punished because of it. Yeah. Just, what else can you say? That's what NIP's been doing all stage. I mean, you know how impressed I was with NIP last week whenever they played against FaZe. You know, they gave FaZe one of the worst beatings that FaZe had in a good part of 1,000 days. Yeah?
Yeah.
NIP, the transformation of this team, the evolution of where this team was, it is immaculate. And it's because I think the transfers that they've done, that was it. It was the key. You know, the players that they brought in, it's not as though they were, like, with these players, it's not as though they were taking a risk with picking up players that maybe no one had ever heard of before. You look at those players, we've seen around for ages. But you're putting them in an environment with new players that actually might make it click. How many times do we see players who, you know, were in and around the scene for ages, but just, you know they were good players, but never really achieved much. And then you take them out of one environment, put them into another, and all of a sudden, that team starts winning.
It's always that element when there's, you know, the conversations of super teams, the conversations of changes. Sometimes the changes need to be more intrinsic. Look at teams, if we're to sort of travel around the world, you'll look at the sort of M80 project. They've had these super team rosters. They haven't quite netted. They look just slightly different players, slightly different sort of opportunities there. And you know, suddenly this roster with the names that might not be the same superstar names they had a bit before. Yeah, they're great players, Gavani, Diffuser, whatever, but they're not the previous names. Oh my god, this roster is one of the best, sort of absolutely flawless right now. G2. Sometimes they've brought on superstar players. Hasn't quite connected. The changes that can be made, you never really know what's going to come together. But when it does, as NIP has done over the years and years of trying superstar players, lifting hammers, not lifting hammers for a long time and drifting away from metas that have otherwise felt a million miles away, this is where they sit. It's worth sort of mentioning as well there, whilst I'm making a point, I think across the world, the only team with a better defensive win rates than NIP right now across the leagues is M80. And it's by 5%.
Yeah, and M80 has been an absolute, I mean, freak show the way how consistently those guys have been. I mean, I'm pretty sure I looked at the NAL stats. I think their whole team is, it takes up the 2nd to 6th place positions in that leaderboard of best players. Like, they literally have 5 players in the top 6. Only one person's better than all of them. That's been Atom this stage. Sorry,
So
I'm doing Fox and Laxon's job over there. Sorry, I shouldn't.
That's all right.
I went too far. I went into their region. They're going to send me. Gonna get a letter saying back off. We get
Well, that's
sued.
it. Even with their 2 losses, NIP still have a 75% defensive win rate, the 2nd best of any team in Stage 2. But that's the second half of this game. They're going to see if they can try and lead in here. There's obviously, again, a late push with all players still left. This is the 2nd time in a row we've got all 10 hitting the site with 30 seconds left. They've got a bit of an awkward breach. It's a bit of a hop over they've got to make as the flashes and the blinds come across the top. They're seeing if they can apply the pressure, but as Keebers and Sense Gadgets roll through, they've just sort of given themselves an opportunity. Surely they can't pull that one off. No, smoke canister and caught in the middle of a firefight. It's traded kills either side, a shotgun out the breach, but suddenly NIP hop in, hop off to the races. 9 seconds, swing on the pre-fire, 1 versus 1. It's just, it's just the clash left. 3 seconds, no time, no time. He's out of time. The health, 1 bullet.
Oh my. Yeah, like that. You cannot get any closer than that right there. I mean, that is absolutely absurd. Wow, I mean, what a scrappy round, though. I mean, not usually the way that we see that bomb site be played out. It was just kill fest, just kill after kill after kill. I wouldn't say there was necessarily an execution kind of coming in from Loud, or from for NIP. Sorry, they just went for blow for blow for both teams, and I'm so impressed by it. You know, I think both the teams, on that bomb site, I think it's so easy, you know, for attackers and defenders just to completely topple in one way. You know, all it takes is one person appearing and getting a double kill, or maybe an attacker standing, cutting down a crossfire. But that one was just kills galore. I mean, yeah, it's a great game of Siege. I'm loving it.
On a piece. And we are off to the races. And yeah, as you said, this could turn into, well, I mean, it already is a banger, but you really want this to continue. I mean, we've had games that felt like a banger start before, and then they drifted away into a Chalet that was a bit more forgettable. This, though, I mean, do and die seemingly was the MO. 2 executes in that final sort of gasp of a round. 2 opening kills. It was, what, 17 seconds left in that round was when the first kill came together. 40 seconds the round before. Are they going to get even tighter? Will this be 10 seconds left? They're really giving themselves a full stretch of the map. NIP aren't rushing themselves. But it doesn't give them many options, as we just saw. When 1 or 2 things slightly disconnect, they have some plans in place, but how many hurdles can Loud put up seems to be the MO of their game. Being contested on the approach, just trying to bait the utility usage out of them, spraying through and a bit early. Now it seems like they want to try and route their way across, as standard as it goes. In the clash, you can just see them propped up against the construction window, sort of saying, no, 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 let my friends out. We're free.
There we go. Goes the Candela. It's now can slip in, but it'll be the clash that's going to be his biggest issue, not necessarily anyone inside of cash. As long as they can somehow root out the clash, he should be, you know, pretty game here for the Blackbeard to have some pretty good value, I think. terms of what they can do, I mean, they've still got two air jabs in the pocket, so dealing with the clash shouldn't be that much of an issue. At the moment, Loud just sitting in sight, not overextending themselves. A bit of action actually downstairs. Live, thinking about a C4 from below is now being stopped as Hates just swiftly peeked his head in. Now will once again rotate back to his team, but NIP, it's just... I think that they're looking for that first pick, but right now I think Loud are doing a great job here, Emmett, just not giving it to them, just sitting on their hands, just waiting.
Yeah, it's a perfectly played sort of pacing game, right? They're playing with the keepers, they're moving back in, and oh, there's at least one for SDK. At the same time, a kill comes out for the side of NIP. The C4 will slow them down a bit, but again, 30 seconds, and again, late engagements, late starts. Let's see now if the pressure can come together. Cons is in, fishing for a fight. He doesn't know he's about to find one. Can't swing around to the second, but somehow evades the clash. Pre-firing angles, nobody's home on. Pino gets one more. Wizard locks it in, and NIP, step by step across the fight. Live is all that's left alive. Gets one whilst blind. But a post-plant situation with a Blackbeard still up. They're able to cross the divide. Oh, the pre-fire gives their own game away. It gives them an option. Does get one great take there, but the Blackbeard is just going to watch. Keep a safe distance. Don't reveal themselves as Cons can offer the cover. Somehow covers the divide there against the Blackbeard and almost needless risks, leading to needless results.
Oh my word. NIP on these executes. My goodness. Do not let this team set up. That's what I think you have to take away from this game. You give them an opportunity to have a pretty clear line of thought of what they want to do. Yeah, it's absolute nightmare fuel. Loud. Well, you haven't been able to stop NIP. I did say that 2 rounds all NIP needed, so NIP have secured themselves in that top 2. And again, I also have a chance, of course, of overtaking Furia based on round difference if they win. So must say, NIP, very impressed on this stage. Well-deserved first place finish in the groups. We'll have to see how they get on at playoffs, because again, we move into the best of 3s, Emmy, and that is a little bit different than what we're used to just in the best of 1s.
I think there's always the thing about the best of 3s as well, is there's the comments that we could sort of make about game 2 was that what we saw on that Chalet wasn't really the Furia we all see in the best of 3s. Because there's a different element, there's a different game. This in best of 1s is a sort of middle child because it has a lot of heat, a lot of potential, especially for Loud, who are desperately trying to get themselves still in that top 6 and get themselves into those best of 3 playoffs. But from that sort of perspective, because there's also still the heat of NIP having to fight for it as well, it's still going on as sort of all that pressure, all that possibility of the elements of these are the maps that you'll probably see, right? Clubhouse is a map that shows up in a lot of best of 3s. It's almost a taste, this map and this intensity, of what we will get, as everything will come down to this importance.
Well, NIP now having to try and take on, of course, this bomb site without any of the traditional hard breaches available, don't forget. Look at Loud and what they've went for the bans. And it is something that we've seen before in Clubhouse. We've always talked about Clubhouse. It comes down to how good you can do the basics, and most of the basics is getting walls opened up and hatches. So, going to be really restricted just with hard breach gadgets, of course, but I'll still find it a pretty easy way. The only thing it will do, though, Elmi, I think it restricts any possibility of a triple wall, unless, or like a triple wall church take, unless you want to bring in like 6 hard breach gadgets at that stage, because typically you would need 3 for the hatches, and then probably 1 for dirt is what we see it used. Just give yourself another option. So, I mean, you still could go for it, but I don't know. I think it's very, very risky anyway. But yeah. Roam game is obviously something that I've seen before whenever it comes to the basement, but at the moment, it's working out really, really well so far. Okay. I mean, just cleaned house. NIP, I did say, do not let NIP set up, so I like the intention. Go for the roam game, disrupt them.
Sounds taken just before disaster. So, getting louder like a bee. except it's a B that explodes. Okay. We get ourselves now 2-2. The game is as tense as it can be, and it's traded round. It's nobody sort of getting anything easily or anything aggressively.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's worth sort of looking across the board here. Obviously, there is an element where we had star player performances. We talked about the perspective before. Here it's live versus hates, which you'll see when this banner goes. There it is. Hates obviously picking up the role on those sort of the sort of shield lead in the Capital, throwing themselves in aggressively on these multifaceted elements of operators. Somebody knows the importance of the game, but when your backline player is the one that's meeting them, when it's your smoke, your clash player in the first round, it, I guess in an element shows just the pressure that NIP is putting on. That live is having to do so much work. It says two things. One, NIP are knocking on the door of the site every single round. Two, Loud are sort of giving them that engagement. Live almost took immediate damage there from something. But we've seen that Loud like to stretch the map and then pull back. Don't get caught until you need to get caught.
Did that get opened up? I think it did. Again, there was an attempt there, an impact. I want to say they did get the wall open up. Again, what we'll see pretty often with the mirror. It's used as a way of disrupting those hard breachers, and whenever you're only limited, of course, to just a hard breach gadget, it's very easy to impact trick off. NIP, let's see what the approach is, because last time they were here, it was so scrappy, and it did come down to, beat the buzzer almost for the clash. Just had enough time to get himself positioned, and then just run down the clock. So, we'll see if NIP are going to have a little bit more of a clear and concise way of dealing with this top 4 bomb site. I mean, obviously with no clash available to them, they won't run into that same issue. Other mirror, typically that one is used for just top red, and it's used just to defend the bomb site. But actually using that on the other breach to try and impact trick, a bad idea. Just hope it works for them and still get plenty of impacts.
At this point, we're still going to find ourselves in the double digits area, but that's time ticking away before a fight actually starts to come. NIP, the pressure is mounting. You can feel it in every single step and every single breath you make as a defender, that they are outside the house and they're desperately trying to blow the walls down to get in. Basetto, though, gets Loud with Perez joining the chorus of kills. 2 knocked back and a third is actually not theirs to take through the cracked mirror window, but the breach is only going to be awkward from this point onwards. They can get themselves a hop in, but when you're thinking about the crossfires and garage, you're thinking about this is going to be an awkward landing to have to stick here. A long-range smoke canister, the last one thrown out and loosed on the door, will buy them a little bit of time. Remember where they tried to plant before? It seems like so do the defenders as they're trying to step in and push back. There is a mirror underneath. Basetto with a C4 right underneath the door is ready and waiting for them to step in, so they go deep. The shield all the way to the back atop red, but takes a risk. And it turns out 2 versus 3. The plant is being confirmed. Basetto need to do something here. The C4 missed opportunity. And a miscommed location now. You've got 1 above. They can peel back. It's pity party health and a pity for Loud.
Misses the C4. I mean, look, they just didn't have the info. Simple as that. Good plant position. I mean, in the grand scheme of things there from the Blackbeard, realizing that there's probably going to be a guy downstairs. I mean, we've been able to take top red like that, and we know there's one guy in the garage. The other guy has to be downstairs because he hasn't shown himself in any other part of that bomb site. Default, C4, yeah, you dodge that, you plant where you planted, it works out for them. I mean, obviously still risky. All it took was, 1 bit of information, and that round was done and dusted. But NIP, I mean, with 3 attacks, I mean, you pointed as well that this isn't even them at full strength. This isn't the defense yet.
Yeah, that's that sort of risk. It's that horrible thing that hangs over anything in the room and makes you realize, oh no, the worst is still yet to come. NIP, they've done statistically more than enough on this half. You're on club, a team, or a map, yeah, that's very well known. But it's a map that plays well. For defender teams, and they are definitely a defending team. Loud, it's still bitterly fought. Every single round is a chance, but the problem is, now those little holes, those problems in their defense are starting to have a bit more of a light shone on them, right? We saw there maybe some of the cleanest in terms of NIP's close down. It's been close back and forth, but since the first round, I think, of NIP ones that they've won, it's the most survivors that have sort of been there at the end. And think about how late the push was. Going for a chance at a deep strike to the top of the round stairs, but nobody currently home.
A classic. I mean, sometimes we even see, you know, Castle be brought in just to castle up that specific window, because it can be pretty annoying. I'm sure everyone's probably died from that window at some point. I'm sure we all have. Some guy sat out there, you know, being an absolute loser. But at Stage Furia, there are quite a lot of them. But again, this steady approach from NIP, just like last time, wanting to clear horizontally. Coming in from Cash and in for construction eventually. That's where they want to stem their attack from. Bit of a pushback here. I think last time Loud, didn't they kind of left this area like pretty early on. But Live, I think, is in a position where he's going to die. It just depends how many he's taken with him, because there's no way he's going to be able to get out of here.
Pino gets Perez. That's the first blow, but oh, a team kill amongst it. Fantasy does find Live on the end, so the bullet stained with his teammate's blood at least still pierces the target that he wanted to hit, but they've lost that Zofia. They've lost somebody they didn't really need to lose. In exchange, there's still a lot of potential that Zofia could have dealt with. Yeah, they have one Flores drone, and you can shoot through Kiba barricades. You're going into what is probably a setup that you'd rather have a couple of ranged impacts for. Here now, with the control of construction and with a steady and slightly blind approach, and smoke canisters used to delay the approach on towards Logi, they'll see if they can just try and cut their way across. It's covered. And last time they just crouched their way in, remember, got really deep in the site and started to try and fight their way across. It seems like they're going to be a bit more aware of this. There was almost another a bit of incidental damage, but it's SDK pops round, gets two. That was the two construction side players, I think. Oh no, one window, one construction somehow swings either side. The Rara door goes up. They're cutting their way across, and there's two back on their favor. Basetto, a 1 versus 2, wants to wait for the plant. Gives themselves a 1 versus 1, but the cover is on the door. They're only rotate as it's up against the hard. They make the distance. They go with the distance. Double down demo.
I mean, the kills on display in that round is off the chart. Some cracking shots, but that one there takes gold medal. It really does. The intention there for NIP was centered around using the Aurora. The whole idea was to use the Aurora to block off that double door on bathroom, which is always going to have a defender. There's always going to be someone in there. That person stops you from walking in through the bedroom door and going for the plant. If you Aurora that off, it gives you that clean way through. It got impacted off, but still, it was still able to create that gap. Even though it got impacted straight away, it still gave you that second of protection to allow that Aurora to walk in. Cracking shot with the DMR, great flick. But just a really good attack has been spoiled by an even better clutch.
Three apiece. Are we going to have another OT? Remember that is the threshold. With the bar that was set, Loud need a single round. As I said before, they weren't, or they aren't, unfortunately, new to this position. In stage 1, however far back that feels now, they fell out of the top 6 on the last play day only by round difference. I cannot imagine what that would feel like having that happen potentially again. And at this point, as they sit, staring up at Loss, who have pushed them out of the top 6 on the last play day, they are in the driving seat of their own fate. 3 rounds are but what separates them from the best of 3s, from a top 6 finish, and from some reconciliation with a past that may haunt them still. Now, we've talked up NIP's defense game. It's time for them to put into practice all the positives they've otherwise put together throughout this split. As we said, a 75%, 30 of the 40 total defensive rounds they've played, they have won.
Here we go. Second half. Don't forget what is on the line. Loud just need a point to secure themselves in the top 6 for playoffs. They are 3 rounds away. They're at the halfway mark. They just have to keep it going. But, as Emmy has mentioned a few times, this is where NIP want to be. They want to be on the defense. So Loud certainly have an uphill battle to up against. Now, looking at Loud, very similar to what NIP were able to do. Just looking to sweep from Garage into Cash and then finally into Construction. Equally, a pretty heavy util lineup too. Capital comes in, the Grim as well. I think the Nomad has been brought in not so much for flank protection, just I think out of a fear that maybe a clash could come in. Because, look at Perez, hasn't used a single air jab, but hey, there's no clash, so he can use them for flank protection if he wants to.
I'm wondering if we're going to have more late first engagements. We're still seeing tastes of things. Flashtree's obviously taken a little bit of damage, but otherwise, there's not been an immediate follow-through. Hates underneath. They know he's close. But as the Deimos opens up an angle and sort of says, look, maybe I'm here, that's where you are. Mira suddenly behind the bar, and you see the panic in the motion as they hear the whistling and know that they're not a million miles away, but just a spot and a second too late. It's almost a shame there that Hates was able to escape, but they forced the C4 user further away. However, with only 45 seconds left, they now either have to leave the Deimos underneath, start him trying to drive his way up, or try and do damage themselves as Paceto takes a bit of damage, and there's the C4 anyway. Flashtreee does get the end of at least the cover, but now there's no Capital. You don't have those bolts, you don't have that pressure. It's another trade out. Flashtreee doing all that they can to sort of keep the team fighting, keep the pressure on, but the Ace is shouldering a big mantle of a kill game that's not otherwise in towards their favor. 10 seconds, no one really inside the building, but a Deimos blindly charging. Where's the rest of the team? STK, Flashtreee, make a move. Not that move. Flashtreee gets himself one more, but no time. In a 1 versus 1 fantasy. Just has to swing round a bed and put... Oh my... You're saying no, Fantasy, but let's not make a mistake. You almost absolutely messed that one up.
I can't. That's... I mean, we've just screamed as though we're in the Halloween franchise. That's how scary that was.
I mean, yeah.
That would have been, wow, that would have been one for the Reddit.
Oh, you should have imagine the screams if they pulled it off.
Oh my. That was a close shave. My word.
Whew.
Where do we go? For free? My goodness. What a game. I'm loving this
Honestly,
game.
right? What a game.
Worth the wait. Worth the wait for tonight.
What a game for us to end on.
And again, even though some of these rounds have been really chaotic, the display of Siege being put on here is a very high quality. I've been very impressed with the way both teams have set out here tonight.
Oh, yeah. It's the really hard thing about watching a region like this, right? Because you're like...
Makes us feel bad. We're sitting there trying to peddle wolves and wild. Look what these guys have.
I wasn't going to go with that framing, but I was going to go with the framing of they all deserve top 6.
Yeah.
And, you know, yeah, the teams
really,
below the top...
apart from the bottom 2, the other 8 have been wildly competitive, I think.
Yeah. And it's... You know...
Like, they've got a top 8, whereas most regions were used to top 4. It's like, that's crazy that they have a top 8, you know, that's the way we're talking about it, you know? Absolutely nuts.
Well, unfortunately, it's the bitter thing about great competition is someone has to lose at the end of the day, and between these two teams, Loud, as I said, they're just trying to get to OT. Let's see if they can try and keep the pace. It's been traded rounds all the way up to be this sort of point, and oh
wow.
no, what was that?
Timing. Perfect timing. Perfect timing if you're cons, horrific timing if you're flash screen.
Yeah, that's a blow. Flastry was the person who almost pulled that entire round in last time with what would have been the clutch of the night. And then on the split of it, now they just have to sit and wait. And also the utility. No candelas, no chance at rolling in, getting the blinds down here on the pressure of the site itself. Yeah, you can roll with the sense wall, but you kind of want the candelas to operate elsewhere. There's only so much the sense can cover. You're against a very big, very wide, in some ways very flat site that can open up sight lines from one corner to the other without too many, you know, sort of routes blocked across. It feels like you can put pressure elsewhere, and well, now you probably can't as much. They have the mirror window that they can try and put some of this pressure on towards. The Selma, you assume, is about to hit that wall, and then they'll make sure nobody swings on the back of it, but there's the connection. Oh, not quite close enough to be able to get rid of it. The drop into Moto comes together. Now with that castle standing up, ooh, and that C4 not quite getting the full bite. Yeah. They're going to tuck themselves around, but do they know about the Moto drop? They do now so. As the spray comes out, traded out, and picked back up, but they come out worse for wear. NIP have done 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, NIP making it look easy, aren't they, on the defense? I mean, that was so clean. I mean, going for the triple wall approach, it was something that NIP and their attacks had no intention of going for. I mean, probably because they were really limited with what they could bring, because all of their hard breaching options were being banned away from them. So then they could only really go for, like, you know, generic kitchen drops into blues, that kind of stuff. You know, they had to be forced into that hand. I think triple wall, if you're going to go for the church take, unless you have great control of taking blue, that take isn't going to work. Because the players from blue can also deny anyone walking into church alongside the actual players inside of church. So I just don't think they had great coverage there in the blue. They didn't take control of that area. If they did, then yeah, those players inside of church would have been sandwiched. They would have been caught on 2 different fronts. So yeah, just kind of basic stuff that you expect at Loud. You know, you can't go for that take unless you have blue. It's surprising.
NIP, now they are still steadying themselves on here. They've had the timeout of this side. Loud, they didn't want the divide to get themselves on towards map point, because then they really would just have one conversation, one chance. Here they might still have 2, but they do want to keep themselves within touching distance. NIP with 1 more round, I believe, would confirm themselves in top 2. All the work done previously by W7M, who I think already, actually, because you know what we said, NIP needed 2 rounds. They got that a while ago. But it's nice to have it with set numbers, especially after the split that they've had. I know we sort of talked about Furia being undefeated up until today. NIP have taken 1 regulation loss, 1 OT loss, and then 6 clean wins, which has been a brilliant season. And also with the round difference as well. The fact that FaZe, 6 and then 6 wins as well, 1 overtime loss as well, and 2 regulation losses, and their round difference is half what NIP's is.
Yeah, round difference does paint a picture sometimes. Hates, hello, have you stopped working? That was a guy. I mean, he's looking for that peak, but he's just letting him run past. Okay. Maybe that's not who he's after. After a bigger fish, maybe.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I don't think anyone's going to be going over to that spot that he's in right now. Oh, mate. Oh, dear.
They know.
Oh, almost. 8. Needs to be very careful to get himself out of here. STK is also down inside of Lounge and can hold him off, so the only way he can go right now, Emmy, is down through blue.
Yeah, he's making the move. He wants the fight, though, and to be fair, it's a Jaeger. At this point, they've placed their utility. He shouldn't have gotten away. But I think that Loud were a bit scared of the engagement there.
Yeah.
I think Hates was so happy for it that they went, oh no, we can't do this. And think about the time it's taken out of their approach.
Wow, they're really worried about him. Look at that.
Yeah.
Double gridlock track stingers too.
It's a massive amount of fear, and it's almost a shame because think about how this Loud team, yeah, okay, they would sort of pull back and play a bit of a flirty game with the rest of the map and then be back at the base. When it came time for tea time and the push against NIP, it's otherwise cautious, scared, worried, and it's not the energy that you kind of need. And yeah, you're against a great team.
They haven't even taken Rafters yet, which, again, this is where the timer comes into it. Have they missed both of the firebolts? I think they might have. So Wizard is in such a great position, and he's still got 2 ADSs, and oh no, Basetto, the fire arrows actually have stopped his approach coming up. I mean, they know exactly where he is, but he doesn't need to move.
That's it. Everything's covered. We heard those ADSs tick back into life. Look what's in the pockets of the attackers. 1 frag grenade and 1 flash. Yeah, they can try and use those smoke, but it's not going to confirm you the kill. That sure does. Basetto cuts their way across, but now...
no hard breach, they have to jump in the window.
No hard breach, they've got to make it in. Not entirely sure what's happened there and where the mess up has been, but Flastry's now watching. 17 seconds, there's a C4 that could define this. As Hates is able to get STK, 4 versus 4 levels things back off. 9 seconds, somebody's got to make a move on. Hates gets an easy lineup. There's just NIP because they're all having to hop their way in. What a tragedy.
Wow. I mean, NIP, that's how it's done. Just to really break that down, just nothing went in favor of Loud in that attack. 1, couldn't get the pinch onto the guy stuck in blue. Yeah, he had a guy in the upside down rappel, 1 person in stock. That guy should never be getting out of there. Somehow he did. 2, fire arrows missing their mark, aren't able to clear away the player inside a catwalk. Fire arrows also even stopping the approach of the Ying. 30 seconds left, no hard breach remaining. Double reinforced garage walls that they had to deal with. All they could do was jump in, and then guess what? The cherry on top for NIP, that Jaeger came all the way back upstairs again and killed the guy inside a lounge.
It's not how you want
full circle
this.
round, that's what I call it. It's a full circle.
It's not how you want this one to end. You know, it was 3-3, even Stevens coming into this.
Oh.
Apologies, my smoke alarm just went off. That's
I heard
the
that
game
beep
that
as
we're
well.
having.
No, I was waiting to see what you'd comment on that, but
Yeah, well,
are you
it
good?
went on a bit longer than I thought it would. The house is fine.
Did you put the peaks in for too long?
No. Do you know what it is? It's because our smoke alarm system is connected to our neighbor's smoke alarm system, right?
Right.
And they could be making toast and burning it at what is 10 p.m.
Or they could
almost
be,
11. Or Or they
engulfed
could be
in
watching the
flames.
first half of this game again,
Mm,
which was fire.
yeah.
But the problem is the second half has just sort of wilted away.
Yeah, the fire crews came. Put it all out, haven't they? So
I mean, it's not how you want it to end. That's sort of the point I was making, right?
Yeah. It's kind of dying like a whimper, isn't it? It started off with a bang, and now it's just into a whimper. Now, that's now okay, so it's done. That's it.
I don't even really understand how that sort of played together, but they got fantasy, they got one. But what have they lost? Oh, they've lost one of their hard breaches. They can try and make things happen with two, but we saw what happened with their Selmas last time around. They couldn't quite make it stick, and there's a clash in a man disadvantaged situation.
Yeah.
And what do you have to remove a clash here? The Nomad, fine.
You have Nomad this time, which they did bring last time, but there was no clash. So
yeah.
Thankfully, they've remained with that Nomad just in case the clash did come along, and as you can see, it has. So as long as STK can get the air jabs placed correctly, and he can neutralize the shield, but I don't think the shield's going to be the issue. I think it's just going to be just body count. You know, it's a 3 versus 4 on a top floor. You now don't have as much pressure as what you would normally like to have in the windows. Like, windows is a massive part of this. And if you're already inside of a 3-man attack against 4, one guy has to be in the windows. That means the other 2 can only come from one way because they have to double up. You just can't be like going for one guy dropping the hatch, one guy pushing main breach, one guy windows, because then you have no chance for a retake. So it really puts them in such an awkward position where they just have to pick an attack and go for it.
I mean, Hate's 13-4. Let's be honest, what a way for this to be driven through. Bassetto gets one, 3 more to find, 40 seconds, and a clash is the end of it. NIP, oh, they get themselves top 2. That was cemented. But the problem here is history circles, history repeats, and history is painful. Loud, for the second split in a row, miss out on the top 6 by nothing more than round difference, being sent out on the final day.
Yeah, but hey, you look at Loss, and you have to give credit to them. They came in, and they done what they needed to do. They got the point. They put pressure on Loud. You know, that was always going to be a difficult game, no matter what, for Loud. So in many, I think in many situations, you have to say that Lost went and kind of done it themselves. You know, yes, and maybe it wasn't in their balance, but I just think with the matchup, they had NIP, who have just been on fire. You know, rightfully so. They're number 1 team now coming into playoffs. They deserve it so much.
Yep, it's number 1. They've been brilliant. And now we'll throw it to our number 1, our very talented desk. Although there's 3 of them, they can share the podium as they come up and share on screen. Take it away.
Thank you, Fluke. What a way to end it, and a heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking finish for Loud, who only needed 1 point. It was the overtime loss for Los that got them into the playoffs. FaZe, you asked for a team to win to make the playoffs. We did not get that today. Instead, it was a heartbreaking finish for Loud, and Los just sneaking in on round differential.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the way we wanted it to end. That being said, I really was impressed with all 3 of the teams competing for that 6th spot and how close they got. I mean, it was going to be difficult matches. You're playing against FaZe, W7M, and NIP, which arguably Loud had the hardest matchup out of all those teams. NIP has looked phenomenal, and I think we saw it displayed on Clubhouse. So I'd say it wasn't really Loud's fault. I think going to the map was a good toss-up, so to say. You know, getting almost essentially a 3-3 half and then splitting it out onto the attacks, and then the attacks was the issues. And NIP is just so difficult to keep contained with how aggressive they were, and that was Loud's downfall, unfortunately. But I mean, you know, congratulations to NIP for today, and for Los for making it to top 6.
You know, when we saw this map, I mean, I liked it for the side of NIP because, one, the pressure isn't on them. They just need to play the game. But for the side of Loud and kind of see, especially how the attacks unfolded for the side of Loud, I think going to such a default map, if anything, it puts more pressure on you because, again, you have to be perfect on such a simple map that you can't really lose your footing. And the second you do, the other team's going to run away with it. And that's exactly what NIP did here. I mean, I think Hates must have heard me pre-broadcast saying, you know, he was the one that kind of held the team back in their matchup versus W7M. And then today he pops off 13-4, +9, 3 opening kills. I mean, there's not much more you can ask from him in terms of righting his wrongs where he couldn't get it done versus W7M, but he clearly can get it done here versus Loud.
Yeah, there was certainly a way to finish for NIP, so we'll welcome in Pino, who is standing by, ready to go after this one. Pino, congratulations on ending the stage with a win. I believe that now takes you to first place on the group stage, so now you will be the team to beat in the playoffs, but of course, you will have a bye round to open things up. Was that your focus coming into today, was to get that first place and to secure that top seed?
Yeah, it was our main objective here. Like, you guys, the top 2 seeds is really important. So we're gonna have a day off on Saturday, just watching the team. So yeah, we could have a really good advantage there. Just one best of 3 to go to the major. So yeah, we're pretty happy with it. Like, we took this game very seriously. I think we did a great job in the banning phase. Like, our plans on defense, like to abuse Mira, then abuse Clash first, then abuse Mira. So yeah, it was really good. So yeah, feels great. The hard work is paying off. Last season we made 16 points. This one we did 22, I think. So yeah, really happy with it. And if we go to the major, we're gonna go do better now.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations on getting first. Amazing stage for you guys so far. Not only did you get first, but you successfully kicked Loud out of the top 6, getting Los into the top 6. Does that make you feel good, bad, any type of way from being able to prevent Loud from making it to playoffs?
Yeah, I think Loud is a great team. It's all good to eliminate a good team from the playoff, but Los is evolving as well. I think in this stage they are better than the first one. The arcades brought a lot to them. So yeah, I think for Loud we could feel the nervousness of them in the match. So yeah, it's always bad to play a match like that, and yeah, we took advantage of it.
Well, Pino, congratulations on first and quite the performance from the squad as a whole. I kind of want to ask you a question, similar question that I asked Sexy Cake. Obviously, you're a historic player. You're an SI World Championship winner. You've had your ups and downs throughout your career, throughout these past stages. It seems like everything is going on the up and up. Now you're in this playoff situation where you need one game to make Munich. I'm just kind of curious, just from your own personal point of view, how have you been just taking everything day by day and getting up until this point?
Yeah, I think that the problems we had on our team in the past year, it was clear to us what we were doing wrong. Like, we couldn't be on the same page on the team. Like, the game plans were so off. Everybody was thinking different. So now we have a team that everybody thinks the same way about the game. And we try to fix our mistakes day by day, so without putting a lot of pressure on it. So yeah, I think that we are maturing a lot as a team, and then we can improve a lot by doing this simple stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, listen, Pino, thank you so much, and thank you for your time, and good luck in the playoffs. Enjoy your off day. Enjoy watching the matches. It should be fun.
Thank you.
All right, well, NIP are able to close it out 7-3 on Clubhouse, breaking the hearts of Loud and Loud supporters, but ending the stage with a bang. Lax, I mean, there's no doubt that having that bye, having that first place seed isn't going to make the biggest difference between first and second, but it's good for the momentum. It's good for the ego. It's good for keeping your team feeling good when those matches, when those best of 3s just matters so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing like getting an off day, being able to watch both opponents, depending who you're going to end up playing. You'll have knowledge on both. You'll be able to prep. But like I said, it is a little bit of a double-edged sword. It's not unheard of that we see teams that do end up making it into that bye end up having to play through a loser's bracket run just to try to qualify when they had the easiest stunt of just needing that one game. So again, it is great in some aspects. It obviously boosts the confidence, makes everyone just in terms of like what Pino said, you know, they had 16 points last stage, they got 22 here. So clearly there's improvements that are being made, and it is keeping the confidence level and the momentum going. But I just got to be realistic. From being a former player, it really can be a double-edged sword, because while these other teams are playing their matches, getting their reps, fixing their mistakes, all you can do is just scrim and watch. And in some aspects, it's great. But in others, there's nothing like getting game day reps, and especially coming off of a big win and carrying that momentum with no days off. So I am excited to see what that matchup, who they will end up playing against, and then seeing if they can qualify through Munich with just one game win.
Yeah, NIP has always been a very big momentum-based team, and I sense that this is the same style of team. It's really based off momentum to keep the comms flowing, keep everyone energetic. And I think not only can we see that, but we see it in their play as well. I mean, when you have the player that we were highlighting at the start of Fantasy, not necessarily finding entries, not able to find opening, and then you have the support players on NIP being able to step up, carry the team, carry the weights. It's really nice to see, and I really believe that it comes down to the momentum. So absolutely having a game like this, putting them into first, only makes them that much stronger. And here's one of the supports is Hates. I mean, he was so monumental on the utility clears, on getting the opening picks, on being able to maintain and get position for his team. Very smart player, and he was so impactful, because if the supports didn't step up for NIP, they would have been in a very tricky spot. They knew that the pressure was on for Loud. They knew that Loud was in the driver's seat to make the mistakes, to lose the game themselves, and they just used the utility to push them out of corners, push them out of positions, and regain the game. And this is a version of NIP I've never really seen before. I've never played against before, is an NIP that's using the strategy, using their brains to beat their opponents.
Well, as we say, we sometimes mention every round matters. That was never clearer than a day like today, where the difference between overtime and regulation, even though that's a loss in overtime, that is the difference between going to the playoffs and having a chance at Munich and sitting on the sidelines and watching from home. That was the case between Loud and Los, as Los leapfrog them and take that 6th place spot. The rest of your playoff contenders, NIP, Furia, W7M, FaZe Clan, and Team Liquid, will all come together in a cutthroat playoff bracket that starts next week. Lax, I mean, what's this all about? What stands out to you here?
Honestly, I mean, NIP probably is going to be going up against FaZe again, but that's not to say that Liquid can't win that game. I mean, Liquid, with the way that they're looking, they're looking like quite the opponent. And then the Furia, W7M, Los, I think Furia might have the easier side of that bracket, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, where NIP definitely is the tougher.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Liquid, arguably, I would say, is the stronger wild card as opposed to Los. That being said, Furia W7M will be a great matchup. NIP, regardless of who they play, will be a great matchup. But everything is meant for these playoffs. That's where push comes to shove. That's where all of the season, the whole year, is led up to this point to be able to make the major. And pressure is a hell of a thing. Teams that crumble under pressure will be exposed in the playoffs. And it's a very intricate situation. And it's best of 3s. So teams that are able to adapt, teams that can flex a big map pool, they have the advantage. And it's a completely different ball game than during the regular season.
Well, before we close things out, we still have to discuss our Predator play of the day. And there were a couple of moments, Lax, that we could point to say that that was the defining moment. But let's talk about the maybe most competitive matchup of the day. And that was W7M taking on Los. And it was Dodez in round 14 with a quad kill to make it work.
Listen, I'm glad I retired when I did. I wouldn't want to go against players like these. I mean, Dota has just pulled, I said this, he pulled a rabbit out of the hat here to bring this round back. This easily could have been Los's round, but because of this, it allows them to be able to stay in the fight, and not only that, close out the match. But it's big plays like this, in moments like these, where this will cripple a team that doesn't have that same mentality, that doesn't have that resilience, like a team like W7M that are all very talented, all very experienced. And to be able to pull out a clutch like this, grabbing one, immediately switch, then hearing the other, immediate switch, going for that transition. I mean, great play from Dotez, and just a great understanding of his positioning and how to single out each and every single one of those 1v1s. In a realistically an unwinnable situation, he made it happen.
Yeah, I mean, he took advantage of the fact that nobody had information on him. He's able to play in a corner. He gets the first pick. He rotates. And unfortunately for Los, it wasn't necessarily a matter of bad trading. I mean, everybody was in the position. They were going to get that trade. He just played the position that he had. He won his 1v1s, and he isolated every single one. He took advantage of the lack of information, and that's what a smart player does. The only advice that Los could have done better in this position has been stacked up on each other. These last two players, instead of isolating ones, both peaked them together. But he took advantage of not only the information, but the fact that they're going to be sloppy on their communication, and really good heads-up play to be able to hear what the sound cues, where everyone is going to be coming from, isolates the ones with the walls between them. It was just really well played.
Well, it was a heck of a day, and as always, I feel like we're closing out these group stages with a bang. A lot of playoff implications. We got them sorted out, and now our playoff bracket is set. Any bold predictions from either of you for playoffs, for who's going to Munich before we close things out? Laxing anything crazy to shock people?
Can we pull up that bracket real quick? Just 1 second, if we can.
Los is making the major.
I mean, hey, you know, that would be quite the hot take. If I had to say one semifinalist here was going to go to the bottom, I think it would have to be, I don't know, man. This is tough.
Whatever you're about to say is crazy.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna keep it to myself. I think Furia definitely go to Munich. I think NIP go to Munich, and then I think there's a world where FaZe Clan has to do a lower semifinal run to then qualify.
Stay woke. This might be a hot take. I think both semifinalists, NIP and Furia, lose, and they make it towards the lower bracket.
I wasn't gonna. Then I was like, nah, I'm not gonna say that.
I feel like W7M beats Los, beats Furia. FaZe beats Liquid, beats NIP because of the matchup, and then NIP would play against Los, I believe, they would win, and then they would make it to Munich, and then Furia would play against Liquid, and they would win. That's my opinion on how the four teams would go. But yeah,
I'm glad we have the same idea. I couldn't convey it like you could.
Maybe it'll happen. I mean, you're both on the same page. So who knows? Unpredictable playoff action continues here, or starts here in the SAL next week, Saturday and Sunday, the first round, and a week later we'll close things out with those final two matches. We're going to send teams to Munich. We're going to get a clearer picture of what the regional finals might look like, and everything, of course, adds up to that beautiful 6 Invitational in Paris, getting ever closer on the horizon. Thanks so much for tuning in to the final playday of the group stage. For Demo and Fluke, for Laxing and Foxe, I've been Jonas Rillinger, and we'll be back next weekend, so she will take you through the playoff action. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you then.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!